flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they start. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Welcome in, everybody, to a very exciting edition of World Tour Weekly. I am Majiin Bae, and I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Super Slam has released, and there is a calling happening all the way across the world from where we are, but that is not going to stop us from bringing you all of the action. Sam Burn, and I am joined by the host of World Tour Weekly, Mr. Majiin Bae. First time in the booth for calling. So excited to have you here. How you feeling about this weekend?
I'm so stoked. I mean, like, it's really exciting for me to be here as a caster. Obviously, I'm new to this. I'm really looking forward to it. But as a player, I was going to be glued to this calling anyway to see what happens with the new Super Slam release. So now I just get like a front row seat. And that's really cool.
No, these weekends are some of the most exciting in Flesh and Blood. The new set is out, and every eye on the planet turns towards whatever that first event is, be it a Battle Hardened, be it a calling. We are lucky that we have this calling before us today to really see what the CC metagame is now, because there's a couple different things we got to talk about. New cards, new heroes, but some bans as well, as some cards have left the format, as we have so many things to discuss, as we're going to go ahead and take a look at the format for this weekend to see when all of these questions are going to get answered. As we see the calling here, day one on Saturday, we got 7 rounds, a classic constructed before day 2, and the top 8 begins.
Yeah, I really want to see a couple of things out of this tournament. The first thing that's jumping to my mind is obviously the new heroes. I think that's probably on everyone's mind. But the other things is I'm hearing a lot of rumblings about Kayo. Right before this tournament, Florian went on a bit of a run when he got his marquee card back, Germinate. And I'm excited to see how he stacks up against the new superpowered Kayo, the new heroes, just this format in general.
Yeah, and as we're going to see, we have a lot of rounds to get through to answer those questions. Maybe the Kayos do well early, but can they continue the consistency against the consistent King Florian himself? These players are going to be answering these questions for us, but they're also going to be playing for some cold, hard cash and a whole lot of prize money as we take a look here at what is on offer for these players. Another 20,000 USD in the calling, and first place gets that 5K. Majiin, you are no stranger to winning a good chunk of change at a calling level tournament. Just talk to me about when you're in the running, when you're playing those final couple rounds, when you're in spitting distance of the top 8. Is this on your mind? Are you thinking about the prizing, or are you even able to, as you just got to focus on the game?
Man, I feel like you really focus on the game, and I try not to think about the prizing, and usually I do a really good job. But every now and then, I have to take a gamble. And you think to yourself, am I willing to bet $15,000 on this gamble? And sometimes you just got to go for it. So it does get in your head a little bit, but you have to try not to let it get in there too much.
Yeah, because you can see there's so much that all of these players are playing for all the way down to the 32nd place. That's what we call cashing a tournament. You make it all the way to top 32. At least you get some bit of cold hard cash for your troubles, but it is that top 8 where you see the PTIs and the gold foil legendaries rain down, as well as we have the Champions Trophy here, plus that EA Gold Foil Stonewall Gauntlet, and something we're going to be talking about in just a little bit. Those World Tour points, they are getting harder and harder to come by.
Yeah, the World Tour points specifically, I was going to point out, are pretty important to quite a few players that are going to be in this event.
Yeah, we're going to talk about them in just a second. First, let's set the stage a little bit, because this is the great year of Living Legend. We have had so many heroes. You look up there at the top. I mean, look back all the way to Viserai. That's where we started this year. Last year, it was only Dromai that hit Living Legend. In 2025, we have said goodbye to 7 heroes already, and we might not be done yet. As we take a look at this leaderboard, we got a ProQuest season coming up. We got Callings, we got Worlds, and there are some heroes on here that I know players are watching to see when and how they might ascend to join the heroes you see at the top of your screen.
It hurts me a little bit to see my boy up at number 1, Mr. Kano. He's been around since I've been playing Flesh and Blood. It will be an interesting time when he leaves. A little bit bittersweet for me. Is that true, though, that we only lost 1 hero in 2024?
I mean, look, it's Chain right before that, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was, because, you think back to 2024, heavy hitters, right? Dromai, of course, winning that Pro Tour, but then eventually, shortly after, did leave. But it took a little bit before those Mist Veil heroes or any of the Rosetta heroes did make their way out of the format. Those were the other 2 sets in 2024, and you look at this Living Legend list, and yeah, it was really only Dromai, which set the stage for the great year of Living Legend. It's why we've been following following this leaderboard all year long. It's because it's such an exciting thing in Fab when these decks, when these strategies ascend to Living Legend, but not only leave the format, refresh the metagame immediately.
Yeah, I expect that we're going to say goodbye to a few of these heroes sooner rather than later. So I's definitely going to be on this tournament. Calling win is 50 points, I believe. That's a large jump, especially when we have ProQuest right around the corner to keep adding to those counts.
Yeah, let's go ahead and now talk about the Player of the Year race as the World Tour has continued to rock and roll all the way around the globe. That $1.5 million have been beautifully presented to many players, yourself included, my friend, after the U.S. National Championships. But the Player of the Year race is really, really ramping up. We've talked about it all year long, but the Player of the Year is where the true best of the best are able to get rewarded for their efforts.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a problem with it because I think they forgot to put my name on the graphic somewhere.
Oh, is that
what
it is?
Other than that, the Player of the Year race, I think in the first half of the year was a little bit easier for players to just kind of let go in the background. But as we get closer to wrapping it up, the points for the players are just so close. And we have so many storylines, and you don't have, like you said, you don't have many events left. It's this, a couple other big events, Worlds, and that's it.
Yeah, you look here, you can see those callings. That's where you get those 16 points. There's not many callings left. There are no Pro Tours left and only the one World. So let's take a look at some of the names of the players that are fighting for their World Tour lives. We see Brody Spurlock still comfortably at the top of the Americas leaderboard, but there's a player we've been talking about all year long, but especially in these last couple months. You said you've been talking about him a bunch on World Tour Weekly. He's on the EU Player of the Year leaderboards. He's right there at the top, and he is giving Brody Spurlock a run for his money. As we see Jacob Clements there, he's hit the triple digits. He is nearly within, 20 points of Brody Spurlock. That means some further big finish. I say further because the dude just keeps hitting second Pro Tour top 8, or not Pro Tour top 8, but calling top 8s, World Premier calling top 8s, second places in these callings, and yet here he is nearly up on Brody Spurlock.
Every time I think he's going to stop winning, he continues to top 8. It's been a pretty incredible run, and I'm really excited to see. I think it's going to come down to actual Worlds is what I think,
dude,
which would be so exciting.
I also do want to shout out Tommaso Vicido, a name that has been in the Flesh and Blood scene for quite some time, but really rose to major prominence with that photo finish, ascending new to Living Legend on stream in Bologna at the finals of a calling. And now for the consistent play from this point forward, from that point forward, is rewarded with a second place on this Player of the Year leaderboard. And it's something we do want to, continue to shout out. It's not just one Player of the Year. You can see there at the bottom left of your screen, 3 winners per region. That means 3 people on all of these 3 leaderboards you're seeing are all walking away with upwards of $5,000+. So you're seeing Tommaso there, somebody that I think we're going to be talking about for quite some time to come.
Definitely, but the other positions were also within 1 point for third, which was crazy. And Nick Butcher at first place with this one. Troy Wu right behind him, really close.
And they're, I think, all 3 of those players, rank 1, rank 2, and tied for rank 2, are all here in Shizuoka this weekend. So this is an incredibly exciting time for all 3 of those players. But I do know that they are taking a little more stock in all of their W's and all of their L's, because this calling could be where we see one of them really punch their ticket ahead of their rivals, as we take a look at the overall leaderboard and see which of these players at the end of all things will take home the extra $10,000 for being the overall winner. This has just been such a fun thing to follow. It's like, pro sports, dog. It's like you getting to watch some of your favorite players, who's taking over who's gonna, nip at the heels of the front runners. And I'm excited to see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, it's really going to be exciting. I think at this point, the players have to care not only about their own performances, but also about the performances of all the players that are also in the race. And we get to do that as well. A win is it's not just a win in this calling. It's also that much closer to another bundle of points for this race, which is looking to be a photo finish.
Yeah, it's an exciting time. We've had so many great events all year long on the Flesh and Blood World Tour, and it's not stopping anytime soon. No, folks, it continues to ramp up as we see all of the events moving forward as we come to eventually the end of 2025. And there's been a little bit of rumblings on the internet of just some hints at what 2026 has to offer. And folks, it's just getting bigger and better. But I do want to talk about some of the events before we get to the World Championships. At the bottom of your stream, we have the Calling in Hamburg. That's coming up in just about a week's time. That is such an exciting event. Something I just want to keep shouting out because I think it's so damn cool. No major TCGs have been able to run tournaments in Germany for I think decades. It's been so long for cash prizing.
Literal skill issue.
Literal skill issue. It's a literal skill issue. You can't run these tournaments for cash prizing in Germany because Germany doesn't want you to be running cash prizing for games of chance, but the government allows for games of skill to be run for cash prizing, and Flesh and Blood has been recognized by the German government as a game of skill. And if that does not like a skill difference, bro, I don't know what is.
One German bureaucrat got pitch stacked and said, yep, you know what? I guess we'll have to let this one go through.
You're absolutely right. We'll see them in Hamburg, just in the full suit and tie. Just ask the opponents, please give this guy a win. Please give this guy a win. Let's look down at some of these other events. We've got a number of battle hardens here as we see the streams that we are about to be able to rock and roll with as well. Some upcoming streams. This is an exciting one. We talked about Hamburg. Houston, that's an LL battle harden that we're going to be covering, and you're going to get to see some fun action from that. And Sydney as well. These are a couple callings and a battle harden here that we will have live on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. Take a look at some of the faces that are going to be bringing you all of that action. They are some familiar ones, but we do have a couple newcomers to the booth of a calling level or a World Tour level in general, including a friend of mine you might see in the center of your screen. You got a couple of Sams bringing you some action from the World Tour in Houston, that LL battle harden. Sam Dando, you might recognize him from the Min-Max Games booth, but there was a time of yore perhaps when Sam Dando was known for playing some heroes that are very prevalent in the Living Legend format.
Yeah, I love Sam. I'm really excited to see him on the booth. I feel like he's got a great charisma. Honestly, everyone here does. This is just a great collection of players, casters, personalities. Just exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun. Gabe and Scott, of course, did that incredible call in Bologna. Great to have them back together. Hayden Dale, Pro Tour booth person. And we got Matt Brandwood from last year's Battle Hardened in Sydney. He did such a great job, and I can't wait to see him work with one of the other major players in the APAC region after him and Nick Butcher brought you that great stream last year. It'll be great to watch the two of them kick some butt in Sydney as we are going to continue to enjoy these fantastic streams from the World Tour. But we do have to now bring the eyes down to the calling in Shizuoka because it is Super Slam release weekend. It's so exciting. I can't wait to see just how the meta is going to develop. But like we alluded to earlier, not only have cards entered the format, we have seen some cards leave the format. So I do want to just pick your brain a little bit, Mr. Majiin Bae. How do you see this affecting what we're going to watch this weekend?
Yeah, okay, so some quick hits. Germinate Unbanned, obviously an incredibly powerful card, immediately rocketed Florian back to the top of the meta. Plume of Evergrowth leaves Verdance a little bit more, I would say, disruptible against the decks that she wanted to combo against. She doesn't have the guarantees that she used to have. Bonds of Agony was agonizing. To have Slippy just play it with a 5-card hand, it was terrifying. You couldn't dodge it. There was no right answers. So Slippy, not quite as dominant on offense as he was before. Tipple, losing that, really going to slow down not only Gravy getting drawing cards, not only making gold, but also putting allies in the graveyard. I think it's just going to slow him down at a large rate. And Talk a Big Game, which I don't think has ever been registered.
In any official tournament.
In any official tournament.
Now, there was no stated reason, just that there was some part of a strategy that might have been a bit degenerate. Can you imagine Alliath intimidating all the cards out of your hand and then just continuously making my tokens with Talk a Big Game? Yeah, I imagine that would be a pretty big game, but I don't think it would be a long one. That's for sure.
No. Bully Tactics for 25. I'll make 25.
Yeah, I'll choose the number 25. Yeah, folks, we've got a number of changes to Classic Constructed here from the banned and unbanned cards. Let's see just how the metagame has warped and responded, as we are going to get ready to see that metagame in just a minute. But it's going to be exciting to see just how it all shakes out. So do you have any major predictions before we see the metagame? Which heroes you think might have risen? Which heroes do you think might have fallen? I want to hear from you.
I think it's pretty obvious that Kayo is going to be much more represented than he was previously. I think Florian's going to continue to be highly represented. In fact, I think he's going to be the most represented at this tournament. We've seen a lot of Florian here locally before, and he's kind of on a run right now. I don't know where Cindra's going to land. That's a big question mark for me.
Yeah, that's the same here. I'm really curious how much assassin representation we're going to see, because you know there are a number of cards in Super Slam we'll be talking about all throughout this weekend, including and very importantly in the expansion slots. So many heroes not as the main four in the set got some real important tools. I mean, Huntsman's one of them. That card's gnarly, dog.
I don't like that card.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that card either when I sit against it, but I think it would probably be pretty fun to play. And I'm curious.
It's a cool card.
Yeah, it's a cool card. I'm curious to see just exactly where the assassin class has landed, because Bonds of Agony, it was a Slippy card from how often we saw Slippy represented in the meta, but Marionette played that card. I mean, it was a blue 3-block that just had a gnarly effect. Of course, all the assassins are going to want to play it. So I'm just curious where it's all going to shake out, who's actually going to end up as the most represented assassin. I'm hearing we've got it ready for you. Let's go ahead and check out the metagame and get all questions answered. Look at this. Majiin, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that I was wrong. KO is the #1 most represented, just barely edging out Florian. Cindra still highly represented. Gravy's seeing more representation than honestly I would have guessed. I've seen that players tend to like to not play the deck that just got hit with bans. But here he's still the 4th most popular, a sizable amount over the rest of the field. It's not entirely too different from what we would have seen 2 weeks ago, except for Kayo, which is wildly surged up.
Yeah, you didn't really see, there were definitely some players still rocking with Kayo over the last many months since his prominence in heavy hitters, but this was the talk of the town. It was the not secret. Everyone was curious how good Kayo was going to be, and this is the first chance not only for players on the ground, but for all of us watching from all around the world to see just how Kayo truly ends up. Something else I want to go ahead and take a look at. I want to look at the assassins, dude. We are at 8 Marionette and only 4 Arachne slip through the cracks. Now listen, regionality plays a large role in all of these many tournaments. It's what's so cool about the World Tour. If you join us on these many stops, you may see very different metagames beyond just what you might have expected from just like what the general meta says. But different regions do different things, and we're seeing that maybe these players in Japan not as confident on slip through the cracks after that banning.
Definitely. I mean, there is a 3rd assassin down there, and Arachne almost became the 3rd most played assassin in the field, which would have been wild. Some other quick hits that I'm seeing, Kano, quite represented here.
Yeah.
Pleiades with 7 copies, well above any of the other new heroes. Unfortunately, there are no Tough Nuts. I really wanted to see Tough Nut. But this is looking like a really solid spread. Very diverse.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just which heroes rise to the top from here. Another hero I want to shout out, Kasai. This is an exciting one as well, with Blood Follows Blade, potentially actually more of an answer into Gravy Bones. But when you look at the top left, you see Kayo at 44. We were talking about this before the show. Kasai, back in the heavy hitters meta, just dual-wielding warriors in general, were often looked to as a response to when Kayo was a menace of the metagame.
Yeah, she just churns out pure value. Way more than the KO deck of old was able to keep up with. I'm interested now if that's still the case. Kasai got an upgrade, but KO got upgrades on upgrades on upgrades. We're going to see some incredibly powerful cards in that deck today, I think.
Yeah, and as you were describing, Majiin, Arachne Huntsman there, nearly the 2nd most represented assassin on our metagame, and that's just got to be because of the new card. You're getting to see all of these Huntsman players, all 3 of them, getting to play with a brand new toy. And shout out to the Super Slam heroes. We got some Pleiades, we got some Kayo, we got some Lyeth in the arena, and I believe we may just yet see one of these Super Slam heroes in our feature match not too long from now. So, Mr. Majiin Bae, we have got a calling to get to. We have got so many great games of Flesh and Blood to watch. I don't want to wait a moment longer. We've set the stage. Let's peel back the curtain and dive into the first round here live from the calling in Shizuoka as we see our 2 heroes prepare for battle. And yes, folks, the superstar has graced us with her presence as Pleiades is here under the reigns of Kazuki Itabashi versus Jaeyong on the other side of the table. There's that Arachne Arachne slipped through the cracks decks, and that's a jersey that I feel like you might recognize.
Yeah, I used to wear a jersey that looked an awful lot like that. Obviously representing Team Metal Fab, seeing them at a lot of events do better and better, I think, as time goes on. So hopefully we see a pretty good performance here. I'm excited to see Pleiades.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely excited to see Pleiades. I'm excited to see, honestly, where all these Super Slam heroes land. These heroes are the biggest surprises for me, basically in Flesh and Blood history. Like,
yeah,
these are the heroes that I was like, yeah, cool, I'll check these heroes out. And every single one of them is so interesting to me, and I legitimately want to try them all out in Classic Constructed just because they do things so differently than any way we've seen these decks, these heroes play before.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning on World Tour Weekly that I'm not a huge Brute fan. And I liked having 3 intellect even less than the Root class. And then I played Tough Nut, and I had a really good time. And my mind was completely blown. I think all of these heroes are kind of like that, where yes, they are part of their class, right? Pleiades is a Guardian, but we've never seen a Guardian like this before.
Yeah, and as we're going to see, Pleiades with the first turn there as the Tunic ticks up to 1. It's time to see both of these heroes with some brand new tools, one with addition and one with addition by subtraction. As we lost Bonds of Agony, it's time to see which hero rises to the top of the first round here live from the Super Slam Release Weekend calling Shizuoka, Japan. The first action of the game is going to be an instant. It's an act of glory coming down from Kazuki.
That's exactly what you're looking to do with these kind of decks. You want to be able to set up for free, and that's what we're seeing here. You get to just deploy this Act of Glory, get set up. You have 4. You're essentially +4 power here on a future turn, right? You've just won yourself 4 life on turn 0. Unfortunately, I think it was a quad blue hand, so not going to be able to arsenal a red to properly set up. We'll see if that ends up being a little bit more punishing. Off to Slippy. I think what we're going to be seeing from these decks in this game is that Slippy is going to need to grab the tempo and never let it go. Because if Slippy takes their foot off the gas, Pleiades gets to set up. And once Pleiades gets to set up and hits you with these large on hits, perhaps crush attacks or things like that, she buys herself more room to continue to set up, to continue to push the pressure. And then once life totals get low, confidence tokens take over the game.
As we see the first hand here from Sue, we've got Savor Bloodshed, Pain in the Backside, Tarantula Toxin, a Spike with Blood Rot. We saw quad blue from the left side of your screen. Now it's quad red from Arachne. Arachne, Slippy used to working off of hands that don't pitch very much, but that Spike with Blood Rot looking a little awkward here.
Yeah, this is not really what you wanted to see. This is one of those hands where you just beg your opponent to attack you on turn 0.
Totally, dude.
Please let me block.
Totally, because we're seeing 2 cards, 2 reactions pitched into the Hunter's Clave. And to make Pleiades marked here, Slippy would need to go ahead and use those flick knives early, as you're going to see Kazuki reach across the table, immediately take a look at just which 2 cards are heading to the bottom, because that might signal that Kazuki's expecting this game to go a little longer.
Yep. Also, I would note immediately that a Tarantula Toxin hit the pitch side. Tarantula Toxin, absolutely one of Slippy's big power cards, and you really need to keep track of how many you've seen, because blocking a Kiss of Death and walking in a Tarantula Toxin can be game-ending.
No blocks is the call from Kazuki. It's going to be, looks like, any reactions here?
Do you flick this early? I don't know.
It's just for a random card, right? Like, you lose a dagger for just the random card off the top. How well can you convert it? It is going to be the flick. The Hunter's Clave is going to be committed, and Kazuki here kind of daring his opponent into doing so, and Sue going to go ahead and oblige. Down to 39 from the flick. Now the mark is going to be conferred, which means the draw card effect from Savor Bloodshed will be live. Go ahead and make a marked token. From the tokens on the side there. Pleiades gets marked before damage. Damage resolves, 5 damage over.
We're really hoping to see a strong 1-card play, maybe something disruptive. Is it?
Take a look and see just what he's able to grab. Confirming just life totals down to 34. Yep, that should be it. It was a pain in the backside.
Is that Leave No Witness?
It is Leave No Witnesses.
That's the best possible here, I think.
Wow. So rewarded is Sue for going for this line. Not only gets to come in with this other 3 damage, but has the Chain Ender or the Arsenal for his trouble.
This is exactly what you wanted to see here. The pain in the backside, I think here just looking to draw a block to open the way for Leave No Witnesses. I think just saying, hey, I might not do anything else. If you want to block, you better block now, because I'm going to be ending my turn and arsenaling, and then it's on you. And if you don't utilize your defensive options here, you might be IPing a card. You don't want that. So you put some stuff in front of this, and then bang, Leave No Witness makes things really awkward.
And look at this. We're seeing it right away. Iron Fist Revelation, one of these new cards, going to go ahead and flip over a blue. What is that? A Choke Slam being revealed, getting that +1 counter. And we're seeing Iron Fist Revelation work immediately. But this is now fascinating. Sue here gets to decide, well, now I know what's in your arsenal. Do I even want to send this Leave No Witnesses just to pressure a blue Choke Slam? It's going to be an activation of the Pleiades at instant speed to go ahead and remove a counter from the Act of Glory. So it'll trigger on this very next turn. And we are seeing Sue comfortable to just park that Leave No Witnesses for something more interesting. I wonder if he would have gone for it if he hadn't seen what the arsenal was.
Yep. I'm also wondering if he's thinking, oh, you have so many cards. You could just cover this up pretty easily. Maybe I look to defend out. I know that you're maybe pushing this, this pumped up attack. Maybe I just defend out and play a strong 1 to 2 card hand. I'm really interested to see what we're doing with this Leave No Witnesses, because I probably would have just sent it.
Well, it's also just such a nice reward for the chutzpah of going for that Flick Knives on the first turn. But we're going to see some discipline here from Arachne. We're going to see some offense here from Pleiades, the superstar. Also, nicely for Arachne, Pleiades remains marked after that damage from the... Okay, no, the mark is not there. The pain in the backside did not hit, so I think that shouldn't be currently on the arena. But we are just seeing this Chokeslam come down with the +1 counter thanks to the Iron Fist Revelation and just a casual 2 floating in the pitch zone.
I wonder what that could be.
Just a casual 2 floating there.
Probably just 2 defense reactions.
Surely, as the 11 from the blue comes down, Macho Grande, Cranial Crush, eat your heart out, as we're seeing blue attacks and Guardian go towards levels we did not see possible. However, we're going to go ahead and look over at the hand there from Kazuki. I'm not seeing any pummel.
I don't see a pummel.
I think we're going to go ahead and potentially see some instant speed activation, if there is any.
Oh, yeah, both of them. Those are some strong instants. We got 2 big red auras of suspense here. This is looking like one of those spots I was talking about. Buy some space, set up, and then we're going to see a really big boom a couple turns from now.
Yeah, the tension in the air there is perfectly utilized with those 2 floating resources, but you have to imagine Sue has to think about all of the various options here. Is this just an aura of suspense? Could it be just a what happens next? The suspense is killing me. Could it be another big red pump? What if it's the pummel? We did see Kazuki give armor early in that turn on the pain in the backside, and you have to imagine it was because he was protecting something somewhat important beyond just his life total.
Now, I'm wondering if we saw that Leave No Witness banked because Pleiades is so often able to play things at instant speed, but I guess we knew the Chokeslam was in there.
It's going to be a blocking for 9, 2 damage represented, both players. So now Arachne slips through the cracks, heads down to 36. And the onus remains on Kazuki here. No crush. Closed chain, yeah.
Drawing another Savor Bloodshed without the resource card would have been really good. We have the Mark token from the last Savor Bloodshed dagger hitting. It would have been really nice to chain these, threaten to draw cards again. But unfortunately, once again, I think it's just quad reds.
Yeah, there you go. And that's where the Mark token is from. I was wondering why it was still there. From that Hunter's Clave effect, the turn prior. Now, 1 Leave No Witnesses from the hand. And we know there's a second one in the arsenal from the turn before.
It's so tough to send Arsenal Disruption into a deck that loves its instants.
Yeah, man. You can see it looks like a Crush the Weak. Couple copies of, I believe, up on the pedestal for Kazuki. Or in the palm of her hand. And I believe also on the pedestal. And then what happens next? So here you go. Plenty of instant speed. Big attack. The what happens next? That is a card that has really impressed in early returns. If you watched the match, actually, we cast on the Montreal live stream between Scott Mines and Ponkage, you saw just how nasty what happens next, staying around for multiple turns can look like.
It's way more powerful than I would have initially given it credit for. We might even see one of those powerful plays on the following turn where it's something like what happens next, discounting in the palm of your hand so you can play it off just that Tunic counter. Immediately buying yourself another card and one for the future.
See here.
Guardians drawing cards. What kind of a world do we live in?
I know, dude. Super Slam puts everything on its head, and we're seeing it playing out in real time. Favorite part of these release weekend events, we and the players are figuring it out together, as there are plenty of events we saw earlier as we looked at those upcoming events just on the horizon. There's plenty to get excited about if you are a Flesh and Blood player. But if you were not able to make it out to this World Tour stop in Shizuoka, I'm sure you are excited to see what does the meta look like. how do these decks actually play? What deck should I be rocking? Not only at these events, but at ProQuest Yokohama coming up in just a stone's throw of time.
Yeah, I'd be lying to you if I said that this tournament won't affect my decisions for my ProQuest.
Well, you're going to get to watch a lot of the games.
Oh, I will be watching the games.
I guess for World Tour Weekly, though, you probably watch a lot of
I
the
watch
games.
a lot. I watch a lot of coverage.
I hope you like it. We work hard.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Okay,
it's
good.
great.
Okay, good. 4 damage on offer here.
I want to see what happens next into the instant aura for 3. Dodge the Arsenal Disruption. Into next turn, Tunic in the palm of your hand. Just because I just want to see this value. It's just, I think what happens next is so fun to play with.
Let's see. Yeah, might just be the Crown of Providence
this
tucking
early.
away the active glory that is in the arsenal. That represents that +6 at instant speed in a couple terms. Crown of Providence effect just going to go ahead and tuck away that instant, going to rip a card off the top. But if you're Arachne Slip through the cracks, the sooner you see the Crown of Providence hit the combat chain, the happier you are. That is the one get out of jail free card to the disruption of the arsenal that Arachne Slip through the cracks wants to go ahead and present, as we're seeing the edge of her seats there hit the combat chain from the top of deck effect from the Leave No Witnesses. So a silver created as per the contract being completed. 2 damage was over the top. The mark now gone, and it looks like we might be playing an instant on the end of Arachne's turn. What happens next? Before that Tunic counter ticks up to 3. Still might consider to continue these instant speed effects. It's going to be the suspense coming down. This one completely free, thanks to the what happens next. 2 suspense tokens upon them. And that's going to go ahead and create that confidence token that's going to pop right here. And we're not done doing things at instant speed. Pleiades Superstar is going to go ahead and move a counter from the tension in the air onto the what happens next. That's something we're going to see if you're playing Pleiades. They want to keep that card around as long as possible. It's basically a Tunic resource on both turns, multiple turns in a row.
It's pretty incredible. I have been really impressed with how long Pleiades is able to float these constant generating suspense auras, something like what happens next, right? That's constantly providing value. I've seen it stay on the board the entire game, constantly just moving tokens from other auras of suspense onto it, keeping it going.
Look at this. We're going to see it in the palm of her hand. It's going to draw a card. It just costs the 1 thanks to the what happens next. And right off the top is a command and conquer. And lest we forget, there is a tension in the air that has resolved. The next attack is getting plus an additional 4, and the confidence token means this thing can only be blocked by 2 cards. So here comes Command and Conquer. It's coming in for 10. You can't block it with more than 2 cards, and good luck trying to use defense reactions on this turn, because you can't do that either. That arsenal is going to be challenging for Sue to keep around.
Yeah, this is rude. This is in huge Command and Conquer. It's impossible to block currently. What do you even do here?
I guess maybe we might see 1 Crown of Providence for 1 Crown of Providence on subsequent turn cycles. It might be the only way to save the arsenal here, as this is one of the bigger Command and Conquers and more evasive Command and Conquers I believe we've ever seen on coverage. Looks like it is going to be the Crown of Providence coming down.
Yeah, this is early for Crown of Providence on both sides. I'm a little less surprised to see it here from the Slippy, because Pleiades doesn't have quite the same amount of arsenal disruption that Slippy offers. But man, it feels a little bit early. And I'm a little worried that Pleiades is going to seize this moment and just continue the tempo. This looks like a pretty strong spot. You're arsenaling a powerful red. You have good auras of suspense. What happens next is staying around for a while.
And you get to refund a card with the in the palm of your hand. Sink below.
Not quite.
Being played. Can't play that on a Command and Conquer. You can see Kazuki here pointing that out. A little bit of a laugh there from Sue. And you know, both players. It's all good. Just a bit of a, I think the technical term in the pro community is a brain fart.
Yeah, or a
right?
gaff.
Yeah.
That's a good word.
I believe that's how that's often said. 8 damage going to come down. Maybe Sue had that in the calculations, though, when he only blocked with the Crown of Providence in terms of preserving some life. Well, at least I'll get to get the 4 life from the sink below, so it's okay to just block with my Crown of Providence here. So that might have been just a bit of a misstep in multiple ways. See how it comes back to bite him. I know you know nothing about misusing a sink below in high pressure moments, so I know there's nothing you could really say on this on this broadcast here, as the 4 cards are going to be drawn up. And now we've got 5 cards to work with, but we know one of them is a sink below. So if Kazuki sees 4 cards used and 1 card hits the arsenal, he will know precisely what his opponent has working.
Unlike what we've seen earlier from this deck, we have a mixture of blues and reds, which is going to be really helpful. I find that Slippy, especially against decks that are capable of being defensive, wants to utilize the daggers more and more to get around the defense, make things a little bit more awkward. Here we're going to see, I think that's 2 copies of Orb Weaver Spinneret. I was just talking about daggers being good. That's pretty good.
That's going to go ahead and get a Graphene Calycera down for Sue, which would make that early flick of the Hunter's Clave just a little less costly.
I do think the optimal daggers for Slippy to have is 1 Clave and 1 Calycera. It lets them swing both off a single blue. It's really difficult to defend against. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Spinneret, make the Calycera, go through the turn, flick the Calycera, and then with the plans to make another.
Gonna be the Calycera being created from the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
It's a little awkward when your opponent is going to know that you arsenal the sink below.
Well, especially with Arachne Soup to the Cracks, where you're constantly having to wonder, what is that arsenal? Is it an attack reaction? Is it a follow-up to the initial chain link they're playing? You're making all these calculations internally based on what you think your opponent has. Any bit of information gained, especially in a match like this, round 1 of a calling, could be the difference maker as we see the Persuasive Prognosis come down, gets that additional buff, gets the go again from Slip Through the Cracks. Still a pretty threatening effect.
Yeah, 4 Gogan's pretty strong, especially against a deck like Pleiades. I see that the current builds are not super high on defensive tools like 0 for 4 defense reactions that might be able to cover this a little bit more cleanly. So something like Persuasive Prognosis starting the turn off is really quite threatening. You're asking for 2 cards here, possibly more if you're representing an attack reaction. We have yet to see a super big, powerful play from the Slippy. I think this is definitely more in line with what we can expect an average turn to look like. Quad reds generally aren't the most conducive to big plays. But down the line, with that Crown of Providence gone, I think Codex of Frailty's value really goes up. That's definitely going to be on both players' mind with the game moving forward.
Kazuki here really giving this one a think. Represents so many branching paths if this Persuasive Prognosis does connect.
Slippy reminds me of a fighting game character.
Welcome to Flesh and Blood, dog.
Yeah, it's
kind of
exactly
the whole
what
thing.
it is. It's exactly what it is. That's what it feels like. It's like, okay, is this a mix-up? Am I going to get grabbed?
Yeah. There's that great video. Shout out Gorganian Toe on YouTube. Flesh and Blood is a fighting game.
I think I've watched that video 3 times.
Yeah, a lot of players really resonate. That's something I think that we all feel as Flesh and Blood players is just how it feels to play this game. It's unique. It's so kinetic. It's so exciting. You really feel like you're doing these game actions that you're taking. You really feel it like in Assassin. Like you say, is this a mix-up? Am I going to go ahead and let this dagger connect, or can I use some cloak and dagger and some reactions to get around, strike in the backside, find a way to get around these blocks? We're seeing Kazuki present some blocks. The second use of the Iron Fist Revelation here. Going to go ahead and block with an Edge of Her Seats. We're going to trigger Reveal that Crush the Weak that we saw in the turn right before.
That's a powerful card in this matchup. Shutting off most of the offensive threats in the Slippy deck. It's, very heavy on 3 attack stealth cards. Crush the Weak just saying, nope, you can't do that. Please block me.
Tunic can be utilized here. See what he's going to pitch away. I'm so curious if he pitches this thing below or if he keeps it. Another Orb Weaver Spinneret. This is a kind of an awkward turn. He wants to throw. I have to imagine the surgical here. He is going to keep the sink below. He's fine with his opponent having the information. He'd rather have the 4 life, especially given that he just created the Calycera on his own side of the arena. Well, we see the boots of the boards come in here. Temper 2, but can pitch 3 into it to make 3 toughness tokens. See if Kazuki has more in his mind than just the block value.
I like this play. You're seeing a strong Crush card face up in Arsenal, so sink below makes a lot of sense. You also just watched your opponent basically tell you that there are no 4 defensive value cards in play on this turn because of the armor block on the Persuasive Prognosis. Surgical Extraction says, okay, give me another 2 cards then, or I'm going to ruin your day.
Kazuki here looking like he's going to do so. 1 card from hand and 1 card from that equipment zone. Command and Conquer, I believe it's a blue, one of the new Macho Grandes. We see the 3-block committed, plus the boots to the board. Does he want to go ahead and trigger boots to the board here? He has the what happens next to discount. He is going to go ahead and do so with the Tunic online. I was like, where's that confidence coming from? It's toughness. There's the 3 tokens from the boots to the board. Now, because of the Tunic being online, I do believe he'll still be able to throw that Crush the Weak, even though he only has the red in hand, because of the discount effect of that what happens next. And furthermore, if he wants to, he can refund his hand for that arsenal if he wants to go ahead and use Pleiades to get another card off of the in the palm of her hand.
I think what I expect to see is that we don't take that extra card right now and gamble on it being something that we want to arsenal. I wouldn't be surprised to wait 1 turn, pop it, put the counter on what happens next, because that thing's never going away, and then you get to choose what you want to do with the card.
Suspense, you're going to pop, make a confidence token for the next turn.
Confidence tokens was probably my biggest surprise of this set. Confidence tokens are incredibly powerful, and I wrote them off early.
And they are gorgeous in that full EA Marvel variety here. Confidence token doing so much work so far early, as we're going to see the Command and Conquer come down here. Just going to go ahead and preserve that Crush the Weak in the arsenal.
That's really interesting to me.
And this is just, let's be very clear, off of the Tunic counter. No cards are in the pitch zone. This is a Tunic counter CNC.
You know why it's CNC? We know there's Sync below in the arsenal.
Fire, Majin. That's so sick. You can see Kazuki here using all of the information at his disposal and getting so much value off of these Auras of Suspense. Plus, that confidence token can come very nicely around with that Crush the Weak on the next turn, thanks to the +1 counter he got from the Iron Fist Revelation. Let's see just what Sue is working with, as this first game is giving us everything we could have asked for. Both heroes affected by the new changes to Classic Constructed, and it's already been a banger to start things off.
Yeah, this is fun. I think we're really getting to see the kind of like Pleiades board state game plan. Once again, still impressed with confidence tokens. They've been good both times. One thing I want to draw your attention to is that we're not seeing Moment Maker.
Oh, yeah, that was something I meant to bring up earlier, but the armor block too important with that steel braid buckler.
I think you're just not planning on having a bunch of Auras of Suspense all the time against a more aggressive deck. So I think the 3 block that you get from the shield is probably valued a little bit higher. We are seeing a lot of armor block very early from Pleiades, which makes me think that they're valuing tempo very highly. They do not want to fall too far behind here. They want to keep pressing their offense.
And those toughness tokens are going to go a long way to doing so. You don't want to cash them in against this Hunter's Clave. You don't get to pick, I'd like these toughness tokens to work later in the turn. No, it's the first time that you're going to block with an action card, which is going to make this Hunter's Clave pretty annoying for Kazuki. Thanks to the block already with the boots to the board, none of the equipment will stop this thing because of the piercing keyword. Kazuki might, just priced into saying no blocks here. Take the 1 down to 31 and getting that marked token.
Another thing I've been impressed with Pleiades over normal Guardians, or let's say like Guardians of times before, is she seems very able to make use of extra cards in her hand. With a bunch of auras, if you leave her with extra cards, she just puts things on the board that come back to bite you later. And a lot of other Guardians aren't like that. You can often strand them with multiple defense reactions that they can't use offensively, go on an off-turn, on-turn cycle. But if you take off-turns against Pleiades, she just booms you.
The mark token going to be gotten out of here thanks to the hit from the Graphene Callisto. We're going to see Pleiades activated here. Look in here, got the toughness still, haven't blocked with an action card. Pain in the backside, gonna go ahead and threaten 3 damage, but these toughness tokens mean they might not get too much value here because both players know it's a Sync below sitting in the arsenal. But Kazuki here might just want to stop himself from getting marked again. Looks to the boots and the boards one more time. We're playing the Sync below game here, and it's not normal that both players are aware of a card on both sides of the arena, but it does feel like we are seeing the way that initial miss block has cascaded over multiple turns Kazuki here has to be considering it as he pitches away the dig-in once again, maybe looking to make some toughness tokens on the subsequent turn.
I love digging. I love,
Yeah, dude, me too.
let's call them modular blues. Blues that can serve multiple purposes. Maybe like a utility blue would be a better way of putting it. But it's just going to be carrying tokens. Oh, are we floating one here?
Floating a resource, cool little guitar pick for another tension in the air. And with Pleiades, if he wants, he can go ahead and make sure this pops this turn alongside the confidence token, putting another counter back on the what happens next, so that at the start of Kazuki's turn, he's going to draw a card thanks to the palm of her hand. The confidence token is going to pop. Tension in the air, discounted by 1 thanks to the what happens next, means that one floating resource can get perfectly coupled alongside, meaning that not only will another card be drawn here, but that Crush the Weak is going to come down with the confidence token with that +4 and threaten a lot of damage against Sue. Even though there's that sink below, that Crush might be connecting.
I think you're going to need a couple more sink belows. This is looking like a pretty powerful swing here. And once again, what happens next? Not going away just yet.
Oh, gets one more counter. Might finally see it on the subsequent turn unless another Aura of Suspense comes down. But this is normally an attack for 7. +1 thanks to the counter from the Iron Fist Revelation. +4 from the tension in the air. Here's an attack for 12 with confidence and a crush effect. Sue kind of sits back, takes stock of a situation. And like you said at the beginning of this game, Majin, we are seeing Pleiades keep the foot on the gas.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive. Basically, unstoppable crush effect at this point. So you have to take a look at your hand and go, okay, what can I do? Luckily, there's a Command and Conquer, which is a nice way to try to regain a little bit of this tempo. But man, I hate sending things like that into toughness tokens. A 3-block and the last block on that shield just covers it up for free.
So sick, dude. Let's see. This one, you can use that sink below. There's the block for 3 go to reactions. Now we see it come forth. Let's see if we want to go ahead and sink one of those cards away. No, going to go ahead and just block for 5, taking 7 down to 20. Goes Arachne, slip through the cracks. Boy, I bet you we are wishing we had a Bonds of Agony on that other side of the table. But it is a new era of Flesh and Blood, a new meta, a new dawn. The Super Slam is here, and many changes have hit this format. 4 cards drawn, card in the pitch. We're going to see that Command and Conquer come down potentially. First, we're seeing the Graphene Calicera with that go again. Thanks to the slip through the cracks hero text.
Yeah, Calicera are really good at just allowing you to fully convert every resource that you have access to with Slippy. Really powerful card. Just another one that I kind of wrote off a bit and then was really impressed with. I think that if we're looking to get back into this game, we're falling a little bit behind on the Slippy side. But I mentioned before that with all this armor gone, Crown of Providence gone, Codex of Frailty is the card. It's the one that we need to be keeping an eye on, and we have one. We're going to load it up in the arsenal, and I think if we're going to steal tempo back, that's going to be how we do it.
Yeah, I see Kazuki here. God, this is what I just love about Flesh and Blood, the World Tour in general. You just see a look of confusion from both players, but then just a point from the Calicera to the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks hero, and that is just enough to confirm. How does it go again? Oh, of course, your hero text. Even though they're both marvels, they are not needing to communicate beyond just playing these great games. It is the common language that unites all of these gamers all around the world. I love to see it just play out for us in real time. We see Kazuki here. You know, Flesh and Blood just came to Japan recently, and last year he has all of these cards in his native language. You see Sue also coming from elsewhere in the world. It's just so exciting to watch the mission statement be so beautifully represented here in front of our very eyes on the Super Slam release weekend.
There it is. There's the armor block. I expect we see a 3-block. Just cleanly cover this. Not where you want to be with your Command and Conquer.
You see why Kazuki was so willing and wanting to utilize these toughness tokens, on subsequent turns. Also, small correction, it was 5 damage taken on that last turn, not 7. It was a block for 7. Excited when I saw the little hand gesture for 5. So down to 22 is Sue. He's currently playing into Kazuki Itabashi on 29. Pleiades Superstar versus Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. 28 minutes remaining in this first round. We're up to turn 5. See both of these players trying to get their first important win. But this is so nice if you are Pleiades. You're getting buffs on offense and defense here. The toughness tokens, the confidence tokens, the auras. None of these cards are doing what their printed values are. They are doing so much more, synergizing quite nicely. Are we going to see a boulder drop? Hit the combat chain on defense.
I didn't get to see what we drew off in the palm of your hand, so we don't really know what that arsenal is. We saw a solid blue get pitched that turn.
Imposing Visage, I believe, yeah.
Which is an okay card to arsenal. So I have to imagine it's not an embarrassing blue. Could be a red here. It'll really change how the next couple of turns go. We could just see double setup. Okay, keeps what happens next, going for another turn. Sit down, immediately buffing, +4.
We're going to go ahead, and this one's just going to come in with the hammer. To pitch away the dig in, so gets the buff. Pretty
Casual
nice.
Not too bad.
Get to keep around the what happens next. Just come on down with that Titan's Fist. And in for 8, and this is the thing, you've got the life lead. He's continuing to pressure it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Sal here, I think this is what you want to see. There's no big on hit. You need to start taking tempo back. You have your codex lined up. This is probably what you wanted to see. No blue is unfortunate. The classic Calycera codex CNC line is not available. We do have Tunic, so we could do it with the yellow if that's what we want to do.
Sync below coming down in reactions. 4 damage down.
No sync.
No sync. Taking 4 down to 18. So we're seeing Arachne slip through the cracks, struggle against this brand new day 1 Super Slam hero.
I think we're going to see him battle his way back a little bit in this
Oh,
turn.
yeah. This is looking like a good one. This hero is at the top of the metagame for quite a long time, getting itself into the top 8 of the last Pro Tour.
Threatening multiple strong on-hits here. The Saber Bloodshed threatening to draw a card and keep the chains going. I feel like we're also going to see an on-hit Arsenal Disruption card later in the turn. I was thinking Command and Conquer, but we're using our resources on the Clave here. Threaten that mark so that we can try to push that draw off Saber Bloodshed. So maybe a Leave No Witnesses at the end. Once again, Pleiades not chock full of 4 defensive cards. Makes it difficult to block out Leave No Witness with just 1 card.
29 life for Kazuki, so he's got plenty. That department, that what happens next has been there
The whole
for,
game.
7 years at this point. It has just not gone anywhere.
It'll still be there next round.
As we see, we just get back to the feature match table. It's like, oh, he
Still
forgot
there.
his card. Like, no, I left it here.
2 counters left.
Yeah. 26 for Kazuki here after taking that 5 damage. Mark token now goes ahead and threatens a draw if the Calycera comes in, potentially powered up by the Findall Spring Tunic. Keep a card in hand here for Arachne.
I think we have access to pick up the point, which seems really strong. You get to force through the Saber Bloodshed effect with Flick Knives, immediately pick up the point, and then follow it up with something like Codex of Frailty. The only thing here is that with both the daggers activated, no extra resources floating, and we'll have already used our stealth attack if we use the Calycera here, it's going to be tough to actually turn that new card into anything.
Yeah, that's part of what we were so curious about on this very first turn. Like, okay, you're going to draw the random card if you commit the Flick Knives here, but sometimes the Arachne Crack deck will find a reaction that doesn't quite work. Oh, I drew the contract card and this is a stealth reaction. Gonna be the boost to the board. Just gonna go ahead and stop this Graphene Calycera. No toughness created, so no draw here unless there's something like a T-Toxin, but I believe we know that there is not. So here comes the pick up the point coming in for 3. This attack is not a dagger attack, so does not threaten that draw.
Not picking up the point here. Both dagger slots full. I wonder if we're even going to see a Flick committed this turn, because once again, I don't think we are. Oh, I see it. Okay, we Codex of Frailty. We get our attack, Leave No Witnesses. We attack with Leave No Witnesses. Then we Flick to draw the card, and we can arsenal it. We get 2 ponder. We get a ponder. So you have 2 choices.
That's interesting.
The best thing.
Do you keep the Hunter's Clay for a future turn? You can see the take up the mantle in the pitch zone. That's a reason you might want to have the ability to flick on demand, you just use to pick up the points. We don't know how many more recursive effects there are here on offer for
We also lost the mark by hitting with pick up the points. So I think
yeah.
it's just no longer in the cards.
So we're going to go ahead and come forward with the Leave No Witnesses.
This is a good card.
Coming in for 4.
Threatening the arsenal and the top of deck. Silver is generally not the most important resource for Arachne slip through the cracks, but I have seen it. I have seen it come into play.
Now, this is interesting as well for Kazuki. He's got a pretty easy pitch of that hand. You can go... Oh, I guess it's actually not that easy at all. 2 blues. You need a 3rd blue for the Tear Asunder line. Pitch that and then go forward with the Cries of Encore.
Some really powerful plays here, though. Both Command and Conquer and Cries of Encore really strong. Cries of Encore could buy back what happens next afterwards. Oh, did you see that arsenal?
Yeah, dude, it's an instant speed aura. It's not threatened here by the Leave No Witnesses at all. I think it's maybe the Suspense is killing me.
Oh, that could be pretty devastating here. Command and Conquer for 6. Psych is actually 7. I've got hit with that already once, and it did not feel good, let me tell you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that one or if it's...
I believe that's the one. I'm almost certain it's Suspense is killing me.
Yeah, this is exciting. So what you're talking about, Command and Conquer for 6, no, it is 7. This is because it doesn't say your first attack gets +1 when it attacks. It just says your first attack each turn gets +1. So this effect can be applied retroactively. We're seeing it just get resolved here in response to the trigger, and off the top is a Suspense. So no second silver generation here for Arachne. And now that the Suspense is killing me is very interesting. It's now... Because it's on the field, this whatever attack is coming in is going to be coming in for that additional +1. You don't get to use it in the reaction step. However, it is something you should be aware of if you ever sit down across the table from Pleiades Superstar. This card can turn an attack from its printed value to that +1, even when it's played in the reaction step.
Wow. Wow, what a play. Command and Conquer off Tunic again. It was the end of an era. What happens next? Finally gone. Oh, nope. Actually, here's another one. Command and Conquer for 7 off just a Tunic counter.
And there are still those Black Tech Whispers available for Arachne here. You want to get that extra point of block value, but we have seen just beautifully done here from Pleiades. Just 3 turns, Tunic, CNC. Another 3 turns, Tunic, CNC. What happens next? Really proving itself to be one of the marquee cards for this Pleiades deck. And we're seeing a Cries of Encore, I believe. It's going to hit that arsenal and do some recursion with those auras of suspense on future turns. We've got to see for Pleiades here, you've got to get another one of those big confidence turns. You actually have to close the game out. Sometimes you watch these decks, oh, that's a cool trick. Oh, wow, that's really interesting. Oh, some cool sequencing there. But you actually do still have to find enough damage and often some evasion to just close out the game.
Cries of Encore, not quite active. We are at a higher life total than the Slippy. Maybe looking to take a little bit of damage and then send it with the on hit actually turned on. Cries of Encore does some pretty impressive stuff. You can kind of cycle multiple things, and with confidence tokens, you can force it through. I wonder if we're going to see something like that. Another, man, Persuasive Prognosis. I have cards in my hand. I have a card in Arsenal. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Oh, my stress levels are rising just looking at it.
And you see immediately just taking a look. Okay, there's a Take Up the Mantle. He immediately goes through and looks at the graveyard. What is this thing going to be, or what could it become?
Quick, just an it count.
Yeah, we know the Arsenal. It's the Cries of Encore. Maybe take a look at Kazuki's hand, see the texture of what they're working with. Unless he's going to go ahead and say no blocks.
Wow.
He's willing to spin the wheel. No reactions. Take 1 down to 19. Goes Kazuki, goes Pleiades.
What's off the top? What's off the top?
Let's see what's off the top of the deck. It's going to be an Enlightened Strike. It's going to be red. Interesting inclusion, and that means one of these cards is going to hit the wayside. We see the brand new pummel. We see the in the palm of her hand and a couple of blues. You have to imagine that pummel would have been nice on that Cries of Encore turn.
I have not seen that pummel. Well, okay, but the pummel, I was just going to say, I was like, I don't know if it's going to be chosen. We don't know what the Arsenal card is. If it's not an attack, the pummel actually doesn't do anything here. So I was thinking maybe it would slip through. Didn't. It might slip through the cracks.
Yeah, there you
as
go.
it were.
There you go. You can see pitching away that shred just for the attack with the Hunter's Clave. No value able to be given if Kazuki had presented a block on the Persuasive Prognosis. We're seeing a player here in Kazuki Itabashi who is playing this game beautifully. He is really reading this Arachne Slip Through the Cracks player very well, reading the deck as the Codex of Frailty is going to come down. This is a nice big crackback turn, though, from Su. We're seeing both players here a little bit of a laugh.
Second Codex of Frailty. I feel like they, it's kind of like three of a kind. The first one begets the second one. You just go from Codex to Codex to Codex. Ponder token helping you churn through the deck. At least that's what it feels like on the other side of the board.
And look, this one here, it looks like it might just go ahead and grab a couple of cards just to protect that Cries of Encore. But now that Frailty token turns the Cries of Encore from a breakpoint into just a more pedestrian attack for 6, which means that on hit, harder to get through. And you start to see the cascading effects of one of the most iconic cards in Flesh and Blood, as Codex of Frailty can just change the timbre of a game in an instant. And you start to feel the effects for multiple turns following.
I wonder if it's time to tick down the what happens next to keep the suspense is killing me around, just so you can push over that breakpoint, just so you can come in for 7 instead of 6.
Yeah, that's got to be consideration here for Kazuki. He's actually down in life now. 19 for Su, down to 18 for Kazuki. So Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, still very much a relevant threat in the metagame if early returns are to be believed. 17 minutes and 19 seconds remaining here in the round. Suzuki here finding himself perhaps a bit on the back foot as it started to work a little better for our Chaos Assassin.
The Ponder token going to keep the threats coming. Oh, a Tunic. Wow. The last piece of armor on Kazuki's side. That's a high cost.
This is a challenging turn here for Kazuki.
I think, given the game state, we can expect for the Tunic to get at least one more counter with the current life totals. It's really tough to give it up now.
And he's not gonna. 2 cards committed. We're probably happy to see that.
I love this.
Solve the Ponder first before you put the card at the bottom. Gonna head to the arsenal. Looks like it's gonna be an activation of Pleiades here to just keep the what happens next around for a future turn still.
Wow. I was not expecting this. I was expecting it to go the other way around. I really wanted to value that +1. We're lower life. Get cheered.
Oh, that is nice. I feel like I haven't seen this card actually be resolved for that cheer effect, but that's the only way you actually get the on hit.
That on hit is powerful.
I know. This is not something Su wants to let through. Cries of Encore, of course, when it hits, an aura of suspense can be played from the graveyard, and they're all instants. You can play any of them.
Looks like the keeping the what happens next actually pays off because Sink Below was drawn. Letting it through.
2 damage means with the what happens now, he can get something that costs 1 if he has it, or that costs 0 here, down to 17.
Don't think we have any 1 costs here. Yep. Let's see another what happens next. Man, you liked Command and Conquer off Tunic counter. How about Command and Conquer for free?
Bro, I ain't never seen these cards together yet. This could get nasty as we see 2 EA What Happens Next. This is also one of my favorite things when you just see a day 0, day 1 of a format, and a player has already committed to one of these new decks. It's a Marvel Pleiades. It's a Marvel Confidence token. It's these EA What Happens Next in multiple languages. Kazuki has found a deck. He clearly resonates with her. Let's see if he can pilot her to the very first victory for Pleiades Superstar in her classic constructed lifespan on stream.
Oh, looks like he's lining up a block. Blocking Kiss of Death always comes with a bit of danger. Tarantula Toxin can absolutely blow you out. We do see a Sink Below behind. No reds. No big attack. Might just be an off turn, which is not what you want to see when you have both your 2 copies of what happens next on the board. You really want to be taking advantage of that.
Now here comes in the backside, 2 left in hand.
A local player calls this the forbidden combo. Kiss of Death into Pain in the backside. Pain in the backside on hit lets you flick a dagger. Kiss of Death is a dagger, so you can flick it, get the extra damage. Pretty strong. It's Pain in the backside essentially threatening 5 here. Life totals are getting a little low. Not quite to danger levels yet, but moving in that direction. This might just be an off turn for Kazuki. Another Kiss of Death.
That's just going to buy another block with the digging.
And we did sink. I wonder if we found something that we can play off these multiple what happens next.
Yeah, that will be exciting. The Kiss of Death going to be flicked here for 2 damage. So now Kazuki down to lower life. 17 playing 16, but the turn passing back over to Pleiades. The Confidence token, can it be utilized on this turn? Both what happens next tick down. The Tunic ticks up to 2.
No, just a
Oh,
pass.
it's just a pass over.
Oh, man. Slippy with 5 cards. That's a lot.
And
You're
the
only at
Justin Nick
16.
in Arsenal. But once again, it's quad red for Sue here. And one of the cards is a CNC. It's a Razor's Edge. That doesn't work nicely. It's a Spike with Blood Rot. That costs a resource as well. So we might just be seeing the double trouble come down here. It's gotta, you can utilize both those reactions into it. The Justin Nick isn't going to get any value here, but you're going to be able to threaten a lot of damage. The double trouble can get its own effect to get that +2. The Spike with Blood Rot, the Razor's Edge. This thing can go up to an attack so quickly from 3 to what, 11?
I don't even know. It's a lot. And a Blood Rot token. But on Kazuki's side, you can't put too many cards in front of it. Because if you do, so it just says no reactions, CNCU.
Yeah, that's so tough.
That's how Slippy puts people into such difficult spots, especially when life totals start to get lower. Yes, you can make a play that maybe is a little bit wrong here. Maybe you don't have to block this. Maybe you can let it go. But what happens when you're at 5 and you're facing this down? All of a sudden, things get really tough.
Interestingly, we're seeing it's no blocks called from Pleiades. It's going to be a Flick Knives as the first reaction. Down goes the Calicera, and down goes Kazuki to 15. Remaining in the reaction step for Arachne and Sue. We're going to see the Razor's Edge. Pumps it up to 6 and then immediately to 8 thanks to Double Trouble's own text from that second reaction being played. A little bit of a head nod here from Kazuki. That's going to be it for the reactions because we have the Tunic. It looks like it might be CNC as a follow-up from here.
And that is a powerful turn cycle. Tons of damage off the Double Trouble. I don't think the top of deck banish is really going to be relevant in this game, but 8 is a lot. Followed up with 6. Huge on hit.
Thanks to Pleiades, one of these what happens next can stick around, but Katsuki Itabashi is down to 11 here, looks like. There's confirming life totals.
I think
down
lower.
To 9, yeah.
I think 7.
Wow. 7 damage here is going to be the final life total after that attack.
Can't go to 1. Flick Knives.
Don't want to lose that arsenal. You have to imagine. And this has been such an exciting early part of this game for Pleiades, and then we are starting to see Arachne slip through the cracks, just take control of this game with that iron grip. You can see the massive mandible, not mandible claws, I suppose, but like razor-thin parts of Arachne's hand there as he has grasped a hold of this game. He's not letting go, but it's going to be the act of glory from the arsenal. This one you only had to pitch 2 into thanks to both of those what happens next. 2 floating. Can those be utilized for Kazuki here at all?
Right now.
We're going to go ahead and see them put one of the counters over onto the what happens next. 2 more floating resources are going to just be utilized by the wayside. 2 left in hand. Immediately, the act of glory is going to trigger, so +6 on this next attack. Is it going to be enough, though? Kazuki's down to 4. It's Cries of Encore.
Wow, threatening to bring back another what happens next. Probably, I don't know, just judging on what happened before. We might see it again. 13, but honestly, I think even more important is the confidence token being refreshed for the following turn.
Yeah, this is something Sue has to wonder. Like, listen, how much can I take knowing I'll only be able to block with 2 cards on the following turn? But this is what happens when the Arachne deck gets the life lead. 17 life for Arachne, 4 after that big attack and damage from Kazuki as that instant was played in response to Command and Conquer, dealing damage. So if Sue is comfortable taking some damage here, and it looks like he is, he's taking 10 down to 7. He's comfortable letting Kazuki get a card back for his arena side because I believe he knows at this point any number of reactions could spell doom for his opponent.
In the palm of your hand here, that's a great pickup. Just refreshing the arsenal only for the cost of the tunic counter, which you're probably going to use on defense here pretty soon. You're likely not going to get the counter back. So though, incredibly powerful hand. Double Trouble Blue, Justinic and Arsenal. And I believe the last 2 cards are not just Razor's Edge, but also the 3rd Codex of Frailty.
Ooh.
I got a little peek at Kazuki's arsenal. I think it might be a Sink Below, which would be very timely.
right off the top, thanks to the palm of her hand, which is only able to be grabbed thanks to the Cries of Encore's on-hit effect. That would be a massive rip off the top. It is a sync below in the arsenal. My goodness, can Kazuki stay alive and make that confidence token mean something? He's gotten his opponent down to 7. There's only 9 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this game. Kazuki had all the fireworks early, but there's a reason that people thought this Arachne Slip Through the Cracks deck would still have some major metagame share, and we're seeing why. Even though things were challenging in those first couple turns for Su, he has battled back, currently on the front foot, attacking with this blue double trouble. It's never just for one.
I think it's going to be coming in for, if Justin Nick is in the arsenal, I think it's coming in for 11. We have Sync Below in the arsenal for Kazuki, but that is a lot. And it's so tough to commit so many cards blocking this double trouble, because with Slippy's ability, you can just sidestep it. If the rest of the hand is attacks, you could put yourself in a really bad spot. Just the Tunic block, I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, now this comes up to 4, and Kazuki here, you can't take 3 because then Flick Knives. Here's the Justinic as well. Gonna come down. I don't think Kazuki can stay alive when it goes all the way up to 11. Sync Below, he's gonna look for something else from the top of the deck. Currently blocking 5 on 11.
Needs to find one. Needs to find another.
Takes a look at it. Motions forward, but it's not a defensive piece. And the fist bump is extended. And Arachne Slip Through the Cracks might not have Bonds of Agony any longer, but that does not mean here it's any less effective. Your first round winner here with a big laugh and a big smile. It's Su Jaeyong taking down that first round.
Yeah, that was cool. I think we got to see not only that Slippy didn't lose too much of a step, but also we got to see what Pleiades does.
Yeah.
We really got to see her work there, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, so many different game actions. The sequencing was so impressive from our Pleiades player, just seeing the way they were able to utilize all those different cards in concert with each other, but also just the way that some of those synergies really work together. It's something that we've seen now in the 2 games we've cast with Pleiades. You get to see Pleiades, honestly, look really great early. The cards are really singing. They're really working nicely together. Those big damage, the big damaging cards, getting the crush effects through, getting that evasion. And then in the mid to late game, it's like, how do we find those red pumps now when the life total is under pressure, when our hand and arsenal is under pressure, when the wheels and the machine starts to fall off? It'll be interesting to see how the players construct their decks to keep that mid and late game remaining consistent.
Yeah, there was a couple turns where we just didn't have quite enough pressure on Pleiades' side. I'm thinking of the turn we swung the hammer. Another turn where we just blocked and passed. It's you just can't have these against these aggressive decks that when they do have 5-card hands present so much offense at you. And if you give Slippy tempo, he's not going to give it back.
No, probably not, as we saw in that game. Congrats to both of our players. But for those of you at home who are thinking to yourself, I know how to crack Pleiades, I know how to get onto the calling stream and take down a game, then I got the product for you, my friend. Super Slam is out now, and it is clearly quite the heavy hitter, if you will, of a set. These heroes are so fun. They play the game in such different ways. And if that stream match was anything to go off of, boy, are they going to just be a blast to play.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this set. I've now played all of these heroes, both in Sealed and Classic Constructed, and each one of them feels very unique in a way, like for all of their classes. I will say, Lyatho, definitely my favorite. The 5 intellect thing has been so much fun to cook with.
So fun to cook with. I might be similar there with you. But honestly, we have a friend all the way across the sea in Shizuoka who's helping us out with the stream. You viewers at home might know our dear friend Mansan. And Mansan is getting me kind of excited about this Kayo deck. We were talking about it earlier in Montreal, and we were out there for the world premiere. And I was quick to be like, well, there's no way Kayo's a deck, right? How does that hero have anything going on? Mansan, from the minute we were there, was cooking on the deck building website, on fabtcg.com. He was cooking so many different lists. I watched him with an eyebrow raised. I did not believe my dog went. I think it went at 7-1 yesterday in the side effects, side events in Shizuoka. So clearly finding some success. I might be becoming a believer. You know what else? I'm a believer in these fantastic new legendaries and fables. We've seen one of them utilized on stream already. That Iron Fist Revelation clearly can have some major influence, not only the +1 value on offense, but when you're talking about cards with Crush, those on-hit effects can be so important, and maybe +1 extra bit of offensive value might be your ticket to those crush effects.
Yeah, the +1, I think, even stronger than you might normally think, because a lot of the crush cards are balanced around the fact that if you put this many cards in front of it, it negates the crush effect. Spinal Crush, 2-3 blocks, no crush effect. But if it comes in for 10, all of a sudden, you have to start putting more cards.
Yeah, taking a look here, of course, Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, the Authority of Ataya. These are cards you're going to have to imagine we're going to see at our gaming tables. But it's not just the Brutes and the Guardians that got love in Super Slam. The expansion slot was a doozy, folks. So many cards on offer in the expansion slot. Do you have a favorite that's not called Light Up the Leaves?
I was like, I don't know why you're asking me. Of course it's Light Up the Leaves. Do I have a favorite that's not Light Up the Leaves?
Yeah.
I actually love Backspin Thrust. You see it right there.
Dude, come on. Well, also the EA Cold Foil
pretty.
just goes actually crazy. Just goes actually crazy. My favorite, Golden Gauntlets, and I will not be elaborating further. Let's go ahead and talk about some of our further reprints, because this is one of the cards I was most excited to see in the set. All 5 of these suckers. It's just been so wonderful to see. I've been privy to some messages online and just some players just really celebrating their chance to play new heroes, new decks with the advent of these reprints. Cards becoming a little more accessible means players from long-time Flesh and Blood fans, new Flesh and Blood fans are finding their deck building avenues opening up. You know, even Pankaj Bajwani, my very good friend, you're my good friend. It was at Montreal Weekend where he was like, I'm going to be able to have Felling of the Crown.
Guess
now.
I'll play Verdance.
Yeah, like, he's like, I didn't play any of these heroes because I didn't have Felling or Plow. And these reprints make these cards a little more accessible. Flick Knives might be my favorite piece of equipment in the game. And so I'm happy to see it in more players' hands as we continue to look forward all weekend to seeing how Super Slam hits the meta and hits our gaming tables. Because, man, this set has just been fun early on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say that was a great first round, and I'm looking forward to some more rounds. But what were you gonna say?
I have a little fun story.
Okay,
So at the Super Slam event in Montreal, I opened my very first pack, and the rares are the first card you see in the set. And I opened it, and my rare was Plow Under, and I thought something had gone wrong. Because it's the same art. I was like, and then I looked around and showed people, and then I looked and it didn't say Rosetta at the bottom, and I was like, oh, this was on purpose. But I thought something was wrong with my packs.
That's awesome. I love that. That's very funny. And I wish you had just continued to open up Rosetta cards.
Just the whole time.
Be the only one playing just like old Aurora in the Super Slam Limited. Yeah.
Auxilio.
Yeah. Totally. Nice 3 cards. Yeah, I see how that works. Well, folks, we've had a great first round here from the Calling in Shizuoka, as we are going to see just how the metagame continues to develop. Round 2 is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, 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 same side.
I'm here breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself.
Welcome back, calling fans. Welcome to Wraith. Turn your attention to Japan. That's not where we are sitting at the moment, but we are watching with bated breath as so many competitors fight their way through a brand new Super Slam meta. My name is Bryce Platz, and I am joined, of course, by Majiin Bae. Caleb, thank you so much for joining us. Sam got the chance to shake your hand, but I did not. So I am happy to do that now. Majiin, the previous game, we saw a lot of board state shenanigans going on, right? This next game is going to be a very different version of that. There's a board state bully that's been around our meta for some time now, but has now been smacked by the ban hammer of LSS and Brian Gottlieb. And I'm, of course, talking about Gravy Bones.
Yes.
So the narrative on the street is that Gravy Bones is dead. 2 versions of Golden Tipple, and he's gone. He's not a contender anymore. This is a Zen thing. Now that his version of Bonds of Ancestry is gone, he's just dead. Is that right?
No. No.
Oh.
Allies, incredibly powerful. Board state decks tend to be very powerful. Gravy Bones accumulates a lot of gold even without Golden Tipple. Very powerful. He has a lot of matchups where decks just struggle to deal with it. We saw one of them last round. Pleiades going to have a really hard time clearing allies and trying to attack Gravy Bones at the same time. The hero that he is facing in the next round doesn't quite have that problem. We're seeing Kayo here. He does have some go again, but they're big attacks. I really want to see how this goes. This game is going to influence my testing for ProQuest season. I was really hoping to see this matchup, actually.
Majiin, you are absolutely not alone. This is definitely what everybody is looking to suss out this weekend. We turn to Japan to answer this question for us. Is old KO juiced enough to handle the big bad board state bully of yesteryear, Gravy Bones? Let's not mince any more words. Let's head back over to Japan for the answer, folks. And what a player to give us that answer. It's Vespa on KO Armed and Dangerous versus Masaru Sasaki on Gravy Bones Shipwreck Looter. And I love this pairing because Vespa, known as an aficionado in this and many other card games. In ours, however, he is definitely a board state expert. He plays Prism. He plays Enigma extremely well, did massively well at calling Kobe, the last calling in Japan. In this case, he is the beatdown. I wonder what makes him shift from his mainstay choice.
I'm not sure. I mean, we know that KO is powerful. The new tools he got are incredibly strong. If anyone knows how to dismantle this board state deck, though, it will be Vespa. And I've heard both sides. I've heard KO crushes Gravy. I've heard that Gravy can't lose to KO. I want the truth. I'm here to see how this actually plays out.
It's 90-90 until we see it play out here. And speaking of new tools, Majiin, here's the first one on display. Reckless Stampede, a brand new card out of Super Slam and probably my favorite Brute card that came into the meta. Whenever a card defends this, Vespa will clash with the defending hero. Whenever a card is defending. So these 2 that are defending from Masaru are going to trigger a clash twice. Every time that Vespa wins a clash, as KO Armed and Dangerous is known to do, he'll deal 1 damage directly to Masaru's life total. A fearsome card in its own right.
It's a terrifying card. Blocks for 0, but you're not blocking with this card. This card is coming in. It's really annoying when I'm playing Kano because I lose every clash for some reason.
Is it because you have no attack value on any of those cards, perhaps?
Some might say that. I think it has something to do with it, though. Probably not the whole story.
So for your issues with the Battle Mage that you're known for piloting now, Verdance Thorn of the Rose, she maybe can win a clash here or there?
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple 7 power attacks. You got, unfortunately, Felling and Plow Under don't clash the way you would want them to as the Verdance player. But you can get lucky once or twice. I still lose to Reckless Stampede almost every time.
Well, in this case, Reckless Stampede, despite it being turn 0 and Masaru having basically the green light to block as much as he wants because he's going to be drawing back up on the next turn, 3 damage leaks through on that turn 0. 37 plays 40 as Masaru takes his first action of the game. Murderous Rabble coming in for, you guessed it, 3 go again after revealing an Amass G on top.
I wonder how he knew it was going to come in for 3. That's crazy.
He has activated the compass, so he indeed had perfect information in that case. Still 3 cards in hand, and 3 damage comes across. Blood has been spilled on the board state aficionado side of the board, and even more blood, plus a little bit disruption, is to follow. Conqueror of the High Seas. The big gravy boat comes in right after the Murderous Rabble.
Yeah, that is a house of a card. I feel like Kayo can do a really good job with a lot of cards in this matchup. You give Kayo free space to run, and he's going to take it, and he's going to run. But Conqueror of the High Seas forces blocks. We don't actually have a ton of disruptive on-hits in the Gravy Bones deck, so having things like Conqueror come in and say, hey, pump the brakes a little bit, I think is really important.
Also, Masaru is probably trying to get this card to connect, hoping that this is a point where Vespa is willing to let an Arsenal go because he's got to be running Balance of Justice in the head slot against cards like Blood Rush Bellows. In this case, if he needs this attack or something else like it to connect in order to generate that first gold token, which is the hardest for Gravy Bones to get.
And Vespa agrees. Full 8 equipment block, which with most heroes is a big deal. But giving up the Scowling Flesh Bag is such an important piece for this KO deck. I'm shocked to see it gone this early. Vespa must be incredibly invested in this hand.
Or could it be a Blood Rush Bellows?
Blood Rush Bellows.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first Blood Rush of the game. That's a Scaling Flashbag, but it has been transformed for your viewing pleasure into a Blood Rush Bellows, the namesake card of Brutes across Wraith, except for Tough Nut. Blood Rush Bellows is going to discard a random card out of Vespa's hand, and if it has 6 or more power, Vespa will draw 2 cards, and the Blood Rush Bellow will gain go again. Never mind, there's also a +2 buff on all Brute attacks, not just attack action cards, for the remainder of the turn.
My opponent will play a Blood Rush Bellows, discard a card, and I look at the cards left and I go, okay, this isn't that bad. They only have 2 cards left. And then they draw the 2 cards at the end of the Blood Rush Bellows resolving, and I'm like, oh, this is not going to go well. Masaru luckily dodged the Beast Within discard that would have gained Vespa another card off its discarding trigger. I wonder if there's another way to possibly get it out of the hand here. It's not the most efficient attack, but if you discard it and get to draw another card for basically more or less free, it can really push the tempo on your side. Hoping that could do it.
Hoping is a fantastic card, especially paired with a Beast Within in hand. If that card, the yellow one that was in Vespa's hand, is discarded at random, Vespa will essentially get a card back off the top.
If I'm in Vespa seat, I'm pretty excited about this. Not just because I'm resolving Blood Rush Bellows on a 5-card hand, but also because when playing against the board state deck, you want to push as hard as you can, as fast as you can, before they get to start setting up the board. Before you have to decide, do I attack Gravy Bones? Do I attack this stupid Sawbones that keeps attacking me for 6? Before Chum hits the board, right? And really throws a wrench into your plans. This is exactly what you want to be doing.
There is something good going for Masaru in this case, though. He gets to block with a Sunken Treasure on this first Mandible Claw attack, which means that Blood Rush Bellows in Vespa's graveyard is turned face down, and Masaru is finally able to generate his first gold token. Hopefully do some filtering with allies in hand and declunk some of these Gravy Bones hands. Vespa did not look at the top card of that deck. It's going to be chosen at random. It's a 5, and it's a Sea Legs, which was drawn off the top. So no, it's not the Beast Within that we really wanted Vespa to hit to make this turn go bonkers town, but it is going to set up more action points in the future when KO decides to get a little drinky.
Yeah, I mean, you really wanted to hit the Beast Within, but you are not mad to flip the Sea Legs. I think the things that Sea Legs does for this KO deck is actually a little bit underrated as of now because people didn't spend enough time with the deck until we got the new Super Slam cards. I think now that KO's at the forefront of the meta again, people are going to be astounded with just how powerful Gold Kiss Rum is in this deck.
Gold Kiss Rum generated for Vespa. No, he's not doing the ally board state thing that he is so known for, but there are a lot of permanents sitting on the Brute side of the board, something that they're not normally known for.
Mm-hmm. We haven't seen a block with the Balance of Justice yet. This would be the kind of turn where you want to activate it, Maybe Masaru just deciding, I need to save this a little bit.
Masaru in the tank.
There it is. Oh, thinking.
Still only turn 1. Could it be time to be cashing in the balance of justice? Vespa, in his own right, utilized his all-important headpiece on a turn cycle prior in order to protect this very turn. 5-card Blood Rush Bellows hand is exactly the way you punch your ticket. Undefeated round 3.
Vespa's game plan, obviously, a little bit more aggressive. We haven't seen how he'll adapt once allies hit the board, but I think we get a little bit of a clue of Masaru's game plan with Mage Master Roots presented, not something like Quick Dodge Flexors. Possibly looking to double or even triple ally on a turn and force Vespa to make some really hard decisions. Now, that only works if you don't get exploded by turn 3, though.
And it does make sense in theory because those questions are a lot harder for Kayo to answer than, say a deck that was coming into prevalence because it targeted Gravy Bones, like Fang, where you can really manipulate your numbers to clear allies super efficiently. In this case, Kayo is often forced to send a 6-power attack into a Rigor Mortis, which is never a winning strategy. Vespa, in this case, finishing off this amazing Blood Rush turn with a Beast Within. Not a card you usually want to be resolving on the combat chain, but in this case, with a +2 buff and also an additional 1 from the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, it's going to be a House of a 9 at the end of this turn. Exactly what Vespa wants to be doing. Big, fat numbers.
Yeah, that is a large number. I've been incredibly impressed with the new Brute army equipment. The +1, just a lot more reliable. I think it could push breakpoints, which Brute now has even more on hits than they had before. Just really a terrifying card. It looks like Masaru, though, is just going to completely seed the turn, maybe plant something important in Arsenal, and look to try again when they're not being bellowed at.
Vespa is finally done yelling, and it's back over to Masaru, who is forced simply to Arsenal and pass, giving Vespa, however, a priority window here to discard any windups that he may have found in hand, agile or otherwise.
Double Blood Rush.
It's 2 Blood Rushes in hand, which you might think is pretty okay, but these power cards are not great when they come in multiples. I mean, it's even kind of an awkward situation when you draw a Blood Rush off of another Blood Rush. But in this case, Vespa, if he chose to resolve one of those Majestics, he would have a miss in hand and would risk the entirety of his turn.
Luckily, you get to pitch one Blood Rush to the other Blood Rush, but then it's gone. You're likely not going to see it again.
Saru is drawn back up.
See an ally.
Now Vespa, popping a Might token, has to decide what he wants to do with this turn. If he discards incorrectly, even after pitching a Blood Rush Bellows, there's a chance he's left with a CNC and essentially a card that is not getting the buff from Blood Rush.
You could take an off turn Arsenal 1 Blood Rush and look to really explode the following turn. Not going to do that. Cashes
Not
it
the
in
way
right
Vespa
now.
likes to play. No, indeed. And I don't hate this play. Oftentimes when you're in the aggro seat, especially against a board state deck like Gravy Bones, where that you need to kill quickly, it's often like the way you get there in the end is just by resolving your power cards and doing the brute thing over and over and over again. In this case, it's all reds for Vespa. The gamble is not paying off here.
We have Savage Sash, but even with Savage Sash, this is not what we want to be seeing. I believe one of the cards was a Pulping?
Correct.
Which does give us a redraw. Off Savage Sash, you could pop it, play it, try to find a resource card, and then send one other thing.
Exactly. As it has been foretold by my co-caster, Vespa responds in kind. Savage Sash is cashed in here. All attack action cards with 6 or more power are going to cost 1 less to play this turn. But no, Vespa re-thumbing the Savage Sash.
But yes.
But yes. But also maybe yes. Is it a yes, do you think?
I believe it's a yes. Yeah.
Okay, it's looking like a yes, ladies and gentlemen. Discount is here, and the follow-up is, of course, Pulping, the only card in hand that could generate an action point here. It is another red in hand for Vespa.
Okay, I think one of the... We have, I believe, Swing Big and Command and Conquer in the hand. Both 2 costs, can be played off of a red. Discards as a Command and Conquer. What's the new card?
There is still a risk here, folks, because Masaru still has an Arsenal card, which could unbeknownst to Vespa, be a defense reaction, which would thereby stuff the go again clause on this pulping.
Wow, that would be a huge show of strength. Swing big 2, some might say.
Essentially, yeah. So they're kind of sort of 2 copies of Swing Big in the hand. However, in Vespa's case, and considering the matchup in the board state, I do think that Swing Big is the card with less downside against Gravy Bones Shipwreck Looter.
If there's a defense reaction in Arsenal, I don't think so. I think if there was a defense reaction in Arsenal, we would have seen this snapped off and a jig danced on Masaru's side. This is a lot of damage.
You think Masaru dances jigs?
You do when you stuff this Blood Rush fellow's turn.
I was going to say, I think he's more of a Dougie guy.
Millie Rock.
Nevertheless, thumbing 1 card. What is Millie Rock?
This one's like, can't see on the camera, but.
Oh, okay.
It is a defense reaction. What dance is it?
This dance is a defense reaction called Blood in the Water. In this case, Masaru is going to be able to block 4 at the very least, 6 at its ceiling, because he definitely has an ally in hand. Not sure if he's discarding it in this case, though. But the damage is done either way, because Blood in the Water, after coming in from the arsenal, means that 2 non-equipment cards have blocked pulping, and thereby stuff the go again clause on that card. So Vespa, after cashing in yet another vital piece of equipment, is forced to do nothing but arsenal and pass. And that was not just the Swing Big or the show of strength that was going to come next, but also an additional +2 from a very important, probably the last Blood Rush Bellows turn that we will see this game.
That was huge. I don't remember Kayo doing much shuffling. I think this Blood Rush Bellows is gone. I think our big power turns have been completely exhausted on Vespa's side.
Unless Vespa has teched in a dig up dinner in this matchup, then no, we are not going to see any shuffling, at least according to my brain, which can be fallible here and there. Portside Exchange is going to be resolved for Masaru Sasaki after he gets to keep so many cards after stuffing the pulping on the previous turn. It's going to be a Sawbones called from the grave, not by the card of the same name, but instead just after playing a blue from hand. Sawbones then is going to come in for 6, a risk-free activation of Gold-Baited Hook to follow. And I do believe, if I saw correctly, it's yet another Blood in the Water that's headed to the arsenal.
Wow. The card has already really proven its worth here in this matchup. I was wrong about Gold-Baited Hook when it first came out. I looked at it and I discounted it. Absolutely. Okay. And then immediately after playing against Gravy Bones, I was like, wow, was I wrong? Like this card is so strong. You'll see it here, gaining another gold. We had 0 like a turn ago. Now we have 3. And man, gold's really good when you have cards like Conquer of the High Seas and you can just fill your hand. Boom, big boat with go again. Boom, ally. Vespa's big turns are kind of gone. But with this gold stacking, we still have all the big allies in deck. Masaru's just getting warmed up. Gold Kiss Rum looking to be cashed in here.
Kayo, armed and dangerous, is drunk for the first time on screen. Maybe that's not true, but for the first time on stream at calling Shizuoka. The rum is drunk, the handle expended. And what is the prize? It is Sawbones Dockhand, who goes to his watery grave to pay for Masaru's sins. 34 plays 27 here as an activation of Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex follows up that Mandible Claw. Mandible Claw, really the most efficient way for KO Armed and Dangerous to be clearing these zombie allies. Luckily, in the case of Sawbones, that's the exact number that you need, but in the case of his common fellow, Rigor Mortis, it's a little bit of an overkill.
Yeah, I feel like your hope on the KO side is to do something like keep a 5-card hand, send something with Go Again face that discards, send Claude an ally, finish again with another 2-cost face. I think that's what you're hoping for here. Using a rum and your might on a claw against Sawbones is not exactly what you're doing, but we're still presenting 9 face.
And it ain't bad. Show of strength. Swing bigger. Is that what we were calling it?
We're swinging real big right now.
Swing very big here. Not coming in just for 8, but 9, thanks to the new legendary arm piece, Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. It's going to get -1 for each card with 6 or more power defending it. If there's one thing I know about Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter, is that he runs only 3 of those.
Yeah, sometimes you see something like Red Sloop, but I don't think this is the matchup for that. I expect this to stay 9.
Now listen, if Masaru had brought in Base of the Mountain, You could technically put some allies with 6 or more power onto this combat chain and reduce show of strength's power little by little.
That doesn't seem really worth it, but it would be cool.
It would be cool, but Masaru is playing to win, unfortunately, not to
unlucky.
make cool moments on stream.
Why not both? Speaking of cool things, are those gold foil Mage Master boots?
I do believe they are. Masaru is dripped out to the 9s. I almost thought it was a gold foil Dead Threads too. Is it?
I don't think so. It doesn't have the same color as the boots.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, gold foil Mage Master boots. Maybe that's why he's running them instead of the quick dodge flexors. Hasn't gotten the gold foil version of that yet.
I would.
100%. Show of strength, still on the combat chain here. Gravy Bones activation puts a Rigor Mortis into the graveyard for Masaru Sasaki.
I see another ally looking like a prismatic ley line. I wonder if we have a blue to make playing our allies easier. Lining up 3 cards to block with?
Surely all of them have 6 or more power.
Surely.
And this will be a massive overblock. But no, Masaru, however, still really in the tank. Perhaps wondering what is the possible ceiling that my Gravy Bones turn can be. Granted, now that red and yellow tipple are gone, the ceiling has been massively reduced, but that's exactly what Masaru needs to be going for in kind. Vespa is trying to set up 5-card Blood Rush hands. Masaru is trying to set up huge ally dumps and multiple action points in order to claw his way back into the tempo of this game.
Yeah, I think from Masaru, what we're hoping to see is just like putting out 1 to 2 allies every single turn, even if maybe you're not getting the most value from them by attacking with them, and then eventually forcing Vespa to choose, am I clearing allies or am I trying to kill my opponent? Putting 3 cards in front of this is making me think that it's not that time. Maybe we're just going to be playing an ally.
Okay, 3 cards on the combat chain. Very good ones. Prismatic Leyline. I would say that is one of the closest things to Blood Rush Bellows that Gravy Bones has. Those Prismatic Leyline turns can, at their best, turn that card into a 1-card 6. And look at me, I have egg on my face because it wasn't a Blood in the Water that made its way into the arsenal on a previous turn cycle. It was Call to the Grave, a fantastic card in its own right, even though it's not a defense reaction in this case. Masaru now gets to choose Sawbones, dockhand the 2nd copy of this game to throw into the graveyard and get ready to do a little bit more swinging.
I think this is pretty in line with what we expected. Keep your life total high, play an ally, you send a strong attack, force it to be cleared. Eventually, Vespa's going to have a hand that doesn't activate Claw easily with Gogan. We saw that last hand, and we cashed in the Gold Kiss Rum. No Gold Kiss Rum this time, basically saying, here's an ally, can you do it again?
It has. I have been playing a little bit of KO early on in this Super Slam meta, and it did kind of remind, like, in my mind's eye in the past, in the heavy hitters meta, KO Armed and Dangerous was just this unstoppable numbers force, right? I started playing him again, and even with these new tools, with access to so much extra go again, there's still hands that just don't line up for KO.
Absolutely. The deck blocks better than it did before, and it has better offensive enders than it did before. But you still kind of need the rest of it, especially if you're forced to use things like Claw to clear allies. You need go again. You need something that discards. You need resources.
High-pitched Howl blocked with here just for 3 against Masaru's 6. Vespa descends down to 31. 31 plays 27, and Vespa's got himself 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. We talked about clunked up hands in terms of action points, but this is probably not going to be one of them for Vespa because one of those cards in hand is, of course, Wild Ride, the de facto go-again enabler in KO Armed and Dangerous since its inception in heavy hitters.
Yeah, definitely not going anywhere now.
Wild Ride, first attack. Resolve this combat chain for Vespa. It's got to draw and then discard a random card from hand.
Unlikely to be any misses with all 3 Blood Rush Bellows being seen, so can do this with impunity. I think we need a resource card to stay in hand to really take advantage of this turn, though.
Because a resource card in hand, of course, would mean Mandible Claw and then a follow-up of another 2-cost attack. Majority of these Brood attacks are going to be 2-cost.
Red in hand, 2 costs in arsenal. I think we're going to see here what Vespa is going to do in this game. Are we clearing allies with Claw, or are we ignoring the allies and trying to kill Gravy Bones?
And what do you think is the correct answer here?
I have no idea.
The expert in the room is stumped, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to try my very best. I think that because Vespa's life total is still rather high, he can afford to play a little bit of a slower game here, pitching a red in order to clear a Sawbones, because Sawbones is just one of those allies that you don't want to stay around,
Absolutely.
right? Because not only because it is a 1 resource, 6 power weapon, essentially, but it's also going to make it so much more difficult to remove, say, a chum-friendly first mate if he should rear his ugly head.
Absolutely. I think when I decide I want to race my Gravy Bones opponent, usually the allies that all they do attack, I leave them there. But allies that can still gain value while not utilizing your action point have to go.
100%.
Sawbones is one of them. Chum is one of them. You cannot just leave them there forever.
How do you feel about Swabby? I feel like he's maybe the one who gets a kill on sight.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta smack him. He's really big. This is interesting. Masaru tapping Sawbones to prevent 1 damage, perhaps sensing that Mandible Claw is coming next. This might induce Vespa to go face.
4 damage prevented there, including the card blocked. Portside exchange means 2 damage leaks through. Masaru Sasaki descends down to 25, and the Mandible Claw does go at Sawbones. Gores him into his watery grave. 31 plays 25. Vespa parks that red in Arsenal and passes back over to Masaru, who's got 3 cards in hand. No Arsenal.
Vespa stays nice and disciplined. I do think that's probably the highest EV play. I just hate staying disciplined. I want to attack my opponent.
First action for Masaru is to pop a gold token cashed in for another copy of Saltwater Swell, one already lurking in the hand, and I believe alongside a Loot the Hold. So perhaps a little bit. Oh no, it's a Chart the High Seas.
Hopefully flip.
Hopefully filling up that graveyard with more allies.
2 blues. Well,
I feel like
2 blues.
2
2
blues.
blues. 2 blues. Deciding which one to keep in deck, which one to put in the pitch zone.
So Chart the High Seas, even though it's not a complete whiff, basically just pitching itself for a blue and going into the graveyard, thereby enabling the casting of a Rigor Mortis.
Another one. Flipping another blue off the top of Vasti, I believe. 6 resources is a lot. We don't have 6 resources worth of stuff to do. We might see gold getting cashed in, but cashing in your last gold feels like you're losing your lifeline. It's very risky.
It's risky.
Gravy Bones can draw awkward hands, and without the ability to filter them out with his hero ability cashing in a gold, you're just stuck with them.
There are, however, 2 copies of Conqueror of the High Seas left in the deck for Masaru Sasaki. It would be so sick, to say the least, if he's able to find one of those copies here.
Yeah, I think they call that the nuts.
Ah, does he have the nuts? It looks like no, it's a golden tipple instead. Not a bad Arsenal target.
No, I heard they banned that card.
Most of it.
Most of it. Very strong card. Tipple is probably the best setup card the deck has access to, I feel.
Oh, he
what
was
away!
1 card away. Saltwater Swell in the red reveals the Conqueror of the High Seas that Masaru would have loved to draw on that last gold token. And the head go to the hands. If I had 1 card deeper, I would have gotten a really powerful play. In this case, though, still life parity presented at the moment for both of these players, and 6 damage still on offer from Masaru Sasaki.
Yeah, this was a 12, I believe. 12 power sent at Vespa, getting to Arsenal a super powerful enabler in that blue golden tipple, and leaving a strong ally on the board in Rigor Mortis.
So even though this turn, granted, is middling compared to what we are used to seeing on coverage from Gravy Bones back when he had 2 extra copies of Golden Tipple, we do have to mention that there were 2 kind of big misses for Masaru here. It was the draw off the gold and also the Chart the High Seas earlier. This turn could have even been crazier.
Absolutely. I really feel the tempo leaning towards Masaru here. It's going to be interesting to see if Vespa can keep up.
Like Goku before him, Masaru Sasaki reaches his hands into the air and asks for the spirit energy of everyone in the worlds of Wraith. Gravy Bones enjoyers, rise up and lend your aid, because he's going to need it against a skilled opponent like Vespa.
It may be the Vespa's plan is stay disciplined for a little bit longer, kill a couple allies, keep your life total high enough, and threaten some damage. And then once Masaru gets low enough, you completely abandon controlling the board and push face as fast as possible. You have some enders, cards like Reckless Stampede, which once again is Kano's worst enemy. Very powerful. I don't see Kayo losing clashes to Gravy Bones here. We know the Conquer of the High Seas is in the hand. There's only one left in deck.
Folks, believe it or not, there is not a Kano in this match. It is KO Armed and Dangerous versus Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter, but we do have the Kano aficionado in the booth next to me, so he deserves a mention.
I can't help myself. I see cards and I think of it in terms of Kano. It's a disease.
Reckless Stampede, however, is coming for the Undead Necromancer, asking really difficult questions. And oftentimes in Flesh and Blood, difficult questions don't come in the form of more numbers. Usually they come in the form of disruption, banishing cards in your arsenal, giving you frostbites, things of that nature. In this case, Reckless Stampede is just one of those cards that, depending on the matchup, does not have a proper answer.
No. Wow, just taking 8. It feels like it almost reduces the defensive value of each card you block with by 1. Because you're going to lose this clash, right? Especially we peaked on the top with Compass. I believe it was a chum. It was at least an ally. You know you're not winning these clashes. So every 3 block you put in front of it, it's essentially only blocking 2. That's not great value. Maybe we can keep those cards and use it on offense instead.
But he does have to check because, of course, if he's able to reveal a Whaler Humperdinck or a Swabi, there is an actual chance that he could be winning some of these clashes. So Masaru doing his due diligence and finally resolving his first golden tipple of the game, 1 of 3. Blue golden tipple discards a chum friendly first mate from the hand. Card drawn, gold generated.
Yeah, chum is very good at buying you some space. KO very good at clearing chum, so I don't really know who's coming ahead in that exchange, chum versus brute. But we might be able to find out here pretty soon. I think that's another chum in hand. We do know that there's Conquer of the High Seas, which looks like it's probably going to be deployed here.
You are correct about the second chum. Conquer of the High Seas coming down.
Boat.
Thanks to an extra blue from the hand. Masaru Sasaki, very happy to be resolving these gravy boats, especially early on.
That's a beautiful card, too.
It's gorgeous. I always just love marveling at the scale about how big that boat is versus the other boat. Listen, it's not about the size of the boat, but it's also got some serious motion in the ocean going.
Yeah, it's not just about the size of the boat. It's about whether or not it blows up your arsenal.
8 go again is the ask, and Vespa is now the one in the tank. Reckless Stampede is not the only card that asks difficult questions of its opponents.
And what a difficult question. If you take it, you lose your arsenal, you take a bunch of damage, and you can assume there's going to be an ally following this up. If you block it out, you can assume there's an ally following this up, and then you don't have the tools left to clear it and go face it at the same time. This is just a tough spot.
Now, normally with Conquer of the High Seas, that's a number 8 is a number that brutes are usually pretty comfortable covering because usually it represents 2 cards from hand and 1 piece of your all-powerful armor. But Vespa cashed it in so early, used every single one of his 2 blocks on the first Conquer of the High Seas.
Yeah, this would have been a great scowling flesh bag moment. This is why that card is so powerful. I don't think incorrectly cashed it in early. I think Vespa clearly had a plan and was unfortunately stuffed by a very timely defense reaction. Chum hits the board. Threatening a gold on hit.
You know him, you love him. It's Chum friendly first mate. The guy that everybody loves to hate. 4 damage conferred there to Vespa, who descends down to 14. Another gold token generator thanks to the gold baited hook. Vespa now has an answer, and it's a Reckless Stampede sent directly at Chum friendly first mate. This is exactly what we were talking about. The most efficient cards in the KO Armed and Dangerous deck can sometimes just be used to kill zombies.
That is not exactly where you want to be. A little bit worried about the life totals now. Vespa probably has 1 to 2 more turns left of presenting offense before you're going to be forced to block with your whole hand.
And Vespa's got himself what could be a bit of a clunker. There's 2 non-blocks in hand and a swing big, so none of these cards are going to be generating action points. May have to turn to the Scabskin Leathers if he wants to go too wide, but in this case, I tend to think he's just going to be blocking with a card from hand, sending a Bear Fangs, and pocketing one, hopefully, for later.
We don't know what could be drawn off the Bear Fangs. I'm really getting a little bit worried about the state of the game for Vespa. I'm feeling the tempo slip away. Swabby off the top.
Masaru finding a little bit of luck. Deck finally cooperating with him. Jittery Bones and Compass of the Sunken Depths finds a Swabby on top. Discarded to give Jittery Bones go again. And once that combat chain closes, the blue card will have entered the graveyard. Gravy Bones will be able to play that Swabby from his graveyard.
Jittery Bones, one of those cards that I think didn't really see a ton of play until Gravy Bones lost the golden tipples. I think a low resource cost go again card that helps get allies in the graveyard. It's a pretty not one-to-one swap. Golden tipple, obviously incredibly powerful, but it fits the same niche that golden tipple once did. I found that in my games of Gravy Bones, at least in the limited environment where I played a lot of him, if you could find an ally off the top with something like this Jittery Bones, it puts you so far ahead.
Essentially drawing you a card in certain respects.
Absolutely.
Swabby out of the graveyard and here to play. The nihilistic carpenter is coming for Vespa's face with his hammer. But not quite yet. Masaru's got a little bit more work to do, trying to juice every little bit of value out of this hand. Did I finally see a loot the hold?
I think there was, which was really awkward when you have 2 no blocks in your hand and your armor is almost gone.
In that case, Vespa might just need to take some damage and also some disruptive lickings. Because, you know, a 2-card hand of Pitch Card and Bare Fangs is not bad. And yes, finally, a copy of Loot the Hold is found from Masaru Sasaki. That, plus the 1 floating and the dead threads, means that Swabby is coming in for 7 gold token on hit and also would force Vespa to discard a card if even 1 point of damage connects.
Pretty powerful stuff. Still gets to keep a card for Arsenal. I think it's just a blue.
Which, hey, in Gravy Bones,
it's pretty good.
Half the battle is getting your
Very
blue cards
good.
to resolve.
Less good when you don't have any allies in graveyard, but I feel like that will only be the case for a little bit.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Masaru's deck is very ally-rich at this stage in the game because he seemed pretty bereft of the salty boys early on, especially when he was resolving Chart the High Seas and looking for... Oh, and then also when he played out the Blood in the Water, he had to keep an ally in hand in order to get value off of Portside Exchange.
Yep. Yeah, I think we might be due for a couple of them here pretty soon. Walking 7.
The full respect from Vespa, which means that he's leaving 2 Bare Fangs in hand. Perhaps one of them is a yellow, and I just saw that.
Stack. Vigorous smash up. This is important.
Yes.
We have double red in hand, both 2 costs. Vespa has to win this clash in order to even make a play that isn't claw pass.
But no clash
No
happens
clash,
because
it's an ally.
So no attacking hero in this case. This is an important thing for people to note at home. And Vespa, reading the writing on the wall, a very unfortunate turn of events for him. So no attack here. Instead, those 2 Bare Fangs are going to be cashed in for another stab of the Mandible Claw into yet another underwater zombie friend.
Absolutely not what we want to be seeing. Not only are we not pushing any damage, we don't even get an arsenal.
No setup done for Vespa. The 3rd copy of Bare Fangs was right behind. I wonder if there are some shuffling issues.
Really unfortunate if all 3 of them were in that hand.
Beast Within is in the hand, though. Could unlock some really cheeky things, especially if Vespa is given enough space to discard that Agile windup from hand.
Vespa's hoping to see no allies this turn, I think. Mage Master Boots still not used. Gold token if we need to go digging.
Here comes Murderous Rabble. The first action from Masaru finds yet another blue. It's a Vashti again. 3 go again here. But the question remains, where are the allies? Vespa readily takes it on the chin. Down to 9 he goes. 17 plays 9 as this game is dwindling down to the death knell. It's turn 8 and more damage is coming Vespa's way. Saltwater Swell in the red finds it blue off the top. 5 resources floating and 3 on the combat chain. Taken immediately by Vespa, down to 3.
We're getting really close to the end of this game here, but you know what's something I noticed about very strong gravy players? They're so diligent with their use of Compass. They don't use it until they have to. I may have just activated Compass to see if I was going to hit a blue on the top on my Murderous Rabble. Masaru staying very diligent.
perhaps just doesn't need the resources, just like he didn't on the previous turn where he resolved 2 saltwater swells. That's also one of those things you have to know as Gravy Bones.
Activates Gravy Bones.
Finally
Ally on
finds
top.
an ally.
Rigor Mortis.
Rigor
It's a
Mortis.
good one. Opponent at 6.
Rigor Mortis in the bin would threaten the entirety of Vespa's life total. Rigor Mortis resolved here. Has go again thanks to the Compass of Sunken Depths, and Masaru thumbs a tip the barkeep. He says, if you're drinking, we might as well drink together. I'll get a Gold Kiss rum of my own, and we can cheers to your timely demise, Vespa.
It seems Masaru was digging for perhaps a little bit of action. Looks like a lot of resources are going to go unused here.
No. Not the peak amount of action he would want, but in this case, threatening lethal is not a bad way to shake it up. And Vespa, distraught at the fact that this turn came down to even this. If he was able to keep all of those cards in hand, he definitely would have been able to put up some serious numbers. Ones that we are used to seeing from Kayo Armed and Dangerous, especially with all these juiced new upgrades.
It seems like Masaru didn't quite do a ton on this turn. There was an attack into a Rigor Mortis, obviously good with Vespa's life total being so low. But I think getting a Gold Kiss rum here is huge. It really sets you up for converting a large hand. You have both the Mage Master Boots and Gold Kiss rum. You can, if Vespa decides to leave Rigor Mortis alone, you're going to get, I don't think that's going to happen, but if that does happen, you're going to get multiple ally attacks.
Yeah, the Gold Kiss Rum almost forces the issue. It makes it so that Vespa cannot ignore an ally that just attacks.
Absolutely.
A strategy that, you know, we talked about perhaps employing in this situation, but when that ally is just attacking, sure, but also has go again attached to it, it's a completely different question.
Especially when it's lethal. Not exactly where you want to be. Even if you respect it and you take out the Rigor Mortis, we know the deck's a little ally heavy at the moment. And Masaru would have 5 cards plus a Gold Kiss rum, plus this Mage Master Boots, and all the tempo in the world.
Beast Within and Smashing Ground. Another new tool from Super Slam are the blocks here. All 6 damage covered up. And Vespa once again thumbing the Mandible Claw that could, killing yet another ally. Probably has about 4 or 5 under its belt this game.
That's what it's here for. It kills allies. It's the most efficient way the deck has to clear allies. Once you have to start sending your attacks into allies, you really don't want to be there.
Vespa has found himself all blocking cards in the... Oh, I'm sorry. There's a Wild Ride in there. Never mind. 1 card with a Pearl. Also has himself Unexpected Backhand. This is a card that I think is a little more contentious for KO players. This is yet another card that deals direct damage, but only if it is revealed as part of a clash and wins the clash will it deal 1 damage to the attacking hero.
Cracking Mage Master Boots. Sawbone with Go again from hand here.
No blue put into the graveyard yet from Masaru, but doesn't matter a whole lot because there are just no allies there. Instead, Gravy Bones is going to get tapped to drink some rum. Now both players are a handle deep in this game. Sawbones, Dockhand coming in. 6 go again. Threatening lethal once again is Masaru Suzuki, and he's got a card in hand and 1 in arsenal, 1 in the pitch. Vespa can do nothing but tremble at the weight of these allies who sure didn't rear their heads, probably at the time that Masaru wanted. Not early enough, but boy, are they making an impact now.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a tough decision. You don't know exactly what's coming after this. You can only block so much. We have 1 no block in hand, 1 block on our armor left.
That is definitely not armor you want to lose. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex can get value as long as the game goes.
Tries to block for 3, takes 3.
Vespa descends down to 3 in this round 2 of calling Shizuoka. Just one of the things on offer at World Tour Shizuoka. And back alley breakline. Is this getting resolved? My goodness. This is a streamed moment right here. 3 from back alley breakline. The card that was never, ever supposed to be played. But here it is swinging for lethal. Threatening to take down Vespa.
It's a lot more threatening when you're only at 3, isn't it?
It is. It's also sick art. I mean, this was one of the cards that kind of sold me on Flesh and Blood as a concept. I know it's weird to say. It's a random common that didn't really have anything going for it until Gravy Bones came into the meta. But I feel like this encompasses everything about the pits that I really love. And it's part and parcel what made me fall in love with Outsiders in the Ranger class in general.
I just saw Kano, and I was sold. That was it.
Do you think Kano's wearing the plague mask right there?
No, he's too smug. He wants people to see his smirk.
Are you a smug guy?
No.
Personality does not have to line up with the hero that you play in Flesh and Blood. That's the amazing thing about it. Wild Ride finally resolved for Vespa
Beast
and finds a
Within.
Beast Within, which could kill him on this turn, but not likely. It's a Buck Wild found on top.
Not a red. Oh, we still have one resource floating.
One resource floats here, which means that Bare Fangs can come in despite the fact that a red was drawn. 1 damage still needs to be taken by Vespa here. He's supposed to lose 1 life after the Beast Within trigger. And yes, Bare Fangs comes out of the arsenal and out to play. High-pitched Howl discarded off the top. This Bare Fangs comes in for 8. Vespa should be at 2 here against Masaru Suzuki's mountainous 17 at this point in the game.
That was a timely Beast Within.
Yeah.
Allowing Vespa to push 8. The blue off the top would have been incredible. A claw into Bare Fangs, clawing back quite a bit of life. I wonder if it's too little too late, though.
It's feeling that way. A chasm separates the life totals of these 2 players.
Gravy Bones has a lot of small attacks with Gogan. We know about the blue tipples. It has swells. We've seen a lot of them, though. We've seen a lot of them. We no longer have access to rum. No Mage Master Boots. No gold.
Is that yet another saltwater swell in the hand? It would have to be
I think it's a blue.
Yeah, we've seen all 3 red resolve this game.
I think it's a chum, a tip the barkeep, saltwater swell, blood in the water.
Coming out exactly when it is needed. No, it's not doing the devastating effect that it had on Vespa earlier this game, but it is shoring up a lot of that damage that came from Bare Fangs. 16 plays 2 now. Only 1 damage conferred there after Gold Baited Hook plus the blood in the water cover up 7 points of damage. In a good bargain prize, hey, why not a chum-friendly first mate for your troubles? He now comes out onto the board and is swinging for 4. Lethal threatened for the 3rd turn cycle in a row from Masaru Suzuki.
We see the 3rd blood in the water in the pitch. Those were impressive this game.
Even this one, pitching, like,
Fantastic.
not too bad.
Puts the chum exactly where you need it. Blocks for 6. If the life totals have been closer, that could have been backbreaking.
Vespa can, for the first time in a long time, block with 1 card and still survive.
His hand is filled with blues. I think it's all 4 blues. Resources not quite lining up for Vespa this game.
Yeah, no kidding. Resources, action points, blood rushes.
Blood rushes, yeah. Pulpings, betraying you.
He's seeming really clumped, and that's usually an issue that I would see on round 1 of a tournament like this. Perhaps did a little bit of pile shuffling or maybe even got deck checked this round. Just goes to show you always going to be really diligent about your shuffling. All of that damage covered up. Vespa doesn't think that this is the hand to convert on offense.
Ugh.
Instead, sending Smashing Ground, a fantastic upgrade, but usually when it is swinging face, not when it goes after chum-friendly first mate.
I'm looking at Masaru's hand. I think I saw Prismatic Leyline, Tipple, and a Rigor Mortis. This is a game-closing hand right here.
Vespa has himself some blocking cards, though. One of them only blocks for 2. Golden Tipple coming in for a very annoying 4, thanks to Prismatic Leyline, which is going to get at least 5 points of value here. I don't see a way for a red source to get resolved from Masaru, but 5 is all he really needs off of this card. 1 damage taken from Vespa. That breakpoint leaks through. Sea Legs is the block, and the follow-up almost assuredly going to be Rigor Mortis. Send Rigor Mortis for 8.
Yeah, 8 will take not just 2 cards and the final block on armor. It's going to take all 3 cards. And
Rigor
with
Mortis.
the rum for the following turn, this is looking very dire.
Rigor Mortis resolved and coming in swinging with a gold-baited hook activation to boot. Yes, all 3 cards remaining in Vespa's hand are ripped by the lanky Crow's Nest fellow from the Dreadnought. Vespa now drawing back up. 1 plays 16. Masaru's just got a little bit more work to do to close the door on this game. Vespa will still survive in this tournament. He's not fighting for his tournament life. You do not want to be taking losses in round 2.
Absolutely not. Fishing with the gravy bones. What do we see in the hand?
2 Swabbies.
2 Swabbies. Is that a Conqueror? That a Conqueror?
That's a Conqueror, baby.
Talk about a game-closing card right there. Conquer into Rigor Mortis looks very powerful here.
Swabby discarded for the Gravy Bones ability. Still 4 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal for Masaru, and it's exactly the one he needs right here. Chart the high seas. Finds, well, a blue. That's A-okay. Now Gravy Bones is online, can play cards with Watery Grave from the graveyard. But that blue off the top is really what Masaru needed. He didn't want to miss on the blue on that high seas because he wants to be able to send Conqueror of the High Seas with the High Tide clause active.
It's not even threatening an arsenal. How good is it really?
Absolutely useless is that card. Swabby, resolve from the graveyard first, and then Conqueror of the High Seas comes out to play. It's paid for by a Swabby, which is, of course, yellow, but now there are 2 blues in the pitch zone, so this will get +1 and go again. Vespa throws 3 cards and is washed up by Swabby to Nihilist Carpenter, overkilling Vespa by a fat 5 points of value. Masaru Sasaki ascends to 2-0 in calling Shizuoka.
Yeah, Gravy Bones, rumors of his demise greatly exaggerated here. It looked like good old Gravy Bones. We saw a little bit less tipple, a lot less gold, but the deck still does some very, very powerful things.
No, it is not just the tipple that is so powerful in the Gravy Bones list. And don't get me wrong, there were a lot of stumbles from Vespa on KO Armed and Dangerous, not the least of which was that timely Blood in the Water early on in the game. So I do wonder how that game changes if we just change 1 or 2 turn cycles here and there. Maybe even just give Vespa a blue here and there when he really needed it. Nevertheless, Gravy Bones still looking very much alive. So everybody that thought he was in his watery grave, well, maybe think twice.
I wonder how indicative that is of the matchup as a whole.
I wonder as well. I would not put a whole lot of chicken stock in that game. Instead, I would want a couple more reps. I certainly think that Vespa did not perform. I don't think Vespa thought his deck performed at 100% efficiency there.
I would have to agree. I did notice something I think we can take away was that clearing allies in the middle of normal turn cycles for KO was costly. Making sure to get this discard and being able to use the claw to clear an ally was tough. It wasn't as easy as it might seem when you're looking at the KO deck list.
Well, I will take that away, Majiin. Everybody at home should as well. But what else should we take away? How about Gem Pack 3, ladies and gentlemen? It's coming to armories near you all over LGS land. That's right. Step into the ring and claim yours at a local armory event. Are you excited for anything in Gem Pack 3, Majiin?
Oh, man. I actually keep finding out cards that are in the Gem Packs that I didn't know were in the Gem Packs. We were just going over one of the slides, and I went, oh, wow, is that what I think it is?
Well,
I didn't even know.
Well, it's in stores right now, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps we should reveal exactly what some of those really juicy hits are, because Gem Pack 3 is an absolute banger. It is in stores on September 26th. Wait a minute, Maj. That is right now. That is today. So get out to your local game store, get Gem Pack 3, and grab yourself, I don't know, Summit the Unforgiving in cold foil, Savage Sash with an alternate printing, and Fast and Furious. Go ape and hog wild with this new card, which just got a bit of a facelift.
It's such cool art. And the full art Savage Sash, I love this. There's so many big hits. I remember they gave me a couple of cards to spoil. I believe it was Savage Sash and the Fast and Furious on World Tour Weekly. And they said, here's some cards from the new gem pack. None of the heavy hitters though. And I was like, what do you mean these aren't the big ones? What do you mean?
No, because there are some juicier hits, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I don't know. A full art Marvel Prism.
That's the one that I didn't know was in it. I was
not Sculptor
shocked.
Barclay, Awakener of Soul. Yeah, that's a really
That's
big
a
hit.
big one.
You know that Vespa is looking for that one.
Mm-hmm. He might be looking for going back to a board-based deck that maybe doesn't betray him quite as much.
Yeah, he was like, man, things were a lot better with allies. Those allies look really good. Can I have those allies on your side of the board?
My whole deck was yellows. I drew a lot less all reds.
Folks, we're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to be back plugging you into the action at Calling Shizuoka, which is, of course, just one of the many amazing events going on at World Tour Shizuoka. We'll be back with more board state decks, more might tokens generated, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Endless Value was not on the side of Kayo Armed and Dangerous during that last match. No, indeed. A little bit of a clunky deck meant that Vespa descended down to the X and 1 bracket. But atop his body, climbing up, was Gravy Bones, previously thought to be completely assassinated by the banhammer of Brian Gottlieb, but assassinated no longer. He is here to stay and winning his way through calling Shizuoka.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Gravy Bones crawls his way up players' tier list after this event. I expect to continue to see him putting up strong performances through the rest of the tournament.
Well, so in your testing, Majiin, there is this kind of thing that happens in Flesh and Blood. I'm not going to say that card game players are erratic, but we are. So I'm thinking back to when Zen got Bonds of Ancestry banned, and a lot of people dropped him, like that meme, the Toy Story meme. I don't want to play with you anymore. But he was still a very strong meta contender for a while. Sure, he fell off a little bit before he reached LL, but do you think this is another situation where, like, we've still got a very strong deck on our hands?
I do, but I think it's not even quite that drastic. Zen had to undergo a lot of changes. The deck pre and post ban were fundamentally different. Gravy Bones is not even at that point. All he has to do is swap out a couple of cards. Everything else is virtually untouched. The same strategy still works. I think it's just hard to pick up a deck that just got hit with the ban. I think it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth almost. You used to have these tools, now you don't. So I think give it a couple weeks and we'll see Gravy Bones at the level of play, the amount of players that he should be at.
Well, there are certainly some truthers here. He is the 4th most represented deck, but our next round is going to be a little bit of a different story. So let's not waste any time. Let's go learn, live, laugh, and love. Why am I doing that? Down and calling Shizuoka right here, right now. And who do we have on offer for you at home?
With Verdance?
Shinya, Kawaguchi, Rhinar Reckless Rampage versus Verdance Thorn of the Rose. Piloted by OO. Both of these players are 2-0. And Rhinar, UGNC is not the only one in the room that is a believer in this guy.
No, we have quite a few here in the field. I believe it's like 5, maybe 6 Rhinars, if I remember correctly. 5 Rhinars in the field.
And he's starting off really well. Smash back Ailhorn is the first action resolved. And then followed up by the discard of an Agile Windup, just probably to get it out of the hand. So 2 agility tokens generated here alongside a Might token and an Intimidate trigger.
Now, Intimidate against these Earth Heroes can be really strong because unlike some other decks, Verdance and Florian have specific cards they want to block with and specific cards they want to play. And if you're forced to block with the cards you want to play or forced to keep the cards you want to block with, the decks get really clunky really fast.
Speaking of clunky, 2 copies of Arcane Twining are in the hand for OO. Who, is just going to discard 2 of them right away and give priority back over to Shinya, who does not take the bait. Just plunks a card in Arsenal, likely that red Pulping, and keeps the Beast Within in hand, hoping to discard it on this next turn, which is definitely going to be a banger if he's able to make use of that agility token. Back over to OO, though, who gets his say, and it's Light Up the Leaves, probably my co-caster's favorite expansion slot card for some time, in the hand.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I think that's probably what we're going to be seeing this turn as well.
I mean, heck, 6 arcane damage and also filling your graveyard with Earth. That seems like the way Verdance wants to play.
You get to follow it up with Waning Moon.
Not bad at all.
I don't love arsenaling Pulsing Aether Life this early. We really want to be focusing on the attacks that we have in the Verdance deck, specifically the ones that decompose, that get us closer to fulfilling our hero's quest of getting 8 Earth cards in the Banish Zone. And Verdance, it's very important that you're picky with your action point. You only get 1, and you can't fulfill your game plan without sending these attacks. So if you have something like Pulsing Aether, yes, it's not a bad play. Pulsing Aether plus Waning Moon with the blue is 6 arcane damage. That's pretty good, but it's not exactly pushing us towards what we want to be doing. It's slightly underrate compared to the attacks. And we can't, let's say we draw Double Felling or Felling Plow Under. With the Pulsing Aether in our arsenal, we're not able to guarantee Decompose card into Decompose card anymore.
The card was bought from Shinya Kawaguchi, who goes into this turn cycle with 1 in the arsenal and 3 in the hand. Pulping. The first attack resolved here. Really hoping to discard that Beast Within in hand. Perhaps having a laugh because the card on top of the deck was a miss, but Time will tell. 2 is the card rolled. And yes, it's a miss. Visit the Boneyard. A brute instant. No power on that card. So pulping. Yes, it's going to have go again, but only as long as OO does not put 2 non-equipment cards in front of it.
Guaranteed go again. Guaranteed go again. We don't get the intimidate.
No intimidate. Nothing matters.
Is that
In this situation, 7 go again. No dominate.
is that an amulet in OO's hand?
It is.
We
It's a
boarded into
Ponamu
combo.
amulet.
If you're not familiar with Verdance, you only bring in the potions. Sorry, I'm going to go off the rails all the time in this game. If you're not super familiar with Verdance, you only bring in the potions, the amulet, and the rampant growth when you're looking to enact a combo plan. Normally, I think you would see players attempt a tempo game plan against Rhinar, looking to race. OO clearly decides that's not how we were going to play this game. What we might see instead is OO slow it down, pump the brakes a little bit, look to set up these powerful potions, find the rampant growth, and go off big in one turn.
Does perhaps want to slow down, but in this case, taking a little bit of chip damage. 4 leaks through on the pulping, and there is the slowdown that you talked about, co-caster of mine. 2 more cards come out to play. The Ponamu amulet is still in the hand, likely ready to be resolved on this turn. Being picky with his action point is OO, and he wants to use it to set up a combo to put Shinya in his grave.
Now, Rhinar not as fast as a lot of the other decks in the format, so it's understandable to set up combo. But what I'd be worried about is him just intimidating you and blowing you up. You have to play a lot of turns in order for this combo plan to work, and Shinya just might not give you that many.
If you are not scared of the intimidation of Rhinar Reckless Rampage, especially if you're an Earth player, I invite you to go back to the last calling in Japan and watch a little game between Eugene C. and Nick Butcher, in which every single card was intimidated out of Nick Butcher's hand, and he died from, I think, plus 20 life. That is exactly what you need to be worried about if you're facing off against Rhinar Reckless Rampage, who is probably most comfortable into the Earth heroes in this meta. Savage Feast is going to intimidate 1 card, discard a card with 6 or more, and also draw a Wild Ride off the top.
Reds.
He's red locked again, but he's got 2 resources in the pitch and a Show of Strength in hand. So this is going to be an easy cleanup of that Show of Strength. Send a big bad 8 damage and pocket that action point generating Wild Ride for later.
We see OO with the Sink Below in hand. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. The deck plays, I think, 9 defense reactions usually, and if those get intimidated, you're just stuck with them. You cannot convert them to offense. What I'd be worried about is taking this defensively centered game plan where you're setting up your potions and just rolling wrong on your intimidates, losing your defensive cards.
2 damage comes through. Down to 34 is OO, and now he is facing down a Show of Strength for 8. Blocking with a Plow Under, which is not going to reduce the strength of Show of Strength, even if OO had decomposed twice, even if he had 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone. Plow Under would not gain the additional attack power on defense.
I wish it could. That'd be cool.
It'd be pretty sick. All of a sudden, you'd have poppers and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
OO getting probably the most perfect card intimidated out of his hand, Cadaverous Tilling,
Absolutely.
which is definitely one he wants to be resolving rather than blocking with, because it only blocks for 2, but boy, does it come in like a truck. OO says, you can swing for 8, I can do the same. Cadaverous Tilling is not only going to swing for 8, but also going to finally kickstart that Decompose game plan. Arcane Twinning is in the Banish Zone, so only 2 Earth cards found thus far.
Usually in these kind of games, what you will see, because we're going to be blocking a lot on OO side, instead of the more standard, I would say, Decompose plan of 4 total Decomposes, 2, 2, 2, 2 Earth cards each time, I think we'll probably see 2, 3, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Looking to get online in only 3 Decomposes.
And with the amount of blocking that he's doing, you'd have to believe it's going to be a pretty easy thing to do that'll slot into his game plan
Exactly.
Anyway. 29 plays 35, even though it kind of felt like Shinya Kawaguchi was on the front foot and OO on the back. You have to factor in 8 more points of value before you really award tempo to either of these players.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about this potion plan. I'm not going to lie to you. I think if OO gets the space to pull this off, it catapults him ahead. in the race for this game. But I'm just really worried that we're going to see a crazy Blood Rush Bellows turn, 30 damage presented, and you just don't have the space to set up anymore.
Now, is there a world where OO gets to kind of do a combo turn light just to stay in the game? Or do you think that combo has to kill the Rhinar player?
I think you should be looking to have a smaller combo. I think trying to set up for one big combo probably doesn't make sense, especially since Verdance lost Plume of Evergrowth. You can no longer cash in the same Rampant Growth twice and really amp. So I think what you're looking to do is use it as a big tempo push.
Discarding a Sen packing is Shinya Kawaguchi, which means that this Wild Ride is going to get go again. 1 Intimidate, just the die was rolled twice for Shinya.
Savage Sash cashed in this turn, looking to be a big one.
2 resources in the pitch. Wild Ride, of course, only costing 1 thanks to Savage Sash. I do believe I spy a swing big in the hand, and it is, we should mention, a blue pummel in the pitch there. Something that I know Rhinar players really love to muck with. Jonah Overholt on my team really has always loved the 1 or 2 of blue pummel, just to strike the fear of God into your opponent.
Yeah, seeing it in the pitch zone is spooky. Also, getting hit with a blue pummel feels disrespectful for some reason. I don't know how to explain it, but it hurts in a different way.
Mandible Claw is the follow-up here. 3 go again. This is probably one of the few times this tournament we're going to see 2 Mandible Claws equipped.
That's almost like that. It seems like cheating. Getting 2. It's like, wait a second.
Especially if we do get to see that pop-off Blood Rush Bellows turn, we're going to see exactly why that card sure is run in KO lists abound, but it really has its home, its place in Rhinar and Levia.
Looks like cashing in the Crown of Providence, probably to tuck that Pulsing Aether Life in Arsenal. Like I mentioned before, it's not really what we want to be spending our action points doing. There's also a really interesting thing against Rhinar with a deck that wants to be blocking, where you need to block early, or the cards you want to block with will get intimidated out of your hand. But if you block early, and then there's something with an on-hit like Send Packing, you're in for a world of hurt. So you really have to kind of like suss out which one you should be leaning on a turn-by-turn basis.
Crown of Providence is the block on this Mandible Claw, and we do need to mention here, after OO sinks the arsenal and draws a card off the top of the deck, what do you think about this inclusion in the head slot? Is Balance of Justice just not categorically better when you can expect a lot of brutes in the meta?
It is good. I think that Crown of Providence in Verdance is higher value than it would be in a lot of other decks because of Mental Block, where you get these ponders, and Crown of Providence bails you out for free one time. Where it does not matter what I ponder, and a lot of Verdance's cards you really don't want to put in your arsenal. It doesn't matter what I ponder into. I can always cash in my Crown of Providence and get a whole free new card. Balance might make its way back into list, though, very soon.
Bare Fangs included in Rhinar Reckless Rampage, but that is a card I don't typically see. The draw discard effects have often been touted as super weak in our Welcome to Wraith Brute.
A lot of misses, a lot more misses in the deck than you would see in something like Kayo. I wonder if this signals that the deck is maybe a little bit more aggressive leaning.
It certainly has felt like it thus far, except for, of course, that copy of Visit the Boneyard. And the Blue Pummel is kind of indicative of a more aggro game plan. But yeah, I'm definitely seeing something that I wouldn't have expected from Shinya Kawaguchi. Perhaps just thinking that, hey, you know, KO got these aggro upgrades in Super Slam, but maybe their home is better suited for Rhinar, especially in an Earth-centric meta like we have here before us.
Absolutely. I think if people want to block, Rhinar tends to be a pretty good option.
It's Kasai on the board. What is she doing here? No, it's not her. I mean, it is, but it's Command and Conquer. It's an old mainstay from the game, just with a really amazing facelift, and also quite a bit of a drip factor for OO. Really dressed to the nines coming up against Shinya Kawaguchi. 2 cards bought. 17 plays 31. The tempo firmly on the side of our Brute.
Keeping a blue and Beast Within, likely a discard outlet in Arsenal. Otherwise, I don't think it really makes sense. Playing Sigil of Cycles and sending Claw. I was wrong.
Sigil of Cycles is one of those cards from Rosetta that is pretty inane. A lot of us have probably forgotten about it since playing Rosetta Limited, but it has always had a home in Rhinar. At the beginning of Shinya's action phase, he is going to destroy that aura, and when it leaves the arena, he's going to discard a card, then draw a card. If there's one thing that Rhinar needs to be doing in order to push a ridiculous amount of damage against the stalwart defenses of an Earth hero, it's discard cards. Generate more Intimidate triggers than he otherwise would. He can also fix his hand to make sure that that Blood Rush comes to fruition. And the further he digs, the more likely it is that Blood Rush is going to rear its ugly head, and we're going to see a Nick Butcher callback.
Is that a different, very, very rare Command and Conquer I see?
It was. Yes. Oh, my goodness. I see what you're saying. There's another one in the hand of OO that isn't the Kasai one that we just saw. No, that's the Fabled from Dynasty. OO has got plenty of versions of high-profile cards. Do they hit harder, do you think, Majiin?
They do, yeah. They keep you from playing an Arsenal on the next turn. I wonder what the third one is.
I hope it's white border.
That'd be so
I
fun.
really hope it's white border.
I think this is really interesting. OO essentially IPing a card here. We don't know what's in the arsenal, but usually if you're wanting to play the health potion plan, you want to find them as soon as possible. As you can see, only at 17 life, doesn't really have a lot of time. Maybe you would want to block with your last card in hand as well, just to dig one card deeper, fill your graveyard a little bit more for your decompose.
Shinya lets his arsenal go. It was a Savage Feast, a pretty big hit, but only if you have the action points to spare. But this is exactly why he has found himself the first copy of Blood Rush Bellows. Sigil of Cycles triggers, though. Bare Fangs discarded, and an Intimidate trigger comes out of the gate. A 1 is rolled, and OO loses himself a card, which might be all too important on defense. Here comes Blood Rush Bellows. Sand Sketch plan. No, you don't have to resolve it, you Eugene C fans. Sometimes you can pitch it to play the Blood Rush Bellows. In this case, card is going to get discarded here. You better believe that Shinya's got nothing but hits in that hand. Command and Conquer, the exact one he wants to be discarding here because he wants to be keeping all of the brute cards possible, and the Intimidates keep on rolling. The blocking potential of OO is going away card by card, and the ones found another Blood Rush Bellows along with Show of Strength.
You just play it, right?
You filthy gambler,
You just play
But
it.
yes,
You
do
got
play
it.
You just don't have the resources to go claw and then into an attack. So
Well, just
no,
find
we're going
them.
to keep digging. Let's go
Just
ahead
find them
and
off the top.
find blue cards. And hey, why don't we intimidate even further? Splatter Skull is the card discarded here. And more Intimidates keep on coming. Uh-oh. Just kind of shrugs as the third card thus far makes its way into the Bannerstone.
Red. One of them is pulping. We could get another draw here. That is
Absolutely
not what you want to
devastating.
see.
Shinya Kawaguchi having a big laugh. The cards are on the table. They're upside down for OO, but they're face up for Shinya Kawaguchi, and they are all red. This is a lot of Blood Rush Bellows we've seen draw
Whoa.
reds. No way. Skullhorn is being activated
Try
here?
again.
Draw a card, then discard a random card at the cost of no resources. Wow, I have never seen this activated.
Discards a red. Intimidates the last card in OO's hand.
Show of Strength
blue! I
discarded
found a
here.
blue!
A blue is found. Mandible Claw is coming in for a whopping 7. And OO has literally no defenses. Going to descend down to 10 at this point. And then all that is needed is the pulping in hand to clean this up.
You have armor. Just going to help. It will reduce. It essentially blocks for 2. Since it will have the -1 effect.
OO descends down to 10. Pulping is the follow-up here.
Another resource card can mean a claw afterwards here. This is a huge, huge look.
But right now, this pulping is going to be coming in for a whopping 10 points of damage. Discarded card is
What's
the Command and Conquer.
What
What's
is
the
it?
other one? Show us, Shinya.
He's not. I don't know if he's looked.
10 go again here with Dominate. OO is at the ready with the Stonewall Gauntlet.
It's a
Essentially gonna
yellow.
block for
It's
4.
a yellow.
And
It's Beast Within. It's Beast Within. We get to claw afterwards for 7 more damage. Is this enough? I think this is.
it is all over, folks. The only person who doesn't know is OO, our Verdance player, unless, of course, he might have found a defense reaction for the Arsenal. No, he's still thinking about equipment blocks here.
Those cards in hand are not actually in hand. They are all intimidated. Don't be fooled.
So blocking 4 with the Stonewall Gauntlet and the Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree. Embodiment of Earth is going to be generated here, but not useful at all.
No embodiment. We're actually not there. Not that it matters.
Oh my gosh, we're still
no
not there. Yikes. Punamu Amulet is an instant speed activation, right?
It is
or no?
not. No, it's bad.
There are no outs for OO at this point. He should have taken 6 damage there. Down to 4, 7, go again. And are we going to see it, folks? Are we going to see it?
I think it's Xaxes.
And that's it. GG. Back-to-back callings in Japan are taken down by a quad Intimidate turn from Rhinar Reckless Rampage. If there's one thing I know to be true in the world of Wraith, it is that Japan knows how to intimidate.
Yeah, that was. I was excited to see the Rhinar do the Rhinar thing, but obviously as a Verdance player, I want the Verdance to win. So that was a bittersweet moment for me.
And you know, Intimidate is such a funny mechanic because it is categorically understood as an unfun thing in the game because you are removing interaction.
I
right?
don't have fun when they intimidate me.
But that being said, is there anything more fun to watch on stream than Rhinar to do his thing?
It is really fun.
It's really fun. So another acolyte of Eugene C goes up on the leaderboard. X and O remains Shinya. And unfortunately for our Verdance counterpart, sends down to the X and 1 bracket. So
still live.
So
very live.
Is Rhinar the silver bullet into Earth Heroes? Or do you think with a adjustment of game plan that could have gone a different way?
I think playing all 3 Blood Rush Bellows in your first 5 turns is probably slightly higher variance than you can expect from an average Rhinar game. That deck had a lot of misses as well, but it's very spooky. Like I mentioned, you can hit Intimidates and it can just hit you wrong. And I'm stuck with Rootbound Carapaces in my hand and I have to block with my Fellings. It can just be really awkward. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rhinar actually take a spot in this meta. Wouldn't it be wild if he becomes the Brute, not KO?
You know, it has been said so many times before. I think back to the time when Stack Florian had his day in the sun and Scepter. I mean, a lot of people were thinking like, yeah, maybe he's finally the answer. Intimidate is a relevant mechanic in this situation, but time will tell. And time is what we have before the biggest stage in the land rears its head in the world of Wraith. That is, of course, the World Championship in Philadelphia, November 13th to the 16th in 2025 in the US of A. Majiin, you gonna be there?
I will be there. I'm so excited.
We are excited to have you there. I will be there. And an illustrious casting team will be there as well. But we'll get into that in a moment. First and foremost are the formats on offer. Classic Constructed and Living Legend, no limited for the main event, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 2 back-to-back Constructed events. And then also our first ever 2 of 3, best of 3 format in the top 8.
I think I'm more excited about that than most people. I think people are kind of like not thinking about it too much yet. I have very high hopes for this. I've always wanted it to be, I just want more games in the top 8 of our premier events. I want to see the best players playing against the best players.
And this is also something you're used to, right? Because a lot of the other card games that you have dipped your toes into, well, dipped your entire body into, I should say, utilize a best of 3 format where there are a lot of nuanced decisions about what deck to choose and so forth. So is there more than meets the eye to this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some edge to be gained on which format you choose, whether or not you pick first last. There's a whole thing about deferring your choice, and I think that will be another interesting thing to see unfold in Worlds.
Well, if you want more of the Living Legend format, you can get it in the Calling, and then the Battle Hardened will be Classic Constructed. And wow, talk about facelifts. Flesh and Blood is giving them to a lot of old cards. Dash.io, Prism Sculptor of Arclight, and Florian Rotwood Harbinger are looking like they're in a diner in Route 66.
I cannot decide if I absolutely love these or if I absolutely hate these. I think it depends on the day, honestly, because I love brightly colored things. I love them. And I love the way Florian looks in his art, but something about brightly colored and Florian is just like, it's jarring for me, but I also really like it. So I think, like, I don't know, maybe 4 days out of the week, I'll be like, this is my favorite art. And then the other 3, I'll be like, I don't like this
Listen,
art.
he's still got an edge to him. Granted, it's more of like a Breakfast Club.
It's like a suave
kind of vibe.
edge.
Yeah. It's a Fawn's kind of darkness. So probably going to grow into himself thanks to, meeting somebody at the sock hop or something like that. But nevertheless, still edgy. You can get your hands on these hero cards and oh so much more. The new printing of the Warmonger's Diplomacy art on a playmat. What a juicy one. I love these playmats that kind of capture moments in time in the world of Wraith. I tend to shy away from the ones that are just a picture of a Fabled or a hero or something like that. I love to be able to look at a scene going on below me as I'm playing a game.
Yeah, I feel like this Warmonger's Diplomacy art is one of my favorites in recent memory. I love like Lyeth off to the side. He looks so angry and impossible to deal with, which is exactly how I imagine him to actually be. I think I'm really looking forward to this playmat.
So that's the World Championship player package. We've also got a souvenir package. So when you finally decide, Majiin, that you really like the art on all of these cards, you can go ahead and pick up a souvenir package and get a playmat that features all of them. Also some Rosetta cards and a Super Slam deck box. Beyond that, folks, there's more for you to get your hands on at the World Championship. The Fabled package is going to showcase
Look
Lyeth.
at that Matt.
He's so mad.
Foil.
Yeah, I absolutely love him. Oh, it is a foil
It's
playmat.
foil
I'm just
playmat.
noticing
Yeah,
that
they're
button.
bringing it back.
Hot dog. All right. Now we're gaming, ladies and gentlemen. You're also going to get a Fabled event voucher, a silver event voucher, and 2 bronze event vouchers alongside a Reviled pack or a Revered pack, chosen, of course, at random. Are you looking for bully tactics? Are you looking for the crowd goes wild? Are you Reviled or are you Revered? These questions can be answered by purchasing your Fabled package today. If that is a little bit too pricey for you, we've also got a Go Again package. That's the way we roll here at LSS. That's the World Championship in Philadelphia coming at you in the middle of November. So get on over to the US of A and join us for what is going to be a massive celebration of all things flesh and blood.
Those foil mats, have you seen them?
No, I haven't yet.
They're really nice. They were a huge hit.
Wait, when we had foil playmats?
Yeah, I believe we had a foil playmat. I think it was a Pleiades mat in Singapore.
Whoa.
And I saw it and I was like, foil. I don't play foil cards. I love cold foils. I don't play rainbow foils. So I was expecting to not love this foil mat. I did love the foil mat.
Okay.
So did a lot of people. I was really impressed with it.
But what the people really want is a white border playmat. When are we going to get that, Majiin?
Is that what they want?
Yeah, 100%. I speak for them. And they have no say in it.
Hmm.
So we will be back with more white border playmats, more silly things said by 2 friends in the casting booth, and also more flesh and blood after this. Riptide coming at you. Don't go anywhere.
Dancing wild on silver.
3 rounds gone by here from the calling in Shizuoka, and we have got a little bit more before we are halfway through our day. Sam Byrne, Bryce Platz, and you and me back in the booth. It's just like another old Tuesday Armory, my friend.
It
like
has
the
been,
old days.
Yeah, we are famed for casting Tuesday Armory, as much to the chagrin of everybody playing the Armory.
We just pull up 2 chairs, just hold pencils like it's a mic. Yeah.
Everybody's like, what is up with these guys?
Yeah,
Who are they
yeah.
talking to?
Yeah. No, it's some great games we've gotten to watch so far, including that last one where I was getting to sit right there and watch that Verdance just get absolutely obliterated. What are your thoughts on the metagame as we're seeing it develop? New heroes, old heroes, a lot of new cards are at our gaming table. What's flying through your head?
Man, Sam, every time we go back to Japan, I just think that I have no idea why more people aren't playing Rhinar Reckless Rampage, because these quad intimidate turns are so fearsome, especially when we see the top 5 decks dominated by Florian and Verdance. Decks that really want to be blocking.
Yeah, no, it's been cool to see just how it develops so far. I'm sure we'll get some more Florian as the tournament continues, either later today or tomorrow, given how highly represented and how highly effective it is. I do believe for our next round, we're going to look towards some of our lesser represented heroes that are both X and O. We'll get to that in a second, but it's been a cool day so far. I'm curious. I want to see how those Kasais are doing later. The Kasais that back in the days of old and heavy hitters were definitely a deck you turn to take down the KO. We only seen 1 KO so far. I believe they're doing quite well after 3 rounds of competition. Not necessarily like, oh my God, they're all the 3-0s are KOs, but definitely doing well. Cindra as well, I think a deck that's seeing some success. But the real question, I do believe, as we've been saying, once again, it's a gravy bones potential meta as we wait and see just how much that Necromancer hurts without those tipples.
And you know, Sam, I'm also really curious about the Warriors in this metagame. My eyes are definitely on Fang, though. I am a Fang enjoyer, and I have since kind of theorized that his day in the sun is gone now that Gravy Bones isn't the de facto best deck assumed by everybody. I really don't know if he can win the race against KO. I don't think that he has the chops to reliably win against Cindra, and Earth can be a little bit prickly here and there. So I do wonder if these Warriors, some really big names among them, Pudding Tam on Kasai, Brody Spurlock on Fang, I wonder if there's an edge that we're just not quite seeing as of yet. But I also want to mention the Super Slam heroes, who are not having the greatest day thus far. We did see Pleiades fall to Slippy early on in this tournament. We only have one Lyath who is doing his best and no tough nuts whatsoever. So maybe not the day in the sun that the Super Slam heroes wanted to see if you were a fan of the newest set.
Yeah. You know, it's early days, and this is something we see with plenty that's of yore. You know, the heroes might take a little bit of time to ramp up, especially on the true day 0, day 1 callings. It's sometimes, you know, some of the players are like, yo, I'm still trying to get all the cards I need, as we just are celebrating the release of Super Slam. Let's also take a look and celebrate which players are doing well after 3 rounds of competition. We're gonna check out some of the 3-0s, and right there at the top, we are seeing one of the coldest names I've ever seen. Cold Lee up at the top of the standings, 3-0. And look at that, there's a Kano 3-0 as well. There's a Cindra and Matt Rogers, famous OG of Fab indeed, sitting at 3-0 on that Verdance deck.
Ironically enough, Cold Lee is known for giving the warmest hugs in Flesh and Blood. That's not actually true. I don't know, but Cold Lee is like a name and a half. Yeah. I mean, like LSS is taking notes. I'm sure
totally.
that Cold is coming out in the next set once we finally get Ice back.
All right, well, let's look at some of these heroes as we're going to take a look at this page, and the next page is standings at 3-0. You see 3 Florian on this page, one of the only heroes other than Verdance double represented on this very first page of standings. See 1 KO in the middle, and 3-0 and Keith Tan coming out of Singapore as we take a look at some of our other 3-0 players after these 3-round competition and see just which heroes are beginning their day strong. Another Florian, another Verdance, so Earth highly represented. And there we see a Dorinthea at 3-0. And a little spoiler alert, we might be seeing that Dorinthea pretty soon. But you talked about Warriors, Bryce. 14 and 15, 3-0. A couple of Warriors, one untalented, one with a draconic ability, both currently undefeated.
And you know what we don't see, Sam, is a plethora of KO armed and dangerous. Definitely not the massive, potential conversion that we had expected. Only 2 in the top 20 represented here. We do, however, have Yoshiki Mizutani holding strong with Acilio Constella Intelligence, another deck that I've recently been picking up and absolutely loving, but wondering if he can still contend with the fast players in the metagame like Cindra and Kayo.
Well, when you talk about KO as well, I think it's kind of like these KO players. They have so many new tools.
Yep.
They have so many new ways they can build their deck. It's still release weekend of Super Slam. We might be waiting and watching until the ProQuest season to have the players truly have found the tuned list. But we're also in such early days of this calling Shizuoka, and when all things are said and done, I think we still might see someone armed and dangerous in the top 8 as we continue to look ahead. See an American making the trip out to Shizuoka, and Andrew Hillary at 3-0, a bunch of Cindra, and in the middle we do see Jacob Clements still taking names on that Gravy Bones deck, someone who is on one of the best runs in competitive Fab over a World Tour season we've ever really seen. He is just on a tear.
Sam, I started casting LSS events only this year, starting with Calling Kobe. And who was in the finals of Calling Kobe but Jacob Clements himself? He is on, as you said, an absolute tear. He is probably the most prolific Flesh and Blood player this year, definitely in the running to dethrone Brody Spurlock in the Player of the Year race. But we must draw our eyes to seat 29. Akahiro Takano, Riptide, Lurker of the Deep, is 3-0 at calling Shizuoka. What the heck?
Hey, take the bait, dude. Take the bait. Come on. You have to imagine. You play take the bait, and then they can't play their cards, and then you activate all your traps. Let's take a look at the next page of standings to see if we can find take the bait in those as well, as we have a number of players as we get to the end of the 3-0s, and we can see, wow, a Brazilian player making it all the way out.
Go.
Juan Pablo Fonseca Lemos there at 3-0 with Cindra, right above at net table number 36 on the standing. You finally out Charlie to some of his friends, a good friend of mine. Happy to see him rewarded for his consistent Victor play over months and months. 34, there's another Riptide. Eikisu Guy. Maybe they found something interesting that players were not expecting. That's a deck that I think can do some major work into something like KO Armed and Dangerous.
I think you're trying to get me to take the bait, Sam, but I think our story is going to unfold, and we're going to see exactly what Riptide has in this meta, but it's not going to be against a traditional competitor. No, indeed, it's going to be Dorinthea Ironsong, who is the benefactor of a new expansion slot card, but maybe not one that is going to help her super well against the Lurker of the Deep.
Well, let's find out. Let's answer the questions. Let's hear the beat of the Iron Song. Let's see the next round here from Calling Shizuoka, and we have buried the lead long enough. It is Riptide versus Dorinthea. It's Akahiro Takano versus Hiroaki Suzuki. 3-0 for both of these players, and this is a match I'm excited to see as it's right underway, and we are getting right into it. Late with Frailty into the Endless Arrow. It's going to go ahead and be blocked. Currently, late with inertia, on the Endless Arrow. Just currently blocking for 6 is our Dorinthea player. It looks like he might be willing to take the 1 here, get the inertia token.
I want to talk about the chosen weapon for Riptide here. It's Red Spine Manta, which does perhaps indicate a more aggro, red line slanted Riptide deck that Hiroaki Suzuki is facing off with. I also need to mention the choice in arm slots, Sharp Shooters, which is really influential in aggro Riptide because of a little card called Stone Rain, which came into the meta from the Armory deck for Azalea. That one is going to get just dominate as long as it has an aim counter on it. And so Sharpshooters is the chosen arm piece in order to close out games, something that is really difficult for Riptide to do, even in the aggro variant, just because all of his numbers are very face up, and sure, they can be pushed a little bit, but the threatening part of these arrows and the pumps are that they must connect, and especially a class like Warrior, which has an innate weapon with power on it, can definitely fatigue out a Riptide.
You can see Hiroaki has just the face in the hand here, as it looks like potentially when he placed those blocks down and said block for 6, maybe there was a miscalculation. You saw them have a little bit of a conversation back and forth, but 1 damage over the top, the inertia token created. So one of the main benefits from going second in a game of Flesh and Blood Classic Constructed is the ability to establish the arsenal for sure, but also get that tempo. But you have to imagine setting up that 5-card hand is an important piece of the puzzle for this Dorinthea deck. That's not going to be an option. Hiroaki is just going to be working with the 4 cards he has available to him.
And that's probably exactly what Hiroaki was so upset about in his blocking decision. 1 damage leaks through and inertia token generated, which is exactly what... Oh, Emboldened Blade is going to be the non-attack action resolved here. Akahiro must reveal the card in Arsenal. It is not a defense reaction, so Emboldened Blade is not going to essentially get a free card of value.
Wow, look at that, though. That is an interesting card to have in this matchup in particular. You have to imagine he was expecting to grab a trap out of that Riptide player's arsenal, but instead it's information gained for Hiroaki, getting that Seek and Destroy to be shown once it flips up. It's going to be the first Dawnblade swing of the game for Dorinthea, Iron Song. We've got a Glint the Quicksilver. We've got a Twinning Blade in hand. Those cards do work well together. And you have to imagine they might both be played here because that inertia token is going to ask for them either to hit the combat chain or the bottom of the deck.
A Return Fire in the hand of Akahiro Takano, a card that can get 7 points of value pretty easily, but it can clunk itself up depending on what you already have in your arsenal. And because Akahiro Takano does not have New Horizon, and because Seek and Destroy is now turned face up, there's no hope of him clearing that arsenal and utilizing Return Fire to load, say, that Endless Arrow, which is in hand.
Like he might just be putting the arrow in front of this one. He's going to turn on the Glint for Hiroaki if he wants to play it here, as a Reprise will be live. Currently 2 floating.
I definitely think that Hiroaki is going to want to deploy Glint the Quicksilver right here and now. You don't get too many opportunities like this, especially with an all blue and yellow hand for Dorinthea. It is altogether normal for aggro-slanted decks like the Red Spine Manta list that Riptide is sporting right here to just say no blocks on that first Dawnblade. And so Glint the Quicksilver is often cashed in just as a 1-card go-again enabler.
And we're looking at this here. This is interesting. We have a Glistening Steel Blade drawn and a Twinning Blade to allow for this to be played again, so that because it didn't hit, he can still at least play this Glistening Steel Blade to go ahead and make this Dawnblade threatening on this turn. But you're currently not threatening the Dawnblade counter, but Glistening Steel Blade would threaten a counter unless Hiroaki just keeps it in the hand to go ahead and put to the bottom with this inertia token.
I really hope that Hiroaki is not forgetting about this inertia token again. I tend to think that he is a little bit priced into playing that Glistening Steel Blade and forcing Akahiro to make difficult decisions. In this case, it wouldn't have been a difficult decision at all because there was a Return Fire in hand. Hiroaki perhaps thinking that no, he forgot about the inertia token. He has arsenaled the Glistening Steel Blade. Oh, that's 2 times in a single turn cycle that Hiroaki has forgotten about inertia. So devastating to see.
Yeah, so once again, just 4 cards drawn here for our Dorinthea player. We'll have to see if he can battle back from these first turn 0 and turn 1 stumbles. Dorinthea, though, a deck that can definitely work well once it gets that first counter and begins to establish the game plan and the tempo. Seek and Destroy, Red Spine Manta activation into the Falcon Wing, coming in for 6 with a non-hit effect. Once again, Riptide asking this Dorinthea player, you got to respect my attack here or you will remain arsenal lists for the foreseeable future.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the numbers that Riptide presents. They're very fair. Ultimately, this is a 2-card 6, and it requires 2 cards from the deck. So the possibility of fatiguing a Riptide, especially one that is not on the Dreadbore variant, which seeks to recur a bunch of arrows in the late game, big arrows like Battering Bolt, it is not altogether unreasonable. 38 plays 39 still, and Akahiro has resolved his first Codex of Frailty of the game. One of those cards that is very powerful, but he's going to have to be really careful about the way he utilizes, because those are also the way that you close out games.
Here comes the Endless Arrow back into the arsenal. Ponder and a Frailty. Frailty going to be quite relevant. And Hiroaki here just content to go ahead and block the 4. Ponder token allows this Riptide deck to plop whatever it wants back into the arsenal, and the Trench of Sunken Treasure means it won't necessarily have to live there for long. You can see Akahiro here actually going to go ahead and ask about the Refraction Bolters. The players here giving, Hiroaki giving the not instructions, giving the directions over of exactly what this does. Maybe Akahiro here hasn't played into Dorinthea that much. Hiroaki probably, after getting that piece of information, like, oh, what does that do? That is music to Dorinthea's ears. Once you're aware, wait a second, perhaps my opponent doesn't understand just how Dorinthea works. That is when Dorinthea works at her best.
It's another copy of Return Fire in the hand for Akahiro Takano, and I believe no arrows in the hand.
Ooh.
This is exactly the kind of thing that makes Riptide maybe not the choice that a lot of people would choose to bring to a high-profile tournament like a calling. He suffers from the Rune Blade hand issues, but he's kind of got, especially in the aggro variant, 3 different ways in which that can happen. He's got traps. He's got arrows. Yeah. He's got pumps. So you really need the stars to align in order for you to convert every single card in your hand and arsenal on any given turn cycle.
Falcon Wing is an arrow grabbed off of the top from the ponder from the Codex of Frailty. You can see Hiroaki, he's pointing to his tunic. He did miss his tunic on his last turn. It should be at 2 here. You know, often for these players in these callings, especially, you know, Flesh and Blood just came to Japan last year for the very first time. This is the 3rd event that has been streamed at this level. It's your first time on stream. Have a little bit of nerves. Have a little bit of mistakes at the beginning. Something I do just want to point out, Hiroaki is no slouch when it comes to Dorinthea. 3-0. I have the record here from the last 3 games. Round 1, Kano, W. Round 2, Florian, W. Round 3, another Kano, W. So this dude has come here to play, and he is so far taking names. Have to see if he can overcome, again, just some early missteps here, maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of jitters. Right here is going to be a block for 6 on this Falcon Wing, blocking out the Seek and Destroy effect.
Sam, Hiroaki Suzuki is basically having a cursed gem run thus far. The fact that he is X and O in this situation is really impressive. He's now running into Riptide, which is usually a really rough matchup for warriors and assassins alike. Akahiro is probably foaming at the mouth that he found himself a Dorinthea in this room. If there's one thing that defense reaction-centric decks like to do, it's face off against attack reaction-centric builds. In this case, however, Akahiro forced to keep 2 cards in hand because they were traps and pass back over to Hiroaki, who now probably has a lot of information implied about what's in hand.
Gonna be the Frailty Trap coming out. The first trap we see resolved here, but no go again means no ping from the Riptide ability, as we're gonna go ahead and see an Oasis Respite hit the arsenal. An Oasis Respite that would work a lot nicer if the Tunic counter was on 3, so we'll have to wait a turn for that to come to pass as we see the Dauntless go ahead and get pitched on that last turn cycle. So some nice, interesting options for Hiroaki that have worked so far, as we see the 4 cards here once again. This is looking a bit awkward. I believe that's a trap on the far right.
It is a Bloodrot Pox trap.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Bloodrot trap and also a Return Fire. So a card that you don't want to arsenal, a card that forces you to discard from hand, and a card that is a defense reaction that you can't be utilizing on offense at all. So Akahiro finding a lot of awkward hands early on. I mean, I guess this is the time you want to do it when the life totals are still buffered quite a bit. And especially when your Dorinthea opponent is drawing pretty awkwardly. The one way that Akahiro gets extremely punished here is if Hiroaki is able to establish several early counters on the Dawnblade, and when he needs to block it out, he just doesn't have the defense reactions to get there. So it does require some diligent management of that all-powerful sword from Welcome to Wraith by our Riptide player.
Dorinthea here once again facing down an Endless Arrow for 7. This time no inertia, but a Ponder stapled on. That is going to be the end of the turn here for Akahiro.
The on-hits here are not threatening at all for Hiroaki. It's really just the damage, because Endless Arrow going back to hand doesn't really matter when there's already a card in hand for Akahiro, and a Ponder token doesn't matter that much either. Well, Akahiro will get his pick of the litter, but I tend to think that that Bloodrot Pox trap is A-OK to plunk into the arsenal, namely because it can be trenched away if it's not useful, or, of course, deployed for 5 points of value if Hiroaki dares to attack the Riptide.
Blocking for 8 here with the Jagged Edge, the Glistening, and the Braveforge Bracer. We're going to see the Tunic tick to 3 to couple alongside that Oasis Respite in the arsenal here for Dorinthea, as 39 is currently playing 36. Third turn, Tunic is going to tick to 3. Ponder token pops. as Akahiro is choosing the arsenal. I do wonder if Hiroaki is content taking this game just super long. Going to do a lot of blocking, boarded in things like Oasis Respite because he has a Dawnblade. Akahiro has arrows, traps, Red Spine Manta. This is a deck that can get fatigued. I don't think Hiroaki is playing any, straight fatigue Dorinthea or anything like that. But when you see Oasis Respite in the 60 being brought in, you have to wonder if Hiroaki has multiple avenues that he's considering possible to utilize to win this game.
And furthermore, Sam, Jagged Edge is in the graveyard, blocked with last turn. Not a card that you typically think as a silver bullet into Riptide. That card is normally utilized for Prism and Enigma before her dear departure from the meta. It's the hand of Akahiro Takano, flooded with plenty of offensive and defensive potential. Bloodrot Pox Trap and Frailty Trap. Frailty Trap not going to trigger here because Warrior's Valor will only confer Go again on hit. So Hiroaki is kind of telegraphing no reactions in hand. The one thing that you need to consider when a Dorinthea player has an arsenal, though, is Iron Song. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Iron Song Response, of course, 0 cost reaction. Has Reprise to get +3. 2 E-Strikes committed in front of this Dawnblade. Pass the turn is the call from Hiroaki. And so it's just going to, once again, you're going to buy 2 cards out of the Riptide deck. Frailty token, you're going to pop. 2 turns now, Hiroaki has to deal with Frailty. So now let's see just how Riptide wants to move forward. 41 minutes remaining. It's going to be laced with Frailty. Once again into that Endless Arrow. This time, though, a clean 2 cards possible for Dorinthea with that Sink Below drawn up to make sure that Dorinthea no longer has to deal with being frail. As we see a brand new card in the hand, it's the Authority of Ataya in the hand for Hiroaki, and that is a real nice way to stuff some potential defense reactions out of this Riptide deck.
One of which is in the hand for Akahiro Takano. A Bloodrot Trap makes its way into the arsenal and could be really awkward if it costs 1. I tend to think that turn cycle definitely came out Hiroki's way because 2 E-Strikes out of the Riptide deck, if you're thinking even slightly about fatiguing Riptide, getting rid of 2 E-Strikes is absolutely huge out of the deck. I mean, that is one of the more efficient in terms of deck damage tools that Riptide has at its disposal.
Now, this is interesting because, once again, 1 floating now means if you're in Akahiro's seat, you have to consider many different options for what that arsenal could be. Especially with the Tunic sitting there on 1. But we know that's just an Oasis Respite. So this thing is blocked out. Not only will there be no copper, there'll be no future turn here for Hiroaki. And we're going to see the Crown of Providence be committed to get that 2 block value. Let's see what the continuation of the block is here from Akahiro.
Akahiro could be thinking of sinking away that Bloodrot Pox Trap, namely because Hiroaki did not deploy the Arsenal card on the previous turn when I was thinking about Iron Song Response. Akahiro could be thinking like, man, I really need to get maximum value on this Bloodrot trap, but it's just not serving me here. My opponent is telegraphing that he wants to play at action speed, not reaction speed where I want him, so I've got to find more damage off the top of the deck.
Yeah, and they're just talking about the Authority of Ataya here, making sure, because now we are in the reaction step. The Crown of Providence has been resolved. If Akahiro wants to play a defense reaction, he's got to pitch for it, which is just so not what you want to be doing. However, with multiple cards in hand, thanks to the Crown of Providence, things can get a little easier for our Riptide player. But, man, if he just lets this go through, he's going to go ahead and take the 3 here. That's going to now allow for this Dawnblade to attack again. It's an easy, just 1 card block. You didn't have to worry about Iron Song Response last turn. You imagine you don't have to worry about it this turn. The Tunic counter does, of course, complicate things. But he's just going to come in again, swing in for 3. Not utilize the Tunic for the Brave Forge Bracers to make this a break point. And Akahiro can just cleanly block this for 3 here with any 3 block in hand that's not a defense reaction and stop that first counter from being resolved.
And Akahiro has got to block this. The one way that this game gets absolutely out of control is if +1 counters get placed on Dawnblade. Bolton Shot is the block there. More damage going out of the deck of Akahiro Takano. I am definitely concerned about fatigue, especially looking at the deck of Hiroaki Suzuki. I don't think they are triple sleeved, may not even be double sleeved, and that deck is still looking very healthy.
Premeditate, laced with frailty, drill shot here now threatens the remainder of Hiroaki's armor, not arsenal, as we see the Brave Forge Bracers and the Refraction Bolters already with those -1 counters. 10 damage on this drill shot, and on hit, another -1 counter on an equipment piece. I love the, like, I don't know, it's not called, like, the watermark of the arrow cards there that have been recently added to Flesh and Blood. It does make it easier. I do remember when I was first learning the game, Buzzbolt was not a lightning card in that Lexi Blitz deck, and boy, did that complicate my turns. As we see, Steel Blade Supremacy, Iron Song response out of hand, and then now the Tunic into the Oasis Respite. A perfect block for 10. And I think maybe both players' alarm bells might be going off for Akahiro Takano. Do I have enough damage to truly get over a Dorinthea deck with all 3 blocks, a bunch of armor, and clearly some new defensive pieces or some defensive pieces brought in? And just as I see it, Akihiro's looking through that graveyard. What threats have I already gone through? He fans it. He's considering that arsenal. Does he want to plop whatever card is left in hand in that zone? He's got to be thinking about chaining together some big turns. The only damage done is that first turn miss block from Hiroaki, and we are immediately seeing the blue, the trap, being pitched into the quiver of Abyssal Depths. He's recurring some red threats. He's recurring 3 arrows. As we are 37 minutes remaining in this round 4 from the calling here in Shizuoka, we might have to wonder if this Riptide player just has enough damage to get over this Dory.
Ranger Mains Abound will tell you, I will tell you, you need to be considering fatigue in just about every matchup that you play. Not having a weapon with power attached to it just means you are inherently susceptible to that kind of a strategy. And I'm not saying that Hiroaki even came into this game with that at the fore, but he can always transition that way. I mean, granted, Riptide is really good into warriors that play attack reactions, assassins that play attack reactions, but also they block super well and can always just lean on a Dawnblade to carry through the day.
A lot of cards left, though, for Riptide and Akahiro. You saw as Hiroaki went ahead and gave that a little bit of a shuffle. There's still plenty of cards to work with. Just depends on what cards they are and if they're really able to truly get over blocks. That's my real question. The Dauntless now coming down. Given that +3 and defense reaction is going to cost, the first defense reaction, I believe it's just the first, going to cost an additional resource to play. Second effect in as many turns, threatening those D-reacts that this Riptide deck likes to play. Yeah, it's going to be that very first one. And the perfect little pitch curve here.
6 power on the combat chain here. Akahiro staring down a hand of Endless Arrow, Searing Shot, Ravenous Rabble, and I believe Bloodrot Trap. He's lining up one card here, perhaps thinking of deploying that Bloodrot Trap. And I think we're really seeing Hiroki's game plan kind of coalesce in front of us. He's playing almost exclusively at action speed, blocking with all of his attack reactions, perhaps trying to bait out all of the traps that could gain some really fearsome value on the Riptide side of the board, and staying at a massive life total of 39 thus far. Just threatening little bits of damage here, little bits of damage there. Ideally, some +1 counters, but he's only going to put his foot on the gas if Akahiro stumbles. Ravenous Rabble is going to be the first attack resolved here. Dry Powder Shot, a massive upgrade from the high seas for Riptide, shown on the top, conferring only -1 to that Ravenous Rabble. 4 go again here. Also a Riptide trigger, gonna pocket a card in the arsenal. I believe it's that, likely the Endless Arrow that Akahiro was holding. But it's 4 go again here for Hiroaki. Another Oasis Respite in the hand, and the new expansion slot card also, Beat of the Iron Song. For Dorinthea.
Block 3, take 1 over the top with that Twinning Blade. A little bit more damage now. That Riptide has been able to get through. Endless Arrow now comes in for 4. And if part of the plan for Riptide here is to get the unblockable damage from those pings, boy, Hiroaki has made it hard. Authority of Ataya, Dauntless, just abilities that tax those D-reacts in ways that are unconventional, but clearly have been effective so far. We're seeing that Beat of the Iron Song go ahead and be pushed forward for block value alongside the Brave Forge Bracers. It's time once again for Hiroaki to just come in and swing the Dawnblade for 3. And we're seeing the Oasis Respite hit the arsenal.
And that's all Hiroaki has to do. Just keep swinging that Dawn Blade. Honestly, forget the counters. Hiroaki posthumously forgetting his tunic. Oh, Hiroaki.
My poor guy, bro.
Oh, my heart
poor
is
guy.
bleeding for him. It's so miserable.
He just looks up to the sky, just gives it a little bit of a laugh. Sometimes that's all you can do.
Hiroaki says, I've heard of forgetting my tunic counter once. Heck, even twice during a game, but I think that number is climbing.
But so far, things are still working out nicely. And I do just need to remind everybody at home, my guy has taken out 2 Kanos and a Florian on his way to 3-0. So if you don't think this guy knows his Dorinthea, you might have something else coming. Gonna have to see if he can take down the Riptide, though, even in the face of that Tunic. He could have a whole nother Tunic turn by now.
And if this is Hiroki's first streamed match, it cannot be stated how intense it is for your first time. I was a person who thought, oh yeah, once I get on stream, I'm gonna move the dice, I'm gonna make sure the casters know what's going on, I'm gonna play so perfectly. Famously, my first game on stream was against a Dorinthea player, and I took 12 damage on turn 0. So
I remember
the
that.
nerves yeah, I know. I think you were casting that
it
match,
was.
weren't you? It was one of the most miserable moments in my life. And I'm glad that it was recorded because it humbled me early on, and it gives me a lot of respect for players that are in Hiroki's seat. Your first streamed match, especially at a really high-profile event, when you're running hot, is a stressful thing, no matter way you slice it.
2 laced with blood rots were on top of a dry powder shot. That's a big piece of offensive salvo here for Akahiro, but 2 D-reacts out of the hand for Hiroaki were able to stuff it. 3 cards to block for 11 and 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens. No copies of Rain Razors have been seen so far to push any damage, and there were no cards left in hand. So the return fire here finally going to be utilized for its effect as we moved back to Hiroaki's turn, now passing back over. But there's no, we do have the Bolton shot. So the Bolton shot was banished to the return fire. Now gets to come in face up, get that +3. So it's going to be coming in for 7 with Go again.
And finally, the 3rd copy of Return Fire is finally going to get some value here.
Yeah.
2 have gone by the wayside for Akahiro Takano, but this one, it's showing its stripes. Return Fire is essentially a 1-card 7 when it works. You get to block with it from hand, banish an arrow from the hand, and then at the beginning of the turn, comes into the arsenal, gets +3. And what better arrow to get +3, give +3 to, than Bolton Shot, which gains Go again and on-hit reload when it's buffed beyond its base.
Majiin Bae just passed me a note like I'm back in 8th grade and wanted to remind the viewers at home. We might make sense as Hiroaki did so well into the Kanos with 3 Oasis Respites in the deck. And you can see, came prepared for many different scenarios, did this Dorinthea player. He's going to go ahead and take the 4 here from the Bolt shot. So for the first time this game, a true little bit of offensive damage actually getting through for Akahiro. No real need to reload with the Bolton Shots effect. Let's see what the call is here. 7 or a random card from the top of the deck?
It's got to be 7. Yeah, 100%. I love this choice from Akahiro. When you're in the Riptide Sea, and once again, fatigue is on the table, your objective is to gain the maximum of value from every single card in your deck, not necessarily put together turn over turn value, because you just can't do it. I mean, we've seen several times Akahiro have to leave a card, 2 cards in hand, because they just don't function when your opponent is not swinging into you.
So this is really interesting, just from like a meta perspective as we're watching this game, because Hiroaki came here, he has the Oasis Respites. Clearly, it worked out for him against 2 Kanos, but I'm thinking of a bunch of decks in the meta that don't want to see a Dawnblade. I'm thinking of Cindra. I'm thinking of Kano. I mean, maybe Acilio just blows up blows up the Dorinthea, but Acilio certainly cannot block a Dawnblade super well. Then I think about like, okay, well, what does Dorinthea not want to see? I have to certainly imagine Florian with all those D-reacts is not something a Dorinthea deck is happy to run into, but Hiroaki already has a Florian laying behind him in the losers column. Hiroaki at 3-0 took down a Florian to get here, so all of a sudden this Dorinthea deck, you look in just a random matchup like, oh, Riptide's doing 3-0. Wow. Dorinthea looking quite strong at just potentially being able to present this fatigue avenue. And all of a sudden, the old OG Welcome to Wraith Warrior looking like might have a fair bit of success, depending on how well Hiroaki can continue his run.
3rd copy of Oasis Respite drawn for Hiroaki Suzuki. And I do want to flash back to the Calling Sam Paulo days, which, believe it or not, was not even a year ago. It feels like an eon ago, but I was there, and one of the things that surprised me most was a Count Your Blessings variant of Dorinthea Iron Song. So I think Dorinthea players abound still kind of have their heads wrapped around this fatigue slanted strategy, and that may be why Hiroaki was comfortable bringing it to Shizuoka. Laced with Blood Rot for Akahiro Takano with a reload, thanks to the Riptide static text. Follow-up is Falcon Wing from the Arsenal 6 go again. Blood Rot Pox on hit, the most terrifying disease in all of Wraith.
I have to imagine for Hiroaki, it might be inertia after the way this game started. 6 damage now. He can block it with a couple cards, got plenty of armor. But this is like the classic deck that can do it all, do multiple different things. This deck can be aggressive, it can trade with the aggro decks. The Dawnblade scales nearly exponentially. Then in matchups like this, you just get to watch the power of all the 3s in the bottom right corner of the Warrior cards, that incredible fridge, and the ability of the Dawnblade to just present a recursive threat that becomes just inevitable by the time the game ends, as you see another just red card pitched into 3 damage. Questions asked once again, hey, what are you going to do? You're going to keep taking damage? No, that's the second frailty trap for no frailty value nor no ping value, because Hiroaki, he's not giving this Dawnblade go again. At the moment, he doesn't need it.
And this is exactly why what we're seeing is a well-fleshed out game plan and not stumbling. Hiroaki is blocking pointedly with his reaction cards because he knows all he has to do is play good action speed Dawnblade game until Akahiro is just forced to block with all of the traps in his deck and not get any of the ping value, none of the disruptive tokens coming Hiroaki's way. This is exactly how he's going to close out this game if he does so. Shelter from the Storm, covering up that drill shot, a breakpoint very nicely.
Oh, man. It is hard for me to see a path forward for Akahiro Takano. This is a deck that is probably happy to prey on something like a Cindra, happy to prey on something like a Kayo, happy to go toe-to-toe with some of these more aggressive decks and utilize the various points of offensive pressure, disruption, the traps, and the pinging. But then you look at something like a Nourishing Emptiness coming out from a Dorinthea player that has just been blocking you nonstop, and all of a sudden some armor is going to have to get involved. Let's see if there's a trap in the arsenal to help this thing out. If there is, you probably don't need to put the sharpshooters in front of this card, but not looking immediately like Akahiro has the right answer. He's picking 2 cards from hand. That's not an option. This thing currently has Dominate.
Sorry, Akahiro. That is not an option that is available to you. The head goes down as both of these players perhaps cracking under the pressure of the feature match table. No, instead, the choice is a Bolton shot plus sharpshooters and perch grapplers in the foot slot. So armor dwindling for Riptide. Yeah, sure, he's got himself the trench, but that is so important to the Riptide game plan that it's almost better to never block with it and die, according to Riptide mains.
I think the Perch Grapplers being blocked with is like the perfect microcosm of this game. Akahiro brought in Perch Grapplers because he was expecting to have to block a Dawnblade. He was expecting, I don't want to give my opponent Dawnblade counters, but all of a sudden you have to imagine he is wishing he had Snapdragon Scalers. He's wishing he had a piece in his leg slot that would allow him to pressure this Dorinthea player on an even wider chain link. Akahiro brought in his defensive pieces. He's getting out-defended here at the feature match table.
So this whole game would be flipped on its head if Akahiro had brought a completely different variant of Riptide. If he had brought in the Dreadbore variant, perhaps not even something that he has in his 80.
Yeah,
generally
I wonder if
to
he
flex.
does. Yeah.
You know, Dreadbore is just such a fearsome bow when it comes to decks that are trying to fatigue you out. Why it's such an important piece in the tool belt of Rangers all over Wraith. You just need some way to let defense reactions rot in your opponent's hand. In this case, Red Spine Manta really forcing Akahiro to play fair flesh and blood against a deck that is not interested in doing that.
Going ahead, taking a good bit of licks there from the Bolton shot down to 28. Goes Hiroaki, dealing with a searing shot now that threatens potentially to go ahead and deal an extra point of damage, but the third Oasis Respite is a perfect cover-up. All 4 damage neatly taken care of here.
And in the hand of Hiroaki Suzuki is a banger. It's Warrior's Valor, which is just for pitching, Steel Blade Supremacy, and Blade Flurry. We might finally see a huge offensive swing from Hiroaki Suzuki, and what a way to do it when every single one of your Dawn Blades are going to draw a card on connection.
You can see Hiroaki here took a little bit of damage. It looks like he might actually be potentially trying to do a little bit of attacking and some real offense here.
I'm so sorry, Sam. I just gasped audibly because Collapsing Trap is in the hand of Akahiro Takano. If Hiroaki decides to play out this Steel Blade Supremacy and give Dawn Blade go again, Collapsing Trap is going to be at the ready. But no, he simply swings the Dawn Blade, and the best card in the Riptide deck simply blocks for 3.
And looks like that's just going to maybe be the turn. Yep, Hiroaki's content to go ahead. Keep a couple cards in hand. Not even Arsenal, either of them. He wants to just keep both of them in the hand on defense here. Doesn't want to, I guess, clog up the Arsenal when it could be ready for a defensive piece later. I think we're pretty clear on how Hiroaki expects to win this game as the Bolton shot comes in for 6, but there's no tricksiness. There's no Rain Razors. There's no option that we've seen from Akahiro to say, gotcha. It's all pretty face up. And as a result, Hiroaki is really having his way in the early parts of this game as we move towards the true mid game and maybe even the end as another Lace of Frailty just comes in, another Bolton shot for 6. Hiroaki can just go ahead and put both the cards in front of this, block it out entirely as 28 is about to be playing 24 minutes remaining in the round. But Hiroaki just content to pass back over. And this is part of playing on the World Tour, part of playing calling. You go ahead, you sit down against your opponent. It's Dorinthea. What do I have to do here? And sometimes making the wrong decision in sideboarding can just be much of the way the game goes. I'm not saying Snapdragon Scalers wins Akahiro this game. I think you brought up a great point, though. If Dreadbore is in the 80, that is such a different timbre to what Hiroaki is able to do. Don't know if Akahiro has access to it, but it seems like he was prepared for a little bit of a different fight he walked into.
3 go again, covered up by a Warrior's Valor from hand. Hiroaki seems to not care about what any of his cards do except for the block value in the bottom right corner. And who could blame him? Because this exact thing over several turn cycles is what has drawn me away from the aggro variant of Riptide. I just don't see the way that Riptide closes out games against decks that want to do exactly this against him. I will just keep a little bit of damage in my deck. I have a weapon that swings for 3, and sure, I'm not going to pitch efficiently for it, but eventually you're just going to run out of gas, and that's the way it'll roll.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was like, I think at least a 3 or 4 arrow hand there for Akahiro. He had to use the sharpshooters just to go too wide. Hiroaki was content to go ahead and put multiple cards in front of it, just swing in once again for 3, pitching away. The Iron Song Determination, right before we started this match, we were, okay, who are we going to get for round 4? Oh, it's a Riptide versus Dorinthea. And I think I'm sitting in Akahiro's seat. I'm like, cool, a back and forth match, defense reactions, attack reactions. This is going to be an interesting kind of classic game of flesh and blood, played pejoratively?
I'm just kidding.
What's the word? Not,
Majorly?
mostly? Yeah, majorly?
Yeah.
Mostly in the reaction step. But mostly in the reaction step is what I thought was going to be happening, and I think so did Akahiro. However, Hiroaki had us all just a little bit hoodwinked here. And we're seeing that play out. 22 minutes remaining. They're going to go ahead and count up the decks. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards left for Akahiro. Way more than that.
Not even close for Hiroaki Suzuki. And that's exactly why when you sit down, even if it's a favorable matchup for you as Ranger, you must consider fatigue. You must understand that the game can go very, very long, and you simply don't have the tools built into your class in order to survive that kind of attrition. 28 plays 28. Hiroaki Suzuki is drawing up what is a small percentage of his deck compared to Akahiro Takano. An activation of Red Spine Manta for Swift Shot. Provides go again thanks to the fact that it was put into Arsenal face up. 1 damage is going to leak through here after Blade Flurry is the block. Down to 27 goes Hiroaki Suzuki. Akahiro has got himself a life lead, but that is not even close to the most important part of this game. And after sending a go again arrow, simply arsenals and passes. And wouldn't you know it, folks, it's a Dawn Blade coming in for 3. Overpower is in the pitch, Blade Flurry and Beat of the Iron Song at the ready. But Hiroaki, Suzuki might not be interested in deploying them at all. Just going to keep all of the cards in deck and go for the deterministic safe win. You gotta commend him for being a stalwart player, despite the fact that he's basically got Akahiro in a vice grip.
Trench Sunken Treasure going to be activated here. Grab the resource. But yeah, dude, with 10 cards left in the deck, I think we are pretty much just going through the motions here. Dry Powder Shot can be powered up by a Lace with Inertia. Hiroaki here just going to put a couple of cards in front of this. We saw him intentionally IP and keep a card in hand. Didn't need the arsenal. He knows what his path to victory is. I think both players do. Assuming at this point, all of you watching at home, all of us.
2 points of damage conferred there. 25 plays 25, and an inertia token generated there. I do wonder if that first turn of the game from Hiroaki was a little bit of a sandbag moment, because if there's one thing that I would like to do in his seat is be like, oh yeah, I don't know how inertia works. So what's going to happen here? Oh my goodness. What did your hero do?
Yeah, it's going to be an attack for 3, pitching away the Blade Flurry. I don't know why Hiroaki would want to attack with that or use that for offense. But I mean, dude, it's like such a, it makes sense, right? Like if you have these defensive pieces in your sideboard, you have the great armor. It can be, if the Riptide is not ready for it, you can just prey on them in sideboarding and you just get a near deterministic win from the get-go if this Riptide player does not have ways to get damage over, does not have ways to break through this style of deck, or if he didn't bring it in to the matchup. Swift Shot here going to come forward. 4 here.
And I do have to commend Hiroaki Suzuki for making the sideboarding choices that he did, because there is also a world where Akahiro flips up Dreadbore and Hiroaki is a very sad panda.
Yeah.
In this case, he did risk it all. Does have plenty of damage-centric pieces in his list, so it's not like he's subbing out his Steelblade Supremacies, his Glistening Steelblades, etc. He still has the capability to send some damage in his own right, but in this case, rewarded to the nines for the choices that he made in equipment presentation and sideboarding.
Hiroaki down to 24. Turn passes back over to Akahiro. Once again, it's just going to be a Dawnblade coming in for 3. Pass reactions back. Hiroaki has attack reactions. I don't know I think he can play him if that's a blue in the hand with the blue overpower, but he doesn't want to spend a card out of hand on offense for literally any reason. He doesn't care about getting any damage over the top. He knows once the game has come to its conclusion, once Akahiro is out of threats, the Dawnblade is enough to win it. So we can see Trench there going to go ahead and grab a resource, but where does Riptide get the action points from here? Riptide is a hero that needs to win in the trades, the back and forth, the pings from the traps, the ability from that hero to go ahead and just pitch or, use basically a pitchless hand, play a card from hand, load, not utilize any resources to move forward. But unfortunately, when the opponent doesn't want to play, when the opponent doesn't want to play nice or play with Riptide, it does get a little harder for him to find a path forward.
Hiroaki might be tracking how many traps are left in the Riptide deck. I do believe there is one more Blood Rot trap lurking in these. Yeah, and there it is. It's in the hand. These very few cards. There's also a Buzzsaw trap. So even though it kind of seems a little anticlimactic the way that Hiroaki is playing, it's also very, very smart, because if at some point Akahiro Takano is in a position where he's forced to start blocking this Dawnblade that is simply coming in for 3 every single turn, then those traps are never going to get the prolific value that is promised them.
It's also part of why he's not playing into these attack reactions, because he doesn't want these traps to be live. He doesn't want to give his Dawnblade go again. He doesn't want the Frailty trap to trigger. He doesn't want to play an attack reaction. He doesn't want the Blood Rot trap to trigger. He knows what he's doing. He came here with one thing in mind, and it is just basically just a matter of time before this one is going to be over. And we're going to see a Dorinthea move on to 4-0, taking down 2 Kanos and a Florian on his way to that record. And for Akahiro, will be 3-1 once eventually, you have to imagine, there's just not 24 damage left through these blocks for the Riptide player. So Akahiro will be 3-1 after this, and we will look ahead to the remainder of our matches from this day one of the calling in Shizuoka. Only 16 minutes left in the round, but we're just going to be watching some players go through the motions until this one is wrapped on up.
I do want the ultimate flex from Hiroaki Suzuki in this situation is to know how much damage is left in the Riptide deck and simply stop blocking. Can you imagine being that good at this game?
Can I imagine being that good at this game? Probably not. That's why I'm here behind the booth.
Okay, me too. But also, how sick would that be to just be like, okay, just send everything left in your deck, and I'll let you fizzle out.
That's no block. For all of a sudden, he just like completely stops blocking. No blocks.
Sure, why not?
See if I care.
Exactly.
Seek and Destroy. There's the Codex of Frailty. I believe there's only one copy of Nourishing Emptiness in this list. So this Nourishing Emptiness will be live once again on the next turn. I don't think we've seen another one blocked with. Does mean Hiroaki has to lose a card here. This is like kind of the last gasp from this Riptide deck. You get a card out of hand with the Seek and with the Codex of Frailty. The Seek and Destroy makes this drill shot pretty big, but it looks like it's just going to be using some final piece of armor. Going to go ahead and not sink because I have to imagine the Nourishing Emptiness is going to come through here. Going to be 5 with Dominate.
Hiroaki says,
5-card hand, yeah.
Hiroaki says, I will wait one more turn cycle to start stunt no blocking because I got to send this Nourishing Emptiness with Authority of Ataya, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Authority of Ataya means even if you have a D-React in the arsenal, you're going to have to pitch for it. It's official, folks. No cards left in the deck for Akahiro. We are close to that fatigue status. It is just a matter of time, just a formality. We have Dorinthea moving on to 4-0 here from the calling in Shizuoka. As the World Tour weekend continues, we've seen those pummels debuting here at World Tour Shizuoka. Plenty of cards left for Hiroaki. One card goes to the quote-unquote bottom, but it's just the last card in deck.
We also saw, I believe the prize wall is also showcasing a new version of Twin Drive. Oh, this month is extended. All the formalities are over and done with. The T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and Dorinthea Ironsong ascends to 4-0. Everybody in the Ironsong camp, raise your blades because your champion ascends.
Dorinthea moving on to 4-0, took down a couple wizards, took down a ranger, and of course took down Florian to get there. We'll have to wait and see just how Dorinthea's story continues in this tournament. Now, I won't say that was the most high-octane, exciting game of Flesh and Blood I've ever watched, but I do think it was a good example of just how it can go down at these World Tour weekends, at these callings. Sometimes you sit down, you win the game in sideboarding, you win the game, not necessarily in deck construction, but because that's part of the strength of Dorinthea as a hero, dog. It's like you sit down against Dorinthea, you don't know exactly what you're playing against. You don't know how that deck is constructed. You don't know what strategies they're going to employ, and we saw Yukihiro use it perfectly to go ahead and take that game down.
And you know, Sam, it is kind of a bygone art in Flesh and Blood at the moment, right? There was a time where a lot of people would be sitting across from Dash IE, and you would have to make a choice.
Yeah.
Are they on Induction Chamber, or are they going to boost me to death? And in this case, Hiroaki showcasing that some of the earlier heroes in this game are the ones that are the most flexible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good point. It's how I got into this game, was having to sit down and be like, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? You try to read their soul. So we got to see that play out before us here at the calling in Shizuoka. But I want to see, to be honest, a little more game actions being taken on both sides of the table. So we're going to just take a quick break so we can get right back into the action here live from calling in Shizuoka. Don't you go anywhere. rounds to go until the first day of coverage is finished here live from the Calling in Shizuoka, but we have got 3 good ones lined up for you, I hope. Well, I know we've got a good one lined up for you this round, and then we have to wait and see just how the tournament continues. Salmonburn and Majiin Bae. We've had some great games going on so far. We had you have a pretty unfortunate Verdance game for the Verdance seat. I think we might be giving you another chance in just a couple of minutes.
Ooh, okay.
Just teasing you. Just teasing you. Just teasing you.
Something.
I asked Bryce.
As a treat?
It's a treat. It's a treat. Yes, you're welcome in. We're happy to have you. I asked Bryce when I had him in here just last round. I want to ask you, as you're watching these games, what's getting the neurons firing as you see these heroes? What's just the first couple things that's coming to mind? You talked about it. This is going to influence your ProQuest season. What's the first couple of takes you have?
First couple takes, testing is going to be wider. Maybe than I thought. There might be more decks I need to play against. There might be a lot more things that are more viable than I had initially anticipated. I didn't expect to see Rhinar doing very well. I didn't expect to see Dorinthea doing very well. Riptide doing very well. I didn't expect to see these things. And, you know, like we just saw, if you're not prepared for a deck's plan against you specifically, you can lose when you sit down.
100%.
And so that just means I got to put in the time. I got to get reps in a Riptide. I don't want to get reps in a Riptide.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's that shirt. Or like it happened to me.
Yeah.
Like I sat down and mis-sideboarded and lost the game. It can happen to anyone. But I think this next game is not going to be that precise situation because we're going to have some fireworks on both sides of the table. Like I alluded to, we've got a Verdance because we've got the Verdance Master here in the booth. U.S. National Champion on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Kind of put her on the map. Let's see if this next player can put a W in the victor's column as we head down into the arena. It's time for our 5th round from the Calling in Shizuoka. We've got Verdance versus a Cindra, and these Cindras have been tearing up the field. Cindra was a deck that for a while people were like, yeah, people play her. She won those first 2 callings, but she's whatever. Why do people keep playing her? She doesn't convert. She's been starting to convert slowly and quietly as the metagame has continued these last couple months.
That was me. I was people.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel about this matchup if you're sitting in the Verdance side?
Oh, man. I mean, I think this matchup is pretty darn close to a 50-50. It's just a pure race from both sides. You're not going to see any healing potions in this game, but we did get a pretty big upgrade in the form of Light of the Leaves, essentially giving us another big reaching non-attack action, right? Another 9 damage on our opponent's turn with something like Burn Bear, Light Up the Leaves, and then Waning Moon. I think Verdance gets some flack, deserved, for not quite being a wizardy wizard. But this is a matchup where Stormstriders is at its best.
Seeing the Burn Bear here as the first activation. A bit of wizarding action immediately going to be played here, making that 6 damage just going to be taken over or taken care of by 1 thanks to that Claw of Vinserakai, the only arcane barrier available for Shoki Imacho. Tunic here on 2 means I think we came into this game after the first turn. Maybe Shoki just went ahead and passed. Yeah, turn 0, Shoki just passed. Go ahead and put a card into the arsenal. So Tunic's going to be on 2 for Shoki. That was basically not turn 0, actually just the first turn of the game from our Verdance player, Thiwakorn. And we have this Rising Resentment coming on down for 3. Not going to have that cost reduction really be relevant here. You can see number of Earth cards and that Arcane Twining. Immediately going to get a block here from the Pulsing Aether and Life, blocking out for 3. Ravenous Rabble, the next card on the combat chain, revealing the Ronin Renegade. 4 go again. No Flick Knives activation on the Rising Resentment. So this is now the first chain link for something like a Mask of Momentum draw.
It's interesting to see the Verdance commit to a block so early in the combat chain because of that Mask of Momentum. When you block against Cindra, because of Flick Knives, you commit to blocking twice. You need to block again. But if you're blocking so much so early, there's still 2 cards in Shoki's hand. Like, Mask Momentum is going to be threatened again after these blocks. You're going to have to block more. I will say Tunic is not something we generally see on Cindra.
Yeah, you're so right. I didn't even think about it.
Perhaps gearing up for a longer game.
Yeah, normally it's the Blood Splattered Vest for those resources on demand. But we see here Verdance, Thiwakorn just going to go ahead and take the Hot in her heels, get marked. That can be relevant for things like Art of the Dragon Fire, Art of the Dragon Blood. When those fealty tokens, there's the Art of the Dragon Blood right there, but no, go again. Just going to be coming in for 4. Look at this. Thiwakorn maybe just finding a really nice line through this turn, sniffing it out, going to go ahead and take 7 damage, but doesn't have to worry about the mask momentum.
Yeah, very, very fortunate here. I was thinking for sure it was going to be threatened again, and we were going to see more blocks needed, which you don't really want to be blocking. You have the felling in hand, right? But this is going to work out perfectly. Discard fruits, get the 3rd Earth card in the graveyard, which is underneath the deck here. That is not a Banished Burn Bear.
Yep.
And send felling. Unfortunately, only for 4. But 4 power and forcing your opponent to put a card on the bottom, still good.
Oh, look at this. Playing playing the instant speed part of Fruits of the Forest just to gain the 2. I thought he might just send the attack for 7 and save the felling for being the 2nd decompose, but no, Thiwakorn here just going to go ahead and get it right off the rip. Doesn't care that it's just for 4. More comfortable going ahead and taking a card out of the hand of Cindra here, thanks to that decompose effect.
Yeah, a bit interesting. I'm not sure which way I would have leaned. Probably just sent 7, but I think it's like very close.
Yeah.
Something that we'll have to think about here is the first decompose in this matchup is the most important decompose. You need to get your fellings and your plows to max power as fast as possible. You are very unlikely to actually trigger Verdance's hero ability in the matchup. And if you do, it's maybe once. So we get the first decompose out of the way immediately. That is good.
But no arsenal and a felling just for 4. And you see your opponent on the other side of the table block with the Dragon Scaler. Flight path only. Down to 32 went Cindra as she starts the turn here with the Ronin Renegade.
Light up the leaves in hand. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. Nice pseudo-unblockable damage for the Verdance. This is more what I expect. I expect to ignore the first chain, maybe start blocking on the 2nd, and fully stop the mask momentum on the 3rd. We have a good hand for it. Full of Earth cards, which is going to refill our graveyard. We really need that on the Verdance side. The number we want to be looking out for the Cindra's life total is 9. Once Cindra hits 9, they're in range of a Storm Strider's kill.
Going ahead and resolving the fealty generated after the mark was taken care of from the Ronin Renegade. Just going to go ahead and read the Brand with Cinderclaw here. Next attack after this will be Draconic. 2nd Draconic Chainlink. Cindra not activated on the last turn because it was a weird Draconic, not Draconic, Draconic, not Draconic chain for Shoki Imacho with the Ravenous Rabble and the Art of the Dragon Blood. So it was actually still costing 1 to grab back that Klob and Sarakai, but not punished. No arcane damage on the last turn. As Thiwakorn heads down to 32. 32 all here, round 5. Calling in Shizuoka.
Next attack action will have mask momentum being live. Flicks now.
Gonna go ahead and flick. Interesting. I'm wondering, are we buying something back for a Blood Runs Deep? Something about a Dragon Scaler flight path? Do we need the flick there? We already had the chain. No, it's just gonna go ahead and be the E-Strike. Coming in for 7.
Oh, it's Draconic from the Brand with Cinderclaw. Then we will get to buy back the daggers. I like this play a lot. It was interesting to see the flick early. Usually, what you would expect to see is flick here to threaten to keep the chain going. But since the turn is going to be over, E-Strike is the last thing that's going to be happening. It's not quite as relevant. There will not be another chain to keep alive.
And honestly, it's just preserving information. Shoki's saying, listen, if you want to do any kind of prevention effect, something like a Shelter from the Storm or the mental block, of course, the ability to do some discarding to prevent the Flick Knives effect. You have to do it before you know what my follow-up is going to be. Follow-up here is E-Strike for 7. Looks like that's just going to be taken.
Are we not blocking? This seemed like a pretty clean cover-up with something like Light Up the Leaves and the Sink Below. You can then send... Oh, here's the blocks. Okay.
So I guess technically in response to his own E-Strike, he went ahead and activated Cindra. Going to go ahead and use the Stonewall Gauntlet just because it's actually somewhat hard to find plus power unless you have something like a Wrath of Retribution. If Spreading Flames still made the list, this is going to be blocked out perfectly by those 2 cards, plus the Sink Below. Overblocking quite a bit. 2 for... Oh, no, 6. 2 for 6.
Just overblocking by 1 here. I don't mind this line at all. We get the red in terms of Light Up the Leaves. We have... Oh, it looks like we're keeping the Fruits of the Forest. I was thinking that was a red Fruits of the Forest and we are going to be sending it. Is it once again just discard fodder?
Yeah,
It
just getting Earth cards in the graveyard for that decompose. Thiwakorn here has flipped his Banish Zone and his graveyard. So that is something to note. The bottom cards are the graveyard. The top cards are the Banish Zone. I don't think technically you're supposed to do that, but that's okay.
One thing I'm a little worried is that we keep ditching these red fruits of the forest, and something that's really important in this matchup is to always have something to do every single turn. We could have seen a play like play red fruits of the forest, Arsenal light up the leaves, and then you have a guaranteed play on 2 turns. We almost whiffed this turn, where I think it's blue defense reaction, and the last card was Command and Conquer. But if we don't hit something to do, if we don't draw that Command and Conquer, it's disaster. You can't let Cindra pull her life total too far ahead of you.
Seeing the Tunic here utilized for the Kunai, so immediately the difference between Tunic and Blood Splattered Vest on display. We're continuing the chain. Shelter from the Storm utilized 4 block on 3 there on that Rising Resentment. So 1 damage taken, Thiwakorn down to 29. Follow up here from the second active chain link for Mask of Momentum is going to be a Blaze Headlong. There's a Rootbound Carapace that can take care of that nicely. But Flick Knives can keep the chain going. And 2 cards still in hand for Shoki.
So when it gets spooky, do you take the guaranteed 4 block on your Rootbound, or do you let it go to make it more difficult for Masaru to convert? Because you really want to keep this blue in Command and Conquer. You don't want to have to block with them.
Well, 2 cards in hand. It's hard for me to imagine that Shoki's not going to be able to play an attack, threaten the draw. If you block, you Flick Knives, and you threaten the draw again. Here's an easy one to block with the Brand with Cinderclaw. That may be... Oh, dude, I wonder if you consider even grabbing the Crown of Providence just because you can block this thing out. And it is going to be the play there. He's just going to block it. Any reactions? The Flick Knives is going to come through, but now that Rootbound Carapace all but guarantees the Mask Momentum will not draw a card this turn.
I don't hate it. I think it's a little aggressive.
It's
We haven't seen a mental block yet. I have to assume it's in the list. And the Crown of Providence bails you out 1 time. We no longer have that bailout. We mental block and ponder into something like a Scour. You just can't put it in your arsenal. 5 Earth cards in Banish. 1 away. 1 Decompose away from being online.
And importantly, a bunch of cards just went to the graveyard that are not action cards. Equipment, reaction, reaction. So this CNC is going to help to power up Decompose, even though it's not an Earth card. It is an action card. When you play Verdance, man, sometimes you sit there, you look through your graveyard, you're like, this is all equipment and defense reactions.
These aren't actually action cards.
I can't do anything with this. There's literally only the Rootbound Carapace and the CNC. So he needs to find one more. I mean, it's got to be an Earth action, basically.
Well, we can always cheat. We can put Barkskin in the graveyard.
Yep.
We can block with that.
Just any Earth card, actually, so it could be another Rootbound.
But we really want 3. We really want to decompose 3 Earth cards. We have 5 in Banished right now. We don't want to have to decompose 2 more times to be online. If we can get 1 more decompose and then follow up with something like a Heartbeat of Candlehold, could really pull ahead. There's that mental block.
Here's the Brand with Cinderclaw coming down. Interesting hand there for Shoki. He hasn't been able to really establish a 5-card hand too much.
No, and that's big, that you really want to be in that spot as Verdance. If Cindra's able to assemble big 5-card hands, it's so much more difficult to stop the Mask Momentum and still present pressure. Discarding mental block here.
Wow.
And giving up Barkskin.
Blocking one. All right, so yeah, getting another Earth card in the graveyard right now, or at the end of this turn, shall we say. Making the Embodiment of Earth.
Flicking the knife. This should force through 1 from the Brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, so you flick in response. That's going to take care of 1 of the damage from the mental block. He's showing, flicking this. So I guess this, so he's saying in response to the mental block, before the mental block is actually discarded, that's the only way that damage would have gone through, is you respond to the instant speed discard of the mental block by Flick Knives. So now there's still 2 prevention floating if that's how the players have resolved this.
Should line up.
It's the same thing because you still have an active chain link that has hit thanks to the Flick
This should
Knives.
line up decently. You just block for 3 with the Rootbound Carapace. No need to decompose. This sets up your Cadaverous Tilling to get the full 3 Earth cards in Banished, turning Verdance online. 2 cards left for Shoki.
A little bit of a head.
Not enough to threaten Mass. This is why these 5-card hands for Cindra are so vital.
And because Shoki committed the Flick Knives on that first chain link, he's got to restart all over again for the Mask of Momentum. Is he going to draw a card, or is he just going to pressure? He is going to go ahead and draw the card here. which means because it's Draconic thanks to Bram with Cinder Claw, he can at instant speed give it go again with the Dragon Scalar Flight Pass, even in the damage step.
Seems pretty good considering the 0 for
Does
4.
reach for it.
Oh, I think I like it. I don't want to be arsenaling too much against Verdance. Plow Under and Command and Conquer are too powerful. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, he's just going to come through. This one is going to come in. Not mark. Because this is Hunt the Hunter, right? I think this is Hunt the Hunter, which if you're marked, it gets +2. It
No, I
marks
think it's March of Loyalty. Is that what it's called?
No, with March of Loyalty.
The 0 for 4?
Oh.
Is it Hunt to the Ends of Wraith?
No, it's not.
I don't
It's
think
not.
it is. I think it's a 0
March
for
of
4,
Loyalty?
block 3, something.
I don't know what that. Oh, that's Oath of Loyalty. That's
Oath
not
of
that card.
That's not Oath of Loyalty.
What card is that? No, that's not Oath of Loyalty. Well, Thiwakorn's down to 14.
I am
That
certain.
is one of the only times I've actually been completely unable to figure out the card.
I am certain it's a 0 for 4 that blocks for 3.
Cool.
March of Loyalty.
You
March
were
of Loyalty.
so right, dude. I don't remember that card at all. I feel like I've never seen that card in my life.
I drafted it a lot. so.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Verdance online sending 8. We see the life totals. If you count in this Cadaverous Tilling about at parity, this Ponder token is going to be really big. We have no armor left on the side of Verdance. We need to deal a little bit more damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Shoki slow down a little bit. Start to block.
Nope.
Or not.
Nope. How about 8 straight to the face as Shoki goes down to 13? And this is a really big Ponder, as you mentioned, for Thiwakorn. Let's see. Couldn't quite get a
Pulsing
sense
Aether?
of it, but he went ahead and just put it right into the arsenal quite happily.
It's Pulsing Aether. Which is good. That's solid. It's a red. It's not Scour.
Go ahead and show off the graveyard.
We're getting close.
And go ahead and check the banish here. See just what it
Count
is.
with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Earth cards.
Was that last banish? What was his last banish? Did he have an action on the last banish? Because I thought the C and
No, it was a chess piece.
So Earth action though. What was the action on the last?
Command and Conquer.
Did he do the command? I don't think. I
No.
saw anything.
It was. Was there one Earth action in there?
I don't know because he was it light up the leaves. I thought he did that earlier. I'm not sure. We're seeing a twining here. Block the Rising Resentment.
Okay, no reaction.
I'll have to wait and see here. We're seeing this is the Lava Vein Loyalty coming down for 3 players here. Now both sub 15.
Oh, this hand plays itself. Hello, Felling and blue card.
And take this 3 if Thiwakorn is feeling.
I really
Got the
would have liked to
chutzpah.
see a later block, though. I think we're getting
Yeah,
a little too early, blocking early in these combat chains. Haven't been punished for it yet. Blocks with felling.
Just going to go ahead and put the felling in front of the Lava Vein Loyalty. The Claw of Vinserikai going to be flicked to keep this chain alive, but now only the first link has been made active. So this next one, if it's stuffed, that's just going to be the end of things. Revealing off the top is going to show a hunt. That's the 1 for 5. Yeah, so that's going to go ahead and make it 0 for 4, but that's taken care of by the Shelter from the Storm. So blocked out, and now Mask Momentum no longer live. This is Display Loyalty now coming down, making another fealty. But this one, Thiwakorn's happy to take, goes down to 10. No Mask Momentum, but a Cindra activation to get that Spell Void Dagger back.
This has to be a non-attack spell. Yep, it has to be. I mentioned earlier, if you can get Cindra down to 9, that's the danger zone. Pulsing Aether plus Waning Moon. Not the Waning Moon. Decides to go for the life for the
Wow.
ping. This is really interesting.
Well, it's similar, right? It's just 1 and 1 instead of 2. So
You're right, but it's less. You need to hit a threshold.
yeah.
You need to hit 9. But the 9's kind of fake because of the Spell Void, right? So you really want 8.
Well, he's taken 3 off here, so down to 10. Well, actually, no, because the Spell
one
Void gets
more.
taken by the ping, so there's
You're at 9.
There's your 9.
Well, you're at 9, but you can buy the Spell Void Dagger back.
Yeah.
However, in the 1 life is cool. That is nice. But Pulsing Aether plus Moon would put Shoki at 8.
Mm-hmm.
And the Spell Void Dagger does not. save you unless it's a double Spell Void Dagger turn.
Yeah, so for those at home who haven't seen this yet, the Claw of Enserakai down there in the graveyard, it's Spell Void, but the Cindra activation is an instant speed ability. So when the two different sources of Arcane that Verdance puts together on the Stormstrider's kill turn come out, it's the spell and the Waning Moon. You can Spell Void one on the Arcane spell, buy your dagger back if you have the resources to Cindra's instant speed ability in between or in response to the next activation of either Waning Moon, of what will be the Waning Moon, and then the Spell Void can resolve on that weapon as well.
No big Arcane damage card in hand.
But he's got enough. I feel like at this point, Verdance has enough life to work with. You can do a fair bit of blocking until you're comfortable actually just closing out this game.
At this point, if your opponent was at 8, you could possibly just keep blocking and try to find it. But at 9, you can't. You're just one short. Oh no.
Oh, and the Dragon Scalar Flight Path already used. Thiwakorn here, and this is like what you're talking about. It has to be a non-attack action. Shoki had no way to interact with that damage, couldn't convert the hand on defense at all. So here, the Hunt the Hunter is going to go ahead and have just no text. It's just a 1 for 5. I think it's 2 cards left in hand for Cindra, and this might just be the ticket that Thiwakorn needed to go ahead and absolutely take care of this one.
This is pretty strong spot. I'm wondering what you do if you're committed. If you're committed to this Arcane path, you could put a couple cards in front, Everbloom Life and Waning Moon. Ignore the physical damage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting position. I think there the player is just really more kind of getting maybe past a language barrier, just kind of confirming the way that certain cards work, just wanting to call a judge, make sure we can get someone who can accurately translate, as even though the common language of playing great games does transcend all, sometimes you also need to actually understand a common language to play the great game.
You have to use your words.
Yeah, sometimes you do actually have to understand what's going on. But honestly, dude, this game,
It's close.
it's so close. But you talked about it right at the beginning. The whole difference is Light Up the Leaves, right?
Yeah.
The big damage being taken, able to be taken early when that, when the Burn Bear resolved, being able to have more of density of those arcane threats in the deck, it just allows for Verdance to be in a situation where you get that unblockable damage through, and then the rest of the cards just get so much more threatening. As we head on back down to the table here, it's something we've seen. I think, you said it's been close to a 50-50. Cindra definitely, I think, has had some nice ways around some Verdances earlier in her Medic share,
Yes.
earlier in her life cycle, before some of those new pieces were given to Verdance, before the Verdance players found the right style of deck. So I have to wonder if the Arcane Spell is enough to give Verdance some real play into this hero, because it has been challenging for her in the past.
Looks like Flick Knives coming in, which makes me think, buys back the daggers, which makes me think that we're going for an E-Strike play. There is an interesting spot where you get to low life totals and your opponent still has armor and you go, I am no longer attacking you. Everything I'm doing is now arcane damage. Seems like that's not the way we're going. I wonder if it's draw card. You get 1 extra look if you pick draw card.
No, he's
Nope.
comfortable with damage
We're
here.
pumping.
Well, it's the life total, right? 9 life. You are able to block enough at 9 to stay alive. You're not going to block with 4 cards and just die out of nowhere,
Yeah.
right? So
You're 1 life total off dying from nowhere.
Yeah, well, no, for Thiwakorn, I'm saying for Verdance here,
okay.
they're both
Yes,
at 9
you're
here,
right.
but you're able to block enough that we're seeing, shades of Icelander. Suddenly, I don't have an arsenal, I don't have a way to do it yet, but if you take too much damage, it makes whatever I need to do so much easier. Suddenly, Pulsing Aether can come into the equation. Suddenly, more ways to actually get over the top enter the picture, and that's why Thiwakorn here comfortable just sending 7 with the E-Strike. He's buying 3 block immediately from the equipment. Will he buy any more from hand?
I think if you're Shoki here, unless your hand is absolutely lights out, going to win the game next turn, I think you really want to put another card in front of this. Because if you take 2 more damage, you're not only dying to Burn Bear and Light Up the Leaves, now you're dying to Emeritus Scolding. You're dying to the 3rd Pulsing Aether Life. That's not where you want to be. You're dodging the whole deck at that point. I think that's what we're going to see. Looks like we're lining up a block. First 3, taking 1 over the top.
So down to 8 goes Shoki Imacho.
This is the danger zone. You are technically dead to something like a Burn Bear or a Light Up the Leaves, but if you have the resources, if you're far enough in the chain link, you can sacrifice your claw to Spell Void 1 on something like the Burn Bear. There's a Light Up the Leaves in hand. Sacrifice 1 to the spell, the Burn Bear, the Light Up the Leaves. Buy it back, and then sacrifice 1 again, no blue, to the Waning Moon. We don't have enough to end the game. Needs to buy a turn.
Needs to buy a turn and park the Light Up the Leaves in the arsenal. That's why we're going to immediately see a card be put in front of this cut through. A fealty created.
There's no more Mask of Momentum. You're now just pure numbers blocking.
Flick Knives comes through to give this cut through go again in the reaction phase. So 1 damage over down to 8 goes our Verdance player. Gonna go ahead and see.
Okay, sorry. This one.
Taking 1 from the flick, should be 1 from the cut through.
Yeah, because this now goes up to 4.
Okay, because this one hit, right? Okay. So take 1.
Yeah. So gonna go ahead and down to 7. You see the players once again making sure they understand everything, as the true unifier here is the game of flesh and blood. Not necessarily the words that they're speaking. Display loyalty coming in 3 go again, thanks to the red card being played. Reaction, it's going to be an Ancestral Empowerment. So a card gets to be drawn here. The first time we've seen one of those resolved.
Another one. How about the second time?
Okay, up to 5 damage.
I thought it
And
was
a
the third
throw
one.
dagger is going to come through, and this is going to throw the dagger forth, deal a damage, and Shoki's going to get to draw yet another card in this chain link.
Oh, no.
Wait, this is
We
fascinating.
only have 2 more block that we're willing to block. If Shoki can present 6, it puts Verdance in a terrible position of having to give up Light Up the Leaves. Or maybe just dying.
Look at this one. They're going to go ahead and just maybe once again get some clarification on precisely how this card works, given that it is maybe in a language Thiwakorn does not know how to read. But Throw Dagger, you can see it right there on the screen for you at home. It's basically a Flick Knives activation that also draws a card if the dagger is able to connect. Super fun card, a card that when I first saw it, made my eyes get quite a bit bigger.
It's like asking for a clarification. Have you ever prevented the Throw Dagger?
I'm often the one throwing the dagger.
Yeah, no, it feels good to be on the mental block side of that, let me tell you.
I'm sure it does, brother. I'm sure it does. But down to 4 goes Verdance, 2 cards left in hand.
Here we go again.
3 go again.
Any follow-up is going to be enough to buy the Light Up the Leaves out of hand.
And the follow-up here is activate Cindra. And it's going to be a snatch for 4.
Wow.
Just the most prototypical flesh and blood play. A backbreaker at the end of a game when an offensive deck finds the snatch. Only 3 block left in hand. Down to 2 goes Thiwakorn out of nowhere.
Is that Rampant Growth Life?
There are 2 Rampant Growth Lives in
Rampant Growth
hand.
Lives?
Mental block. Oh, where did this all go wrong for our Verdance player?
I think it was the Rampant Growth Lives. That's pretty bad in this matchup right now. You need to block, and you have 4 defensive value. We did see Rampant Growth Life win the quarterfinals game for Verdance in this matchup.
Prevent 2 here.
Down to 1.
You can't go to 1. There's Flick Knives on the other side.
I'm getting flashbacks of that moment.
Yeah, dude. Well, because there's Rampant Growth that can gain the 1, just like we saw with Edison Yue. 4 go again, thanks to the fealty token. Now, this is a tough one. There's just not enough ways in the hand. He just puts it forward, and he extends the fist bump as Throw Dagger was enough to throw Cindra forward into the victor's column. And I kind of feel like Shoki and Imacho went ahead and stole that game.
I would have to agree with you. Although I think putting Rampant Growth Life in against Cindra is playing with some serious fire. Already, Verdance has quite a few 2 blocks. It's pretty good at defense, but it's not the actual best. But then what happens when you put 0 blocks in your deck against a Mask of Momentum deck?
Dude, Ancestral Empowerment, throw dagger into Snatch for 4. You only have a 3 block left. I draw a card, you die on the next turn. That is just like, I'm buzzing, bro.
Not only was it a 3 block, but like, okay, imagine you keep Light Up the Leaves. You Arsenal and you draw blue, rampant growth. You're like, yes.
No, dude, I know. It's like this was a fun game and I did enjoy it, and now it's over. But instead, we do have our Verdance player falling here. We talked about, we were all ready to say, Light Up the Leaves, the difference maker. All of a sudden, Verdance has some play. And I absolutely do believe Verdance has some major play. Again, we talked about stealing the game. It really seemed like up until that critical final turn, Verdance was really in a strong position to be able to take that one out. But man, that is just like, it's just so fun to see when I first started, the first calling I ever played was Fi. I played Fi at the calling in San Jose. And man, there is just something cool for me about seeing Draconic Ninja still out here ripping and roaring, and a Snatch Chain Ender basically being the game-winning play. Like
head jab, Snatch.
But now, dude, throw dagger. Now I get to throw my dagger. I get to pry him back, get to draw even more cards. Pretty fun. So Verdance, man, we've seen, unfortunately, now we've got the Verdance Lord. We've got the Verdance Lord here in the booth. Verdance, unfortunately, she is dying. But, where are your thoughts on the deck? We've seen it, again, in a couple unfortunate situations here on stream, but clearly the deck has some real legs.
Yeah, I think the deck seems to be performing pretty well if you look at the standings. A lot of people brought it, and it's doing rather well. I think sideboarding is really important with Verdance. I think you have some tools that are volatile. I think things like healing potions, I think things like rampant growth lives have a cost to bring them in, and sometimes you bring them in and you have to pay that cost.
Yeah,
we saw that here. You don't have the defense value. We saw it against the Rhinar. Using your action points to play a healing potion, you're not using that action point to race the game. Gave him too much time. I think you probably would have lost no matter what you brought into that game, honestly. But like, it's dangerous. And I think without these things, these games maybe could have gone a little bit different.
Yeah.
I am impressed, actually, with the Verdance deck.
Yeah.
I know that's probably not the takeaway that a lot of people got from this, but like watching that Cindra game, that's great for Verdance. Like, if you can find yourself in that spot, you probably win that game more than you lose that game. Like you said, it felt like it was almost like snatched away.
Yeah. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now. Snatched away at the last moment.
No, I think Light Up the Leaves is incredibly powerful.
Yeah. It just does so much against some of these decks where you're able to, well, you needed that extra bit of reach.
Yeah,
because it's sometimes, when you're just throwing vanilla damage, like, okay, block a couple cards, I'll keep my life total high. But actually being able to push damage over blocks in ways that are more challenging for decks to deal with, it's just maybe the piece the deck needed.
Yeah, I think it is, especially in the racing ones. It was hard to be like, okay, you're dead to Burn Bear and only Burn Bear, and I only have 3 of them, but now I have 6 of them.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're getting word that the next game we have for you guys is going to be potentially a pretty exciting matchup, because we've got a hero that not many people have seen at the top tables and a player that's a very good friend of mine. So we'll be getting that for you in just a little bit. Keep the butts planted to the seats. More from Calling Shizuoka right after this.
gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna.
The leaves have been lit up, but not the way that Verdance wants them to. Instead, it was the burning draconic daggers that did the lighting up. Majiin, is that what you want to be happening in the Verdance seat?
No, stop bringing combo pieces into aggro decks, please. This is a PSA to everyone who wants to play Verdance at a pro quest coming up. If you put rampant growth in against aggro decks, you will be punished. Please stop doing it.
Okay, Majiin is getting his spanking glove on. Better not bring combo pieces into these matchups. Verdance players, learn this and learn this now. But the next lesson that we're going to be learning is a blast from the past. No, it's not just Kayo, armed and dangerous, that is making waves from the heavy hitters meta. Victor Goldmane is undefeated in calling Shizuoka, and he's going up against a Florian. We have got a banger of a match coming up. Majiin, should we just go do it?
I'm ready.
All right, let's send it. Hit the button, Ethan. Send us back over to Shizuoka, and let's see exactly how this one's going to play out. It is Charlie Yu Fan on the left side of your screen piloting Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, versus someone that everybody watching the stream should recognize. It's Tatsuya Okanishi, who is 5-0 once again on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. This is the gentleman that took down Colin Kobe earlier this year, and he is making one heck of a run on the same hero.
I think I recognize that hair anywhere.
It's majestic,
It
isn't it?
It's incredible.
Yeah, Tatsuya took down Jacob Clements in the finals, who was at the time on new, and since then, looks like Tatsuya has committed even harder to the Rotwood Harbinger. He's got himself a PCG 10 graded Florian.
Is that quick dodge flexors and Arcanite skull cap?
An interesting inclusion. It's not just Victor's evil little brother that likes to run Arcanite skull cap anymore. No, indeed. A little bit of extra defensive capability, I guess, is just what the doctor ordered, according to Charlie.
Victor got a lot of tools from the new set if he wants them. We're not really sure what Victor's going to look like yet. I haven't seen a lot of people experimenting with them. It seems like they've been looking towards the newer Guardians, but I feel like there's a lot of clash cards. Victor's the clashing hero. I'm really interested to see what makes this Victor deck special.
Tatsuya starting off with a little bit of turn 0 shenanigans. Fruits of the Forest discarded there, goes up to 42. 42 plays 40, and it's over to Tatsuya Okanishi, who has started the Decompose mini quest early on, but found himself three copies of Rootbound Carapace. Do we like this in multiples on offensive turns?
No, generally not.
Okay, so I do have an Earth expert in the booth. 3 Rootbound Carapace is not what the doctor ordered for Tatsuya Okanishi. How else would you pluralize it?
I don't know.
You wouldn't say carapaces.
No, I think it would be a fun word. You know how like a murder of crows type thing?
Okay.
Yeah. But like if it's on offense, then you have to call it something like a depression of D-reacts. Like you know, something like that.
We are in the Great Depression with Tatsuya Okanishi, who is making lemonade out of lemons. He's got 3 rune chants thanks to a Grasp of the Arknight activation and a resolution of Arcane Seed's life.
No life gained because of Reaping Blade. Unfortunate when it bites you.
But nevertheless, it is still the most efficient Rune Blade weapon for the Florian play style, so it still makes it its way into the main board.
Absolutely.
I do want to take a minute as Tatsuya swings the Reaping Blade to shout out Charlie Yu Fan. He has made a massive impression on our lead caster, Sam O'Byrne. He's also holding on to a test of Iron Grip, which is Yeah, going to be one of those influential clash cards that you were talking about, Majin, and he definitely wins it. Tatsuya forced to discard the third Rootbound Carapace, which was definitely destined for the arsenal. No longer. Into the grave it goes. And you know, that's not terrible for Tatsuya. He's now got himself a full 3 Earth cards in the bin to decompose with.
It sets him up for the decompose, but Seismic Surge popping, decent amount of cards. It's possible you really wanted that defensive value here.
Enlightened Strike going to be the first, maybe the last attack.
Probably just 7 here.
7 is the choice for Charlie Yu fan. No, that Seismic Surge token is not going to get any value, but this Enlightened Strike, 2-card 7 certainly will.
From what I'm told, in the past, this matchup has been quite difficult for Victor. I am interested to see what the macro plans here are for the players. I think if you're going to play a deck like Victor into a field where you expect a lot of Florian, you have to have a plan. And I want to try to suss out what that plan is as fast as we can. Are we going aggressive? Are we going defensive? Are we thinking fatigue? How are we going to combat this?
And you're not the only one that needs to do that. Tatsuya Okanishi also is going to be in that same situation because in certain respects, Charlie might have the advantage here, even though this is a difficult matchup. Traditionally, for Victor, he's the one who's got all the information against Tatsuya. Tatsuya probably is not facing off with a lot of Victors in his testing. However, Charlie Yu fan has got to be prepared for Florian if he's bringing him to the Calling Shizuoka meta.
2 cards committed on defense here.
Tatsuya drawing back up. 1 drop of blood has been spilled. Tatsuya down to 41 life. Cranial Crush is the attack here.
I think it's really interesting that a red card was pitched and a red card was blocked with, instead of taking 1 extra damage from the rune chant to set up an arsenal. I wonder if that's a clue into how we're approaching this. Maybe we're playing very defensively, not letting any damage through. We haven't yet.
Perhaps getting Tatsuya into a situation where he would normally be resolving Germinates to have kind of a deterministic endgame, and that is the moment where Charlie will like turn on the offense and make it hurt so bad that Tatsuya is never able to keep 4 cards in order to resolve a Germinate for max value.
I could see something like that for sure.
Only Charlie knows at this point. Cranial Crush coming Tatsuya Okanishi's way. If he's throwing blue attacks, you tend to think that he's trying to set up a fearsome pitch stack. I really think that this game is going to be determined off the back of Daddy's Money. In other words, the namesake card for Victor Goldmane, Visit the Goldmane Estate.
That is quite the card. Something I want to point out, I believe 2 copies of Everbloom Life have been blocked with on Tatsuya's side. Everbloom Life is a big late game house when combined with Germinate. It was one of the reasons why Germinate was banned for a small amount of time.
Spinal Crush.
Cut the facade, blocking with Spinal Crush. Again, the exact same sequence.
And Cut Through the Facade goes back into the deck. Gets ready to be used later. It could be incredibly influential.
Once again, not saving a red for the arsenal. I wonder if really just trying to set up pitch stacks like you mentioned. Perhaps trying to play around something like a Plow Under.
For now, it's just an Enlightened Strike coming in for 7 once again. Charlie going with the deck damage route rather than the categorically value correct decision to draw a card. But Guardians in general, Victor even, probably the most streamlined Guardian, at least in terms of doing damage, can still draw cards that you simply don't want to put in the arsenal.
I don't think you are allowed to select E-Strike draw card when your deck has block cards.
Yep. Tatsuya has an Enlightened Strike of his own. Another 7 power coming across the board. Charlie lines up some blocks. I do want to go back to what I was talking about earlier. Sam O'Byrne is a massive fan of Charlie Yu fan. Met him at the Calling in, oh my goodness, I totally forget. Taipei. Charlie has been playing Victor for a long time now, through thick and thin. He is a massive fan of our nepotistic Guardian, and he's blocking with right behind you.
I loved playing this card in Limited.
I honestly thought that's where it would stay, though, Majin.
Me too.
What are your thoughts on this inclusion? I think we're starting to see the game plan coalesce before us.
It seems like perhaps we're very Clash heavy. We see 2 copies of Clash of Bravado, one on top, one blocking. It does set up your clashes very nicely, and Victor's clashes have much higher payoffs than some other heroes, because if you're able to make a gold in one of your clashes off something like Trounce, you get to draw a card in addition. So perhaps leaning into that a little bit with right behind you.
Clash of Bravado. A very interesting inclusion into Florian. Probably exactly what it's in the 80 to combat. Because when Clash of Bravado defends, you'll clash with the opposing hero. And if you win, you get to destroy an aura that they control. There's one thing that Florian likes to do, it's create auras. For now, it's Miller's Grindstone coming in for 4. An inclusion that I really like. I love Victors that run this weapon over the more safe option, Titan's Fist. I really like being able to come in for a base of 4, because there are a lot of cards in the Victor deck list that would not turn on the +1 clause of Titan's Fist. I mean, Visit the Goldmane Estate being one of them.
Players also respect the destroying the top card of their deck. It's terrifying, especially if you're in a matchup like this where you expect it to go pretty long. If you lose a key card like Germinate, it's tough to bounce back from.
Tatsuya, however,
not scared.
Not scared, it would seem, taking 1 damage and clashing with an Arcane Seed's life, and goodbye it goes into the graveyard. It's not all bad for Tatsuya, though. He has gotten 2 Decomposes off, both of which were 3 Earth cards, and now, thanks to the Miller's Grindstone, he's got another one locked and loaded in the graveyard. Trot Along, the first action resolve for Tatsuya, and he's pitching a red Rune Ranger Swarm to come in with Reaping Blade, 3 go again, thanks to the Trot Along. What's the follow-up here?
I think it's Felling of the Crown. Felling of the Crown will turn on Florian turn 4, which is pretty impressive. Also, it's a huge card. Trot Along has been a card that I think really pushed the Florian deck forward when it was included. You used to be able to do a lot of defensive playing and force Florian to convert his full hands, and he struggled with it. Now with things like Rune Ranger Swarm and Trot Along, it's just not that easy anymore. The deck is so much better at using its cards, both on offense and defense.
Chokeslam the block here. Reaping Blade skirted to the next chain link, and the next chain link is a house. Felling of the Crown will bring the Rotwood Harbinger online. Tatsuya is going to be generating extra rune chance, extra all token auras whenever he generates them. And Charlie forced to bottom a card and then block completely this Felling of the Crown with the final 2 cards in hand and the Aurum Aegis in the equipment zone.
I have an idea that on the Victor side, we're playing to keep our life total high enough that stacking Germinates is not enough.
And so that there's plenty of space for Visit the Goldmane Estate to get maximum value.
Absolutely. I really like that card.
It's really good.
Do you think Florian has the best fridge in the game? That's a
Interesting.
strong equipment suite.
It really is. I would say Brute is starting to rival it,
It's very close.
which you would think it would go the Warriors' way. And there are certain matchups where Valiant Dynamos is worth its weight in gold. But
It's worth all the other equipment. Yeah.
But when Tatsuya has not blocked with a single piece of it yet, it looks fearsome.
It does. It's terrifying. Face Purgatory alone is just such a spooky card to play against.
I do think I spy 2 copies of Channel Mount Heroic in the hand of Tatsuya Okanishi, a card that has finally kind of come back into these Florian decks. Heck, Florian has finally come back into the meta, but it's come back somewhat because Germinate being put back into the deck means there's finally another blue 3-block Earth that can be used to channel Mount Heroic.
Absolutely. Interesting here. Tatsuya has Plow Under, which doesn't affect an arsenal right now, but comes in for 6 and decides instead to keep the Plow Under in hand and just send Reaping Blade for less damage.
Tatsuya perhaps smelling something afoot in the air of this feature match. Noticing that Charlie Yu Fan is pitching reds, blocking with them, sending blues, perhaps thinking this game is going to go the distance, so I need to set up a formidable pitch stack as well. And what a formidable one in the form of Channel Mount Heroic. You better believe that that is going to be influential when it comes back around.
We also know it's pitched with the red Rune Ranger Swarm. Exactly what you want to see with it. You want to play Channel Mount Heroic, maybe get one thing. Oh, Test of Iron Grip. A 0.
Oh, and the clash is lost for Charlie Yu-Fan. Looks like he's waving away the option to destroy his Arum Aegis. But no, must discard a card here. Has a Command and Conquer and a Thunk.
Wow. That's the price you pay for Test of Iron Grip.
It is a double-edged sword, even though there is no sword in the art. Charlie knows that he has himself a Test of Strength coming up, which should essentially be a snatch on defense. But that's only if the top of the deck cooperates. The downside of running that Arcanite Skullcap is that you don't have a free gold token to start the game off with, which also means that you are much less likely to have the funds in order to fix these clashes.
We see Miller's Grindstone coming in again. No 4-block in hand for Tatsuya. Got punished the first time for letting it through.
But Tatsuya knows that there's a Test of Strength on the top of the deck.
Great point.
So
I always forget.
Setting Miller's Grindstone could be an
It's
outright
terrifying.
mistake from Charlie at this point.
That's so true. I am one of the players who clashes, puts a card on top, clashes the next turn, flips the same card, and goes, oh, yeah.
There's a lot less of that going on in the Wizard class.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of that.
Tell me this. Have you ever Kano'd, seen a gem on top and then Kano'd again?
Only to put Kanos on the stack to remove the gem.
Okay,
to,
fair
you know,
enough.
do my thing, but
Not
so
because you
no,
were being
no,
a
I've
silly
not
willy.
done that.
Okay. Is it
It's
just...
a 0.
Oh, my goodness. Charlie risks it all. He risks a -1 power counter on Miller's Grindstone early on in this game. And Tatsuya whiffs.
Still a strong turn here. Setting up Channel Mount Heroic. Setting CNC. You know there's a block card in hand. Again, no arsenal to threaten.
This might... I mean, in the last turn cycle, Charlie was forced to discard a card, so it's hard to say that that really played into the way he's trying to do this, but keeping the arsenal clear in general has definitely looked pretty darn good.
It's been working quite well.
Tectonic Plating, Test of Strength, the Golden Sun are the blocks. Attack found for Charlie, and we already know it's a Canopy Shelter on top for Tatsuya Okanishi.
See, I forgot again. I was like, 5. Wow, you can beat that.
You know, there are a lot of situations in life where you want to be a goldfish. This is maybe not one of them.
Maybe not one of them.
Victor might not be the class for you.
I have a lot of skills. This is not one of them.
Little bit of the fridge bought by Tatsuya Okanishi. 36 plays 38. Channel Mount Heroic sticks around because of Germinate coming back into the deck. Pays for the flow counter on top. Also gets set up really close to the other Channel Mount Heroic.
Remembrance in hand for Charlie. That's big key.
Charlie definitely getting ready to go the distance. Remembrance, of course, can shuffle up to 3 action cards from your graveyard into your deck. Not just attack action cards. So it's possible that Charlie is going for a recursion of Visit the Goldmane Estate.
Wow. And it would, because they stack. Each one's more powerful than the last.
Exactly also why Charlie wants to keep around every single source of gold that he's able to generate, including the one that he's got in his shield slot.
That would be a fun strategy to watch. I hope that's the plan.
If it is, we're about to see some massive attacks come the end of this game. We're only on turn 7, 15 minutes into this game, and life totals are still 38 plays 36. Both of these players are definitely know what they're doing. So if it comes to a long conclusion, it's going to be a climactic one as well.
If that's your plan, though, putting it into Arsenal's awkward at this state in the game. We haven't seen a single Visit the Goldmane Estate. You're just going to let it sit there for the next 5-10 turns until you find them?
You know, if it gets bottomed by something like a Plow Under, he's ready to just go to second, third, fourth cycle and just keep casting them.
Do you know what Tatsuya's arsenal is?
No.
It's a Plow Under.
Hot dog. 2 rune chance generated and Rune Rager Swarm. The first one in the red that we've seen resolved this game. 2 arcane plus 3 physical. 2 arcane blocked readily by Charlie Yufan. Thinking about the physical block here. Excuse me, coming in for 6 thanks to the Channel Mount Heroic that remains resolved on Tatsuya's side of the board.
I wonder if Tatsuya has another Earth card in hand. Letting Channel Mount Heroic stick around again. Test of Iron Grip. 5.
The last one.
2.
Plow Under found on top for Tatsuya. Must discard that Canopy Shelter, which was on top of the deck for 2 clashes last turn.
It would have kept Channel Mount Heroic again for another turn. Such a timely test of Iron Grip. When we got this card revealed, I said on World Tour Weekly that I was terrified of it. And we haven't really seen much of it since. But I think it's so scary. That just prevented the 9 damage that would have come that turn from the Plow Under, prevented tucking the Arsenal, and prevented keeping Channel Mount Heroic again.
Now, that was a very powerful effect, but I'm more terrified of the 21 pack that is represented on Test of Iron Grip.
Yeah, that guy's got muscles on muscles.
If those aren't unrealistic body standards, I do not know what are. Enlightened Strike, the attack for Tatsuya Okanishi. 35 plays 37. Man, very little blood has been spilled, but this game is going this way and that.
Mm-hmm.
It is a complete 180 of what we experienced in Dorinthea versus Riptide.
Yep. No, we're sending attacks. Both players. We're blocking with big reds. I want to see visit the Goldmane Estate. I want to see Remembrance visit the Goldmane Estate. I think that'd be so cool.
Well, 38 minutes remain in this game. It's gonna be a slog, but it's going to be one with big punches here. Taking 5 is Charlie Yufan down to 32. Arcanite Skullcap is turned on.
It's so nostalgic to do Arcanite Skullcap math again.
Folks, it's 5-0 for both of these players. Both masters of their class. Tatsuya Okanishi has already proven his skill in games that go to fatigue. In a calling in Kobe earlier this year, he took Jacob Clements the entirety of the distance that he could go in the final match and took it down in the end. I think the proficiency lies in both of these players' hands enough that this will not be a, I guess, how should I say it, lame conclusion to this match.
No, I don't think we'll see the clock be how this game ends.
Visit the Goldmane Estate. The first resolved here for Charlie Yufan. This one looking pretty meager. Only 3 gold on the board, 2 in the form of gold tokens. Oh, and Charlie is flashing himself a full art might token, blinged out to the 9s as Charlie Yufan, a massive fan of Victor through and through. 3 might tokens generated there. The next visit to Daddy's estate, however, going to be much bigger. I can't wait until Daddy Goldmane is a hero in this game. What do you think? Is he going to be a merchant? What is he going to be?
I have no idea. I mean, it seems like Guardians are they're kind of Guardians. A Guardian family.
Miller's Grindstone is the follow-up here. Comes in for 4 thanks to the gods that Tatsuya Okanishi revealed a Canopy Shelter earlier on in this game.
Rich is pitched. Something to keep an eye on. Obviously, stacking gold, really powerful with Visit the Goldmane Estate.
And Riches of Tropoldani, a great card for Victor, but not even really showing its stripes on this turn because Charlie has already resolved Visit the Goldmane Estate and generated a gold token. Further on down the line, when it is not paired with another gold generating effect, it just draws a card when you pitch it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty strong. I've seen the classic pitch Riches of Tropoldani to activate a gold, recreate the gold, draw 2 cards.
Yep. And it could have been a little bit of a mistake in sequencing for Charlie.
He drew
What?
the riches off the gold.
Oh, he drew the riches
I was
off
going to
the gold
say
base.
it, and
Okay,
I thought
okay.
about it for a second. Yep.
Thank you.
I went through the
thank you
same
for
thought
thinking
process.
for me, Majin.
Channel the Millennium Tree showing up. A card that I wish saw more play in Verdance. It's just not quite there. Doesn't really work. Very powerful in Florian.
And it comes in for the Earth Runeblade instead, 4 Arcane plus an additional one from another Rune Chant, and 4 Go again from Swarming Gloomveil, which has only 2 modes turned on. There's only 2 Rune Chants generated this turn.
Channel the Millennium Tree is the third.
Oh, it's the third aura.
Aura.
You're right. You're right.
Wins the Clash. I would like another gold, please.
Hey, we're drawing cards now. This is Victor doing Victor things. And like I said, that first visit, the Goldmane estate looked kind of meager. But as these gold tokens stack up, and heck, if we start recurring them with Remembrance, this is going to be a nasty amount of damage later on down the line.
Even 3 My tokens is powerful. How does 12 sound?
Sounds all right to me if
We're
you are
gonna
a
get there
fan
pretty
of
quick.
nepotism and gold.
What if both the Goldmane children are just like spoiled brats and the dad is very nice?
There is no possibility of that. Right? I mean, like, I think the way we're posturing is that the whole Goldmane family is rotten to the core.
Yeah, but I think it'd be really funny
It would be.
if he's just like a very kind old man.
And his, oh my gosh, he does clashes where he like gives things to the opponent. Like he does Canadian standoffs where it's like clash of civility, where in the picture is just 2 people holding the door for each other.
You both gain a life. Like
In the hand for Tatsuya Okanishi is 2 defense reactions, an E-Strike. Oh, excuse me, 1 defense reaction, a Canopy Shelter, Trot Along, and E-Strike. Plow Under remains in the arsenal.
Canopy Shelter is so powerful.
It's
Not only
so
is it
good.
an Earth to help power your Decompose and keep your channels around, but generating 2 Might tokens when he's online, especially when you send it with something like Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer, when it's not for 6, is so mean.
The weakest link coming in here. No cards in hand for Tatsuya Okanishi that don't have a block value.
Yeah, I'm feeling like on Charlie's side, we fat stacked. Thinking all the 3 blocks came in.
Right, and you're saying that because the weakest link is not exactly a particular target for Florian, right?
100%. This is not a card you actually want in this matchup, but it's got a 3 on the bottom right. It's 1 extra card in your deck. And if you're going to Remembrance length, I think all the 3 blocks go in.
And all the attacks probably go in, because if your Remembrance targets are going to be visit the Goldmane estate, then you need to make sure that you have attacks in order to cash in those Might tokens.
Absolutely. It's 6 points of deck damage as well.
Channel the Millennium Tree. Still on the board for Tatsuya Okanishi, who remains at 22 life to Charlie U fans 29 and 5 golds.
Sink Below held in hand, probably to power the E-Strike, I have to imagine.
2 rune chants created. E-Strike coming down in the white border. Charlie U fan is dripped to the 9s. Tatsuya Okanishi. Just an economic gamer, which I respect, Majin.
Got a couple of white borders.
I definitely have some white borders. I am a minimum rarity. I'm a whatever gets me to the tournament rarity gamer.
I don't know if I could call myself a minimum rarity gamer. There's cards that just like speak to me.
Dude, I thought I was minimum rarity, and then I saw a Puffin Hightail. I think it was at Canadian Nationals. He forcibly white-bordered all of his cards.
Oh, I've seen that. Yep. Erase the edges.
That's real min rarity right there.
That's like
I respect the heck out of that.
max rarity, min rarity is what that is. 2 more reds block.
5 Go again buys a Command and Conquer and a Choke Slam from Charlie
Overblocking.
U fan. Blue in the pitch. Finally, Plow Under comes out to play from Tatsuya's arsenal.
It has been in there for a minute.
It has. And it had the opportunity to hit a Visit the Goldmane estate earlier on and wasn't deployed.
I believe it just tucked the Remembrance,
Mm-hmm.
which Charlie's probably very happy about.
Uh-huh. Glad that he doesn't have to resolve it before he can get what he views as maximum value from it.
Deciding whether to block or keep the blue for Miller's Grindstone. Goes with the block.
3 damage comes through. Down to 23 goes Charlie Yu Fan. 22 plays 23. Life totals remaining at parity. Both these players not leaving any points of value on the table. But that's hardly all that's going on here. Pitch cards are being tracked. End games are being calculated before they come about.
We've actually gone through a really large percentage of these decks. Tatsuya should be getting really close to pitch deck.
Turn 15 should be pitch stack if you're only running a clean 60. Granted, we talked about Charlie Yu Fan possibly running more cards than that. Does have, I think he's got some outer sleeves there, if I'm making it out correctly.
Definitely.
So deck could be looking bigger for Charlie Yu Fan in general, just because of the amount of plastic around the cards versus Tatsuya Okanishi.
But the deck does move cards around a little bit. You draw some extra cards from Victor's Effect. You have the ability, some of the new Clash cards lets you put cards on the bottom of the deck. They have the, the new card, the 2-block. Look at the top, you can put it on the bottom. Right behind you?
Right behind you.
Yep. Another card that lets you get to your pitch deck faster.
Reaping Blade is the follow-up here after a Spinal Crush blocks Swarming Gloomveil. Given go again by the 2 auras created before its resolution.
Tatsuya's pitch deck starts with basically a Germinate in every single hand. Which has to be part of the plan.
And I believe it's 2 hands after the pitch stack before we get the Channel Mount Heroic paired up with Earth cards and a
Rune Ranger Swarm red.
And a Rune Ranger Swarm.
Something I'm sure he's well aware of.
But honestly, I don't remember a whole lot of other attacks. There were the Germinates. No, there was a blue Rune Ranger Swarm as well, actually. So
Now,
this could be a nasty.
This is a hand. This is a power hand right here.
But can Tatsuya punch through the stalwart defenses of Charlie Yu Fan? Arcane Seed's life is a good way to start getting it done.
And the life gain. We're
Look
at
at
life
that.
parity before. Love getting full value out of that card.
It's going to be 4 rune chance here.
All the way up to 6 total. And then a felling. You need to push damage. That's your card.
This is the way to do it.
Doesn't
No.
go for it. Goes for the plow.
And I think what do you think about this choice here? I think maybe he's making a calculated decision based on the fact that Charlie has left his arsenal open many turn cycles in this game. And so Tatsuya just wants to go for the arsenal while it is something he can hit.
I think it makes sense. The issue is Charlie has shown that they are totally okay with just fully blocking. And if you go with the plow under over the felling, you're not pushing any damage.
Right behind you blocks with a boulder drop. Right behind you puts a card from the top of the deck on the bottom for Charlie Yu Fan. So could be approaching that pitch stack a little bit early.
Probably just digging to visit the Goldmane Estates as fast as possible.
He really hasn't seen that many. It's just been the one resolve so far.
We could. Oh, this is not the hand from Tatsuya. I see a bunch of reds. Haunting Rendition. Swarming Gloomveil.
And look at the body language from Tatsuya. He is disappointed at this 4-card draw.
You got a couple options. Send Command and Conquer. You could activate Grasp and go Swarming Gloomveil into Reaping Blade. That doesn't use any cards in deck. I don't know how much you care about that. I feel like Florian relies more on Germinate slamming the door than he does on actual factual fatigue. I've found it seems like in this game, both players are playing very deliberately. I feel like we have gotten through a lot of game in the not even 30 minutes that it's been going on. Almost a pitch deck.
And neither of them strike me as particularly fast players.
No.
Nevertheless, we are 14 turns into this game. There are a lot of players in Flesh and Blood, especially casual ones, looking at you, Armory friends, who I love so much, who would be half the turns through this game and already at time.
The time goes faster for them.
What? No. It goes slow for everybody around them. No offense to them. Flesh and Blood is a very hard game.
I remember starting Flesh and Blood, and the first couple times you have to make decisions on 4 cards, and you're like,
I have
cards
so
have to
many
block
options.
and pitch and do the thing.
I mean, coming from some other card games where you literally have 1 or 2 decisions that are possible to you, it was a breath of fresh air for me. It was a headache, but it was definitely a breath of fresh air.
Quick Dodge Flexor is being deployed here, using that extra floating resource.
A curious choice considering they're
Blocking
only
with
gonna
Golden
get-
Sun. We clearly have a plan here that does not involve beating up our opponent. Or deck value.
Yeah, and quick dodge flexors not gaining nearly as much value as they often can.
Nope.
And perhaps even the amount that they could have gained on that Channel Mount Heroic turn that is going to be looming its ugly head soon. And it's another all red hand for Tatsuya Okanishi.
It's almost exactly the same hand, too.
It's a devastating one. I mean, you can pitch 3 reds in order to send Felling of the Crown, but Tatsuya has to be concerned about his pitch stack.
You just put a bunch of reds down there.
Uh-huh.
You can't do it again. I mean, you might, but the thing is like this isn't really a tempo game. So how much do you have to? You could take a turn off.
Could you just resolve Channel the Millennium Tree because you know you're going to flow it? I mean, it's lame because you're not generating any rune chance.
I mean, you can do that, but then you still have 5 reds on the bottom of your deck, which I'd be a little bit worried about. I'm not sure what to do here.
It could be nope. Can't be that. Tatsuya Okanishi going through exactly the mental gymnastics that me and my co-caster are trying to do. But it is a really difficult spot. It's not just this turn cycle that he's sacrificing if he pitches 3 reds.
Yeah, I think I maybe pitch 3 reds, play the Felling. I think we should be hitting the Germinates on the next turn, depending on how fat stacked we are.
What about just play out Rune Rager Swarm, discard Haunting Rendition? It feels bad.
Does feel pretty bad.
But if you're about to hit 2 Germinates,
Yeah.
that could be pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just get all the reds out, play the Felling, keep the tempo, which, you know, more or less matters. We have a Felling in Arsenal, and then from there, you just go Germinate, 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 Felling you. I think that's what you're supposed to do.
Tatsuya seems to be taking your cue. Felling of the Crown. Decomposing 2 Earth cards and a CNC into the Banish Zone, which means that now Tatsuya Okanishi has 6 reds in a row. 2 of them channel the Millennium Tree on the bottom of his deck.
Block 6. There's Cut Through the Facade.
So that should be our pitch stack for Charlie U fan, unless, of course, he's running 3 copies. Maybe we only saw 2. Or maybe he
Perhaps,
blocked with one. I
perhaps.
can't remember.
It could be, yeah, that could be the 3rd copy as well. Those are the Rootbound Carapace that we saw on turn 1.
So Tatsuya Okanishi, right on time, has found his pitch stack.
And there was a 3rd right underneath. That's so funny.
And Tatsuya is just biting his tongue in derision at these last 3 draws.
Please attack me. Please attack me. Please.
I don't think Charlie can. I mean,
He can't. You just pass
no,
back.
yeah, he just passed back.
You don't even want to put these back in your deck, but you need to clear out all the non-blues so you could germinate. That feels bad.
The time is coming where Charlie is just going to start snapping off Visit the Goldmane Estate over and over again.
This is 22 is a lot of life. We still have blocks on the skull cap as well. On the other side, Tatsuya's got basically the entire equipment suite.
See if you can, Majin. Forget everything that we have seen thus far.
Yes.
Just for half a second. When we were going into this game, or hey, even if I just told you we were going to be streaming an undefeated Victor versus an undefeated Florian,
Sure.
what odds would you have given the Victor? Out of 10, let's say.
3.
3. 3's not bad, actually.
Yeah.
I think you're
I'm pretty generous.
higher on Victor than most other people would be in this
I would agree.
situation. What do you give him now?
After we've seen the game, or if I'm like looking at this like a snapshot.
If you're
like I don't
looking
know
at this right now, right here, after you've seen everything.
after I have seen everything.
Yeah. You are
think-
back in your own skin.
Yeah. I think it's probably like a 7 from here.
Yeah.
I think if you were around 2 turns and I didn't know we were about to go brick, I would say a 6.
Mhm.
Germinate's very powerful.
No, I would definitely give the edge to Charlie in this situation, just based on what we know is left in the deck. And here comes Tatsuya Okanishi. The last
double germinate.
The last big throw in his deck is coming off of this Channel Mount Heroic, which will stick around thanks to one of those 2 Germinates, and possibly even a turn after that.
Arsenal is Rootbound Carapace.
Clash of Bravado
Wow.
is coming down.
Wow.
Could destroy this Channel Mount Heroic before it even gets the value that it wants.
5-3.
5-3. Goodbye, Channel Mount Heroic, says Charlie U fan. Clash of Bravado. Mastery Pack Guardian is giving Guardian the silver bullets that they need to take care of these tough matchups. Hey,
And
also
a
a gold
gold.
token. So
And
right
a
behind you
draw.
goes into the hand. And Tatsuya Okanishi, the last huge throw of physical damage left in the deck,
That
is
was
no longer.
insane. I'd like to block 7, blow up your Channel Mount Heroic, create a gold, and draw a card. Does that sound good? It sounds good to me.
It sounds pretty sick. See, there's no way that his dad is a nice guy if he taught him how to do that.
Yeah, you're probably
Seismic Surge generated. And Miller's Grindstone coming in hot for another 4. Tatsuya says, finally, I can resolve this freaking Rootbound
out of my
Carapace.
deck.
Miller's Grindstone shrugged off thanks to the Rootbound Carapace. 23 plays 22. It's back over to Tatsuya Okanishi, who is resolving the 3rd copy of Channel Mount Heroic. Third
All three
Germinate
Germinates
pitched.
together. I don't know if that's exactly how you want it to line up.
3 Germinates? I mean, the first one, you just want to pitch 3 blues, essentially, right?
Yeah, but you
So
don't want
kinda
the
whatever.
2 blues to be the other Germinates. You just want it to be like Germinate, next turn, draw Germinate, Germinate, next turn, draw Germinate, Germinate.
And then Germinate again.
And that maybe. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't try to set up a Germinate line on this cycle.
Mm. Two reds, though, right? The Channel Mount Heroic.
I'll
the-
stop your rune chance and draw a card and make a gold. That's so good.
And it's going to be a Cranial Crush
What if
as
you,
the block, I think.
what if it was another Clash of Bravado? Like, you'll get that one too. Pitch to the rune chance. Look what I drew. Block.
Man, Charlie is firmly on the front foot here in a matchup that nobody would have given Victor a snowball's chance in hell.
Right. I wonder what it would look like, though. Obviously, Charlie's not pushing a bunch of damage. That's not the plan here. I wonder what it would look like if Tatsuya goes, okay, I'm just going to stop attacking you for a little bit and just Germinate you 3 times.
All depends what Charlie's able to draw there. Because, yeah, Tatsuya now once again bereft of Germinates until they come back around in 3rd cycle. In the hand for Tatsuya, though,
Blue Rune Ranger,
it's a blue Rune Ranger.
the last Everbloom Life,
I think a blue Oath of the
Oath of
Arknight.
the Arknight, and Plow Under.
So there is physical damage here for him. And also with the resources in hand, can generate 2 Rune Chant tokens first. Get maximum value from that Channel Mount Heroic before it goes bye-bye.
Really don't want to block this. Decides to take it all.
And what will the top of the deck be for both of these players? It's a big, fat win for Charlie U fan. Thunderquake beats Canopy Shelter every single time. Miller's
Just
Grindstone
barely.
looking hot.
Eked out the win on that clash.
You're joking, right?
Yeah.
Tatsuya has something to say on offense, though.
So it's a strong turn.
I do want to give a kill count for Miller's Grindstone. I want to say it's 3 cards at this
3
point.
cards, I believe.
An influential amount. To be true. 2 Rune Chant Rune Chant tokens generated here by pitching an Everbloom Life, which means that it's Everbloom Life and 3 Germinates all in a row.
Yep. This is a strong turn. You can go 2 Rune Chants, Blue Rune Ranger, into Plow Under.
But yeah, Tatsuya is really feeling like our Riptide counterpart from a couple rounds ago. It just feels like a lot of what he's doing here is simply not going to be enough.
Yeah, I feel like we had to take turns off and set up.
4 go again here for the blue Rune Ranger swarm that could. Buffed
Tatsuya,
up by
though,
Channel Mount Heroic.
has seen the whole deck of Charlie, but I was just going to say, does not know the remembrances in the deck. Now he does. So
Oh.
maybe lulled into a sense where he was thinking deck damage was the name of the game here. And then it makes sense that you're not taking time off to Germinate because you need to just take cards from your opponent's deck. He's blocking, let him keep blocking. Now you see the remembrance. How does your plan change?
There's a lot that, probably 2 or 3 cards more that have been hidden from Tatsuya as well because of Plow Unders and Felling of the Crowns, and also because of Right Behind You.
decides to pitch the Plow Under to keep the Channel Mount Heroic for another turn instead of using the Plow Under this turn.
Last piece of blocking capability used on Arcanite Skullcap. And you know what? I kind of think that Charlie's game plan with the Skullcap is not just that dependable 3 physical block. It's probably also for the Channel the Millennium Trees. He doesn't want to get blown out by those.
Your plan is to play this defensive. Yeah, this is why I thought it was really interesting that Tatsuya went to keep Channel Mount Heroic around. There's not even any attacks in this hand.
Dude, Gravy Bones eat your heart out. That's 6 gold tokens, 7 if you count the Aura Magus on the side of Charlie U fan.
Sink below into an attack?
Surely. Both of the Arcanite. Trot along.
Blue Autumn's touch. Blue Autumn's touch.
That can get us there. At least just in eking the last 3 points of value out of Channel Mount Heroic.
Grasp. Grasp is a really good equipment.
It's insane. Got to be one of the best.
It's up
in the
there.
game.
Yeah, especially with Florian.
God, it blows Storm Striders right out of the water.
Yeah, that card's terrible.
Autumn Touch coming in for 8, thanks to Channel Mount Heroic. 2 Rune Chants coming Charlie U fans' way, which I am sure are going to be shrugged off in mere moments.
Yep, I anticipate some blocking. We've seen a lot this game. There's a visit to Goldmane Estate. Blocking with it. Pitching with it. I meant.
Pitching with it, so it remains in the deck.
Not keeping it in hand is what I was trying to point out.
You know, Charlie does have to start resolving these Visit the Goldmane Estates because Tatsuya is doing little bits of damage here and there. I mean, Charlie is below half of his starting life total at this point. Decks are getting really thin. Haunting Rendition is going to block out this Miller's Grindstone. This Miller's Grindstone is really grinding out this game.
Splitting the reds and the blues. This is nice. We have that glut of all reds. We drew 2 of them here, along with 2 blues.
Channel the Millennium Tree gives the first rune chant resolved.
Less good with
for
Arcanite
Arcane.
Skullcap.
Uh-huh.
Can block out this entire bit. Pitch 2 cards, block with 1 card. You still get to swing the hammer. You take no damage. I love Arcanite Skullcap.
Dude, it's so good.
Yeah. I feel like people forgot about it.
People, wake up. Remember Arcanite Skullcap. Don your Skullcap and remember.
First, they forgot about Dre.
Who's Dre? I'm just kidding. I know Dre. And I also know the guy that was trying to tell us not to forget about him. Do you think he made a song about Arcanite Skullcap yet?
I hope he does. That would be quite a twist.
Twisting the knife. I guess the hammer, really, is Charlie U fan. Pitching 2 blues here. Bye-bye
Fully
rune
prevents.
chance. Oh, and Tatsuya
Oh,
taking
we got a reader.
to look at Arcanite Skullcap.
It does what?
Hang on. Hang on.
It is like kind of out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, in AB3. Cut through the facade. Oh, I thought it was attacking.
No, unfortunately not.
Takes 1. Only blocks 2.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing for Japanese players because Arcanite Skullcap is kind of a relic.
It is before Flesh and Blood hit Japan.
Mm-hmm. When it used to essentially be as vital to game plans as Fandel Spring Tunic. It was just the de facto best headpiece.
It was. Here's that quad red hand.
Seismic Surge generated for Charlie U fan.
Seismic
and a
Surge
pass. No Miller's Grindstone on this turn. Perhaps getting a little bit worried about cards in deck. It is getting fairly thin.
Rich Triple Donnie.
A clash of bravado. Perhaps at a great situation. If Charlie sees Tatsuya Okanishi pitch 2 Earth cards on this turn, trying to keep that Channel the Millennium Tree out, which actually is not even possible based on the context of his hand.
Unfortunate, because the second Channel the Millennium Tree is one of the only ways he has to push damage through.
It's not like he literally needs Germinates.
Has to have the Germinates.
In order to have enough damage to push through Charlie U fan, but it's going to be too slow.
Yep.
Because Charlie is going to start resolving Visit the Goldmane Estate time after time, generating upwards of 7, 8, 9 Might tokens. That's too much. Imagine I do have to pat us on the back real quick because this is the exact game plan that we sussed out early on in this game.
Yeah, it is. I wonder how, because it looks incredibly effective. I wonder how effective it would have been if Tatsuya had leaned hard on Germinates one cycle earlier.
Or heck, even if he hadn't drawn 2 4 red card hands in a row.
The issue, testing matchups like this to come up with these plans is the worst because you have to commit almost an hour every time just because you have to play all the way to the end game.
Yep. Riches of Tropeldani pitched for Arcane Barrierage and drawing a card on Tatsuya's turn.
Pretty strong.
I really want to get in Charlie's head about right behind you because I tend to think that is exactly the card he needs to set up these gnarly pitch stacks. I mean, it is it's not a mistake that we haven't actually been seeing that many visit the Goldmane Estates. Charlie is trying to cash as much gold as humanly possible, probably has been bottoming visit the Goldmane Estate over and over again.
Digging. Draws Remembrance. Digs again.
It's a pitch of the Remembrance.
Contemplating. Then the Grindstone.
Grindstone coming in. Remembrance. It's still not time. Charlie perhaps wanting to grind his opponent into dust before murdering them in cold blood. And Tatsuya finally thumbing some equipment. It's just been a grasp of the Arknight. 2 blocks so far. And here comes Face Purgatory, maybe. When Charlie has no cards in hand. So forget about playing around that disruptive headpiece. Just hit it with a hammer.
Or not.
Oh, you got...
Take 4.
You got to commiserate with Tatsuya in this situation because...
Is it Germinate on top?
It is. Goodbye, Germinate.
Just let's go? I can't believe that. Because we know it's Germinate, Germinate, Germinate. And flips Golden Sun from the Clash.
Another gold token generated and Golden Sun drawn. Tatsuya Okanishi wanted to keep all of the cards in hand, though, to resolve this Germinate for the maximum value possible. Knows that the door is closing. The window of opportunity is just not there anymore. So can't protect the top of the deck. Must start generating rune enchant tokens and gaining life. Otherwise, be crushed under the might tokens of Charlie.
Looks like does get to gain the life off the Germinate. I believe they were tied.
I thought there were 2.
Well, they were tied, and Germinate is in one chunk, so
you
do get to.
And as long as you don't have more life than somebody else.
Yeah.
And maybe that is why Tatsuya was agonizing over that situation. He knew that he needed to gain the life from this Germinate.
And perhaps why taking 4. Okay, so we have, looks like 8 rune chance. Talking it over right now. We have another hand with another Germinate.
8 rune chance. Just sitting, lying in wait. And
There it
Charlie U fan says, you can create auras, I can create auras better. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 gold on the board for Charlie U fan, and thus 9 might tokens. This is only the second house that has been resolved this game, and there's so much more to come.
I think Cast Homes is like the funniest nickname for this.
Oh,
card.
I hate it so much.
I think it's so funny.
I hate it so much.
A second one.
10 more might tokens, and Tatsuya Okanishi can only look down in derision.
Are we really speculating on some real estate here? This is a lot of might tokens.
Charlie is trying to get that real estate license here and now, try to gain access to the MLS.
So we made 9. Now we make 10. We have 19. Remembrances on the bottom of the deck. We've gone through all 3 visit the Goldmane Estates.
Absolutely outstanding. So Charlie just needs to make it through one more turn cycle. Heck, we'll create a Seismic Surge token and send the Golden Sun. Now we can
Wow,
finally
that's
start
good.
sacking some of these gold tokens.
That's good.
I tend to think that Charlie was blocking so much with Golden Sun. I mean, granted, it was just a strategy to defend. But also, if he's going to resolve the Golden Sun, the only way you make it worth it is by sacking a gold token. And he just does not want to do that early on. He's got to sit on a pile like a dragon hoarding over a trove before he starts visiting and using daddy's money to get there.
I don't think you can block here.
So this is 19.
10 overpower. Tatsuya lining up the block instead.
I don't know. If you're not germinating big, if you take the damage, you can germinate back up. You make maybe like 2 embodiments, and you use your armor to make even more. You have a lot of block.
Still, still has face purgatory.
I'm just worried if you put cards in front of this Golden Sun, you trade your ability to win for just losing less.
Well, if it
That's
makes
what
you
I'm
feel
worried.
better, he's only allowed to put 1 card anyway.
Okay, decides to
And it's
go
gonna
with 1
be
card.
Ever
You are
Bloom
blocking
Life.
a lot with this.
Uh-huh.
How much is this?
So there's
6, 7.
2 plus 5, 7.
Take 3. You don't gain life off your germinate anymore?
16? Okay.
That is an interesting...
Does that make it worth it? There's the
route
remembrance.
here.
I guess that deck is smaller than I thought.
And yep, 2 visit the Goldmane Estates. There is 1 more in there, but Charlie grabbed the wrong side of the graveyard. That's how long this game has been going. And still 9 minutes to go.
Yeah.
21 turns. These players have not been going at a quick clip, but they're really making the use of the time that they have.
Absolutely. I think since Charlie's playing so defensive for most of the game, it cuts out a lot of the time that you would normally see in a game like this. Both players aren't taking a lot of time thinking because only one of them is really making offensive plays.
And I do think oftentimes that is why the onus is on the Guardian player to make sure the game moves along at a reasonable pace. Because all the decision points are on one side of the table.
Oh, Tatsuya not going with the germinate.
Thumbing a Command and Conquer instead from Arsenal. Has the option to send 8 Rune Chants here. And here they come. 8 Rune Chants. 1 ping of Arcane over and over and over again. And a Command and Conquer to boot. Charlie Ufan does not have an Arsenal to disrupt. But he does have a hand that he wants to be using with 19 Might tokens. Granted, he only needs 1 card. Miller's Grindstone will gain the buff.
Take it, Macho Grande. Shake my hand.
That's probably the play.
You could still pitch 3. You have a Seismic Surge. Yeah, you block
4
3
blues
Rune
in
Chants,
hand.
send Macho Grande for how much?
That would be 7 plus 19 is 26. Oh my god.
Okay, what if you block with 2 cards and then you crack multiple gold because every card in your deck's a blue?
Okay, fair.
And then you Macho Grande.
Okay, fair. And heck,
No, I want to see the Macho Grande. Come on.
Majiin Bae wishes that he could possess Charlie Ufan for 1 turn cycle to make the degenerate gambler play.
It's just so funny.
Well, because dude, you could probably also draw once, twice, maybe and hit a visit the Goldmane Estate,
Absolutely.
resolve that,
Yeah.
do it all over again. But no, Charlie is too smart of a
Disciplined.
player here. It's 23 damage on Miller's Grindstone coming at Tatsuya Okanishi, who is automatically lining up 3 cards for the block.
Plus some equipment, I have to imagine.
Face Purgatory is at the ready. No attacks in that blocking hand, though, so would not draw a card. Plenty of non-attacks, which means that these 2 Embodiment of Earth tokens that are generated by Barkskin of the Millennium Tree are going to gain 4 value on their own.
1, 6, 11, blocking 13 currently. Creating 2 Might tokens.
Majin,
Two embodiments.
imagine blocking 13 and still taking 10.
Yeah, what if it was Macho Grande, though?
Yeah, no, it would be sick. You're right. But Charlie Ufan says, hey, Macho Grande is in my pitch stack, along with a bunch of other cast homes.
It's fun.
No, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Makes a bunch of mites, like cast bones.
No, we're hearkening back to a card.
To 7.
I gotta take a break. 10 damage comes across.
Oh, a -1 counter. Oh,
Que
the
lástima,
horror.
chico. Todo está muy mal.
Now we're going to lose.
Finally, a -1 counter put on Miller's Grindstone. Now has 3 base power for the remainder of this game. Potentially even lower. But I think Charlie's feeling okay about it.
Yeah, I think he's feeling all right.
Tatsuya simply has 1 card and can only do the Florian bread and butter play. 2 Rune Chants from Grasp of the Arknight and a Reaping Blade. This time for 5, though, thanks to Canopy Shelter, but it's definitely going to be too little too late. The value engine is definitely on the side of the Guardian in this situation.
Absolutely. With 3 copies of Cast Homes.
Get out of here.
Still in deck. Tatsuya's deck not high, and life total not high enough to take a big swing. Oh, that's a second Remembrance? Is that 3 copies of Visit the Goldmane Estate?
Maybe not what you want to be seeing here, but...
Can we
Oh, boy.
pitch 1 to chance and then get back to it by cracking enough gold? Because that would be really funny.
So here's what you do. You cast 1, and then you pitch the other ones to just keep sinking into gold and find your Macho Grande, right?
Yes. That seems good to me.
For now, though, it's a total of 7 damage. 2 pings of Arcane and 5 physical that Charlie has to deal with. If he's going to take all of this, he would be down to 4 when his opponent still has a Germinate left in deck.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you do. I think you stop some.
He's been so diligent the entire game. Why stop now?
Takes 5, down to 6. I would like to cast some homes, please.
3 of them, mind you.
2 of them for now. We got to pitch something, unfortunately.
Ah, pickles.
Boo.
Visit the Goldmane Estate, resolved here. Draws a card. Oh, let's count up those gold tokens real quick, shall we? 2, 4, 6, 8. So it's going to be 9 after he creates one. Pretty sure. I don't think he created it yet.
Is it the same sequence? Okay,
No,
it's
it's
8.
just 8. But hey, we'll draw a card on top of it. Ooh. Clash of Bravado found on top. Yeah, we're resolving another Visit the Goldmane Estate. A big thumbs up from Tatsuya Okanishi, but derision in his mind. A Germinate lies in wait in Arsenal, but he's going to have to wait a turn to get the value on it.
You got 1 turn, Tatsuya. That thumbs up didn't feel very heartfelt.
He's doing his best. There's 20 Might tokens on the board, Majiin.
Sometimes when things like this happen, you just have to appreciate what your opponent is doing.
Yep. But Tatsuya,
Hello,
probably
Letting
in
Tree.
his mind, like, this is my house. I know you're casting houses, but this is my house. I own the Calling Crown in Japan, and I'm getting taken out by a Victor Goldmane when I'm on Florian?
This is still rather close. Channel Millennium Tree demands cards. Charlie's at 6. Has to keep a blue to take advantage of the Might tokens. If you can force all 4 cards out of Charlie's hand,
Nothing.
Nothing happens from Miller's Grindstone.
then I think you're in a good spot.
Can he get rid of all the cards in his hand? Charlie already has access to something that will block 2... Arcanite Skullcap is turned off.
It is turned
That's
off.
something. So channel the Millennium Tree. Gonna eke some arcane damage through no matter what.
Charlie's at a theoretical 3 here after that first rune chant.
But Riches of Tropodani is in the hand for Charlie Yufan. He's gonna be able to block 2 arcane damage and refresh a card.
Oh, that's so good.
It's so good.
Take 3 from here.
Rune Rager Swarm coming in to activate these rune chants. The
Down
first
3,
one
draw
comes in
card.
for 4 arcane. The second just 1, but Riches of Tropodani blocking 2 of it. Taking 3 is Charlie Yufan and refreshing a card in hand.
Not enough.
Disable is the block
Just
here.
Reaping Blade after, it's not
And
enough.
that's it. Charlie Yufan is going to be sending in Miller's
Not the
Grindstone
Macho Grande.
for 23.
Oh, I wish if he had 1 more point of life.
Yeah.
Just crack gold till you have the blues. Come on.
Are there any Macho Grandes left in the deck at this point?
I think he just
I
blocked.
feel like that was the last one.
Yeah.
He's got Remembrance.
Yeah,
Okay,
shuffle it
we
back.
cast Remembrance. Get Macho Grande back in.
Play that remembrance.
Come on, Charlie. Win the right way.
25.
Oh, no. It's going to be right behind you. Comes in for 5, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
all the defensive cards lining up for Tatsuya here. There's 2 D-reacts and a block card. This is not going to be enough.
Ain't no way. Tatsuya extends the hand. The fist bump comes out. Charlie can't even believe it. It's a wholehearted, two-handed handshake. And Tatsuya Okanishi, our previous Japanese calling victor, falls to Victor Goldmane, high and mighty.
That was a great watch.
That was beyond epic.
We got
I am
a thumbs up.
We got a thumbs up from Charlie U fan, a point to the chest. He's got a sticker that I can't read, but I'm sure it means a lot to him.
I wonder, obviously that game plan worked really well for Charlie here. Do you think it would work if they played again right now?
Yes.
With both players aware of what's going on?
Yes, I want to live in a world where it does.
I do too.
But no, seriously, I mean, like, Tatsuya Okanishi is an incredible Florian player.
Absolutely.
And even if he doesn't know what is going on at the outset, I believe 100% that he is able to adapt on the fly.
Yes.
And suss out what the victor is trying to do. I really don't think that it was a surprise to Tatsuya the way he lost ultimately in the end. So, yeah, I really want to believe that that would work, and I'm going to pick up Victor and see if I can do the same and probably fail at it.
Yeah, and then lose and be like, this is not what I was promised.
Be like, Charlie, you led me wrong. No, Daddy, you led me wrong,
Daddy,
ultimately.
you led me wrong.
Daddy, you hurt me. So if you want to play a lot of, I have daddy issues. If you want to play some incredibly high level games of Flesh and Blood, exactly like the one that you just saw unfold before you, I know the place where you need to do it. And that is, of course, Pro Quest Yokohama. Everybody is trying to punch their ticket to the next massive event in Japan, and it happens to be even bigger than a calling. No, it's a Tier 4 Pro Tour in Yokohama. But first, we must do the road to it. ProQuest Yokohama is going to be happening from October 4th to November 9th, and there are plenty of amazing prizes on offer. An alternate art swing big, playmats to boot featuring your favorite heroes from Super Slam, and also some cold foil overcrowdeds, a staple to be sure in every single Flesh and Blood deck moving forward.
I really love the overcrowded art.
I do too.
And I love cold foils.
I like white border. If they had made it white border, I would have been more pleased.
I don't think we're compatible as people. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, Swing Big is only coming in rainbow foil. You don't run those, so you give those to me, and I'll give you my cold foil overcrowdeds if you trade me white borders for it.
I will shake on that.
Okay, 100%. These are the prizes that Majiin and I will be competing for, as well as everybody in the world of Wraith. Get out to your local game store, play some ProQuest. The formats featured are going to be Classic Constructed and, of course, Living Legend in order to prepare everybody for the World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, ProQuest Yokohama coming at you October 4th to November 9th, 2025. And the Flesh and Blood World Tour keeps rolling on, which means that we need to take a quick break and then be back with more Flesh and Blood action here at Calling Shizuoka. It's going to be the last round of the day, and it's going to be featuring another kind of dark horse hero that my co-caster has flirted with in the past. It's a different sort of wizard. It's the Lightning Wizard. How do you feel about Acilio right now?
I love Acilio. That guy is a blast. He's so fun to watch.
100%. And we will be back with 1,000 watts of power, more upsets, and more amazing games of Flesh and Blood after this. Do not go anywhere.
Just wanna back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back. I'm a freak. Belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving, I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hit list. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Folks, the crown has been felled, but definitely not by the Earth hero. Victor Goldmane is high and mighty over the top of Florian, the Earth Runeblade. And the crown that he felled, oh, just the previous Japanese calling winner Tatsuya Okanishi, who has fallen to Charlie Yu Fan in what I think both me and Majiin Bae would call an upset.
Yeah. Generally, it is accepted that Victor does not beat Florian.
Are we changing our tune? Like, is this a newfangled game plan that we're going to be seeing replicated from here until the end of time? Or was this just a flash in a pan?
I think you can bet that people are going to try it.
Mm-hmm.
I think people like Victor.
I like Victor. And I do not like Guardian. I like Victor.
Guardian players have been hurting for a little bit. I think this is hope.
Is hope dangerous, Majin?
It is for Guardian players.
All right, is it hope or is it cope? Guardian players, you decide. Let us know in chat. But first, we've got the complete opposite type of match for you. It's going to be 10,000 watts of power, lightning in the hands of Acilio, Constella Intelligence versus Cindra, Drakai of Retribution. It's going to be lightning versus fire in this one. Let's go ahead and get down to the match and close. Oh, excuse me. We're going to hit the standings first and let everybody know exactly how everybody's doing at the calling in Shizuoka. I'm seeing Florian's. I'm seeing an undefeated Rhinar at the top there. And also a smattering of a lot of heroes that are not Kayo.
There is one KO, but yes, you're right. I'm surprised to see a Dio so high up. This format seems pretty good at blocking. A lot of Florians. We're seeing a Victor duel. A couple of Gravy Bones. Jacob Clemens at the bottom of the list. Not surprising. He's going to top 8. He has not been missing lately.
Yeah, I don't know how I literally do not know how he does it. But Gravy Bones is rocking the socks of calling Shizuoka. As such, Masaru Sasaki, who we saw, I believe, in round 2 on Feature Match, is still doing quite well, has only dropped 1 match so far. But your undefeateds are Victor Goldmane, Kayo, Armed and Dangerous, Cindra Drakai of Retribution, Rhinar Reckless Rampage, and Florian Rotwood Harbinger. And on page 2, 11th through 20th, it's a lot of Cindras. And yes, the Verdances are out to play. Who we saw round 3, 4?
3, I
round
believe.
3 is still going strong at S1. Majin, what does this story tell you?
I think that we're seeing honestly, a lot of Cindra's. Cindra's doing very well. I was a bit of a doubter. It's really coming alive. Not a lot of KOs like you mentioned. Earth Heroes are doing about exactly as expected. Gravy Bones converting really well so far. I do like seeing Fang. I'm wondering if this holds up. We're now in what you would call a sort of winner's metagame.
Yes.
You're going to see a lot of the less represented heroes kind of filtered out. This is what you can expect to see at a competitive event right now. Now that all these decks are going to be facing against each other, I want to know what comes out on top.
And this is where the real learning is going to get done over the next day. We're going to have a few rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and then also the top 8 cut. We've got Michael Fung up on the 21st slot, X1 on Gravy Bones. 2 Kanos. It's 2 Majin pages in a row. And also, is that a Pleiades?
A Pleiades.
Holy cow.
We got Arachne Marionette, Pleiades. This is an exciting page.
Yeah, without a doubt. Turns out that standings 21 through 30 are where the juice is. Unfortunately, neither of our undefeated Riptides from round 4 have made it this far, but there is still plenty of spice in calling Shizuoka. One more page to view. Is there anything else that's going to surprise us? Hiroaki Suzuki remains in this top 40, and just when I counted Riptide out, there he is in Iki Sugai.
Wow, we have a lot of Kanos doing pretty well. I think there was only 9 in the tournament. We just saw 3 or 4 in the top couple of pages. A couple more Verdance. Once again, Gravy Bones just kind of a mainstay through these top standings right now. I do hope we get to see Kasai at some point. I want to see Blood Follows Blade.
I do too, but it might just not be the tournament for it unless, of course, Hazuki Mori can get the job done. We're going to keep an eye on them and all of the underrepresented heroes who are honestly making some waves in this newfangled meta, despite both mine and the broader community's kind of derision.
Yeah. I mean, I look down on Riptide. I will admit it.
He is the lurker in the deep. That's kind of like that's his whole thing. He's down low.
But honestly, if you've looked at Riptide's finishes, I'm talking at like Pro Tours, like tier 4s. Riptide has consistently been like a cashing hero, like a top 32 hero. He's done quite well in a couple of players' hands. I wonder if this is the season that we see him kind of break into the mainstream a little bit.
If hope is dangerous for Guardians, it is
more dangerous.
Doubly dangerous for Riptide players. Listen, I can say it because I am one of them. I have coped on Riptide, and I do kind of think there's a dynamic where really amazing players just decide that they want to try their hand at it. I'm looking at you, Pablo Pintor. I'm looking at you, Christopher Ioli. Alexander Vore as well, Anthony Pham. I mean, like, it's really enticing, and then inevitably, like, yeah, sure, it'll have kind of a good finish, and then back out down into the deep he goes. No 100%. Offense to Riptide players. I love him as well. But Riptide is not what we're here to talk about.
No.
This match that we have locked and loaded is going to be lickety-split. So let's go ahead and get on down to the feature match area, shall we? Back over to Shizuoka we go for the final match of day 1. The calling in Shizuoka. Yoshiki Mizutani is going to be piloting Acilio Constella Intelligence versus Shoki Imacho, undefeated on Cindra Drakai of Retribution. We saw him take down a Verdance earlier on in this tournament, but can the Claw of Vincerakai do anything against the 10,000 watts of power of Acilio?
Looks like Acilio was doing a little bit of filtering on turn 0. Shooting that Calming Breeze, 2 sigils. Not a lightning card, doesn't come up. You got it.
Sigil of Brilliance and Sigil of Aether lying in wait. Sigil of Brilliance is a great way to start off an Acilio turn 0. Some serious setup in this case. Comet Storm Shock is the follow-up here.
Great start. Sigil of Brilliance into 6 Arcane. Only can stop 1 on the Cinder side. This game is going to be fast.
Without a doubt, but will it go the way of the Draconic Ninja or the Lightning Wizard? Life totals are a little mixed up here. Yoshiki is ticking down on his side. We're going to fix that post-haste. There we go. 36 plays 35 now. And all of a sudden, turns like this on turn 0 completely justify the 4 less life that Acilio has.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Not only does he get another card from the Sigil of Brilliance, but he just dealt a bunch of basically unblockable damage, gets to Arsenal a card, dug a little bit closer to a Gone in a Flash, which is he has to find fast. You can't have him have 40 health too.
Shoki doing a little bit of setup on his own. He popped the Claw of Vincerikai in order to block one of that 6 arcane damage, and then also pitched a throw dagger to get Claw of Vincerikai back. He looks
No
to the
starter?
sky because no, he's got an
Oh, he's got Ignite. That
We're
looked
all
like
good.
a no starter
It
reaction.
really did.
though.
It really did. I have seen many of those moments in the eyes of my Draconic Ninja competitors. Luckily for Shoki, he's got plenty to do here. He even...
This hand looks great.
Yeah, he'll be able to generate a fealty token and give Art of the Dragon Blood go again if he so chooses. For now, it's Ignite for 2.
What do we got on the Celio side? Is that gone in a flash?
It is. Gone in a flash. Blink.
Another Sigil of Brilliance? Possibly
And Electromagnetic Somersault.
That's a powerful hand.
That's... If he has a Source of Arcane
You just go.
in his arsenal, yes, that is a combo turn.
I mean, we'll know very quickly because you'll see Flash of Brilliance put in front of something
Yeah,
to
what do you...
bounce this Sigil of Brilliance back.
Cilio first? Get
Did
rid
she
of a blink. That is really interesting.
Seduce Secrets? Not going to be in the arsenal.
Huh.
Have you seen that before? The Seduce Secrets? Do you even know what that does?
Of course I know. Of course I know what Seduce Secret does. I am a little puzzled at seeing it in... Wait, no. Actually, one of our Cilios in Calling Kansas City was running it.
Mm-hmm.
And he got run over when it was
that
in his
does
hand.
happen Sometimes. It still doesn't block.
But it is an instant and can be given go again by Lightning Greaves. Perhaps Yoshiki doesn't have the arcane spell in the arsenal and is really trying to find it.
You get a lot of looks. This is it. This is it. I want to see Somersault ditch to pick back up this Sigil of Brilliance. This is your turn.
And goodbye, Somersault. Hello, Sigil of Brilliance. The card drawn is Blink. We should have kept it.
This hand is just play Gone in a Flash 5 times, and that is good enough for a combo turn.
Is that right? If you don't have an arcane spell, you still go?
We have Shock in Arsenal. But
We do. Okay, I'm so sorry.
It is true that you are going to just do it, but you have Shock in Arsenal, you're sending it, and then next turn, you get to pop your gauntlets because you'll have double Sigil. You're looking to make this a 3-turn game max because you're not going to survive much longer than that.
3 go again here for Shoki Imacho, though. 3 and a fealty token, thanks to the text on display loyalty. The follow-up is his to choose, though. Can go ultra wide, which I actually kind of think is the way to go. I think Shoki needs to put his foot firmly on the gas.
I think it's Mask Momentum.
Yeah. 100% Mask of Momentum is going to get triggered here because Yoshiki Mizutani is not blocking. And I think the block of Flash of Brilliance is exactly the green light that Shoki needs.
Did I miss something? Mask Momentum should have been...
Flash of Brilliance blocked Kunai of Retribution.
And then Flick?
Oh, Flick? Yeah. No, Flick happened. That should have been a Mask of Momentum trigger. 4 go again right here, though. Perhaps Shoki is thinking that it's threatened on this turn or on this chain link.
Perhaps we're missing something. Not sure.
We'll have to see if the judges call it, but no blocks declared here. Down goes Yoshiki Mizutani to 26. Card drawn for Mask of Momentum.
All's well that ends well. We ended up in the same spot.
Luckily, this is a situation where a mistake happens and ultimately didn't matter too much.
Brand with Cinderclaw off the top. Pretty incredible here, considering the last card in hand is Snatch.
Mm-hmm. Snatch definitely wants to be the last attack, resolve this combat chain. Shoki, however, does have the opportunity to utilize Dragon Scalar Flight Path on Snatch because it will indeed be Draconic thanks to Brand with Cinderclaw.
Absolutely.
And furthermore, because Dragon Scalar Flight Path is an instant speed ability, Shoki can look at the card drawn before making that choice.
Mm-hmm. I think likely we don't see it activated. You can't threaten lethal. Probably just sit on whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Nevertheless, Snatch needs to be decided first. Yoshiki Mizutani does not have the blocks in hand to deal with it.
Not interested.
Nor does he want to.
Dig 4.
But you've got to block
Boots.
with the boots.
I'm surprised we didn't see a boots block earlier.
I
Just
mean,
in case.
he wasn't going to block out a breakpoint or anything like that.
No, you're not going to block out a breakpoint, but what if Brand was Cinderclaw and then the last card is a 1 cost? You just Arsenal and then you just lost 1 life?
Fair.
Like you are not blocking, right?
For sure. But here they come. Lightning Greaves finally getting their 1 point of defensive value before they get so much more on offense.
It's going to be insane. Lightning Greaves, one of my favorite Flesh and Blood cards of all time.
And that is saying a lot.
Oh, yeah.
For someone with wizard boots.
Yep. I think Lightning Greaves is a cooler card than Storm Striders.
Okay, fair. Certainly has been for me so far. I've really been enjoying Acilio lately. Shoki Imacho, however, is about to not really enjoy Acilio.
No.
Does find himself a Blaze Headlong in hand.
I don't think you filter any of these cards in your hand. I think you just go,
they're great.
Gone and Flash, Gone and Flash,
Yeah,
Gone
yeah.
and Flash, Gone and Flash, Gone and Flash, Gone and Flash, Shock, Gone and Flash.
What was that card you were saying?
Shock?
No, Gone in a Flash.
Do you know what's funny?
Wrong.
Is the expansion slot Shock, the new one, is what's in Arsenal. I cannot tell you the name of the card.
Oh, come on.
I don't know what it is.
It's literally just a 0-cost Shock in your eyes, huh?
Yeah, no, it's Shock.
Consigned to Cosmos.
Consigned to Cosmos. Mine's Japanese.
A meld card that
can't
was
read it.
destined to never be played after Count Your Blessings was banned.
Count Your Blessings got banned. There will be, mark my words, there will be something else eventually where Consigned to Cosmos actually really matters.
Ooh, Yoshiki Mizutani, his body language just looked like he was in agony. Honestly, I was getting Bonds of Agony flashback just watching him react to something.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Whoa, this is some serious mental gymnastics going on right there. He's contorting his entire face in order to find the way forward.
Yeah, possibly wondering about playing a Sigil of Brilliance, I think, is what's going on here. But what I like is I believe Seduce Secrets says that you can look at target player's hand and the top of their deck, decides to loot it away. I was thinking you could use it to see the top of your own deck to see if you wanted to filter away an instant on one of your Gone in a Flash chains. What did we see? Another Shock?
It was another Shock. Gone
well,
in a Flash, the first. Oh
the first, first of many.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm going to keep a count. Gone in a Flash, the first coming in, amping up Volzar by 1. Lightning Greaves are still at the ready. Old Knocker is at the ready. 20 plays 35, but that is hardly the way this is going to end. The first 4 damage comes through against Shoki Imacho. Blood has been spilled, and Yoshiki smells it in the water. Our Lightning Greaves cashed in thanks to the free resource off of Old Knocker. Acilio is tapped, and Sigil of Brilliance is the first instant. Gone in a Flash comes back to the hand. Volzar is at 2 amp. Gone in a Flash, the second coming in. 4. Is there any hope for Shoki Imacho at this point, Majiin? Or is this curtains?
You're hoping that the next turn is bad. You're not dead right now. But double Sigil of Brilliance with gauntlets it's spooky.
It's bonkers.
And you can, as Shoki, threaten lethal here. Possibly. Depending on what the hand is.
Gone in a Flash, the third comes down. 5 amp on Volzar after 2 Sigils of Brilliance effectively become Gone in a Flash. Finally, the boots are blocked with Dragon Scalar Flight Path has gotten its 1 point of defensive value. Shoki Imacho takes 3 here, down to 24. Almost at life parity, and Yoshiki is just getting started. Blink buys back Gone in a Flash. 2 action points and also another amp on Volzar. Up to 6 now with 2 action points is Yoshiki Mizutani. And Gone in a Flash, the fourth, comes on down here. So far, 20 damage just offered in physical on this turn cycle. Gone in a Flash, getting Volzar up to 7 amps, still 2 action points at the ready.
That's crazy. He drew 4 Gone in a Flashes this turn.
It's nuts, right? That should be illegal. Consigned to Cosmos, Shock. Buys back the Gone in a Flash after 4 damage is conferred there. Only 1 Arcane sent, no Volzar activation. Shoki must know that there is more Arcane in the hand for Yoshiki.
We're not seeing the life totals accurately updated on the screen just yet. I imagine they're writing it down on life pads and will eventually get the update. We are not at 24 right now.
We'll get there, folks. Gone in a Flash, the fifth. 20 physical damage has so far been represented and 1 Arcane. Volzar is at 9, but it's going to be 10 as Consigned to Cosmos Shocks comes on down, gets the amp from Volzar. That's 10, by the way. 11 arcane damage comes Shoki's way when he only has 15 life. Claw of Vinserikai cashed in there, so it's only going to be 9 damage leaking through, but that is a hefty amount of damage.
Come on, one more. There it is.
Gone in a Flash. The 6th comes down. Yoshiki does not want to save it for a future turn. He's going to wait for those gloves to do their work. 5 life is what separates Shoki Imacho from death here.
You can't go to 1. You can't go to 1. There's too many shocks. Okay.
2 of them have been used, but we've still got Null Shock. We've still got a couple copies of Comet Storm Shock. Blood Splattered Vest has not gained any value.
Nope.
Not a single point, not a single resource has been generated from the chess piece for the namesake Cindra.
This is spooky. You have to take... If your block is just Blood Splattered Vest, you have to take a lot of cards because you know that Sigil of Brilliance are popping next turn. Gauntlets is going to be activated. If you leave something like an Etchings of Arcana, I believe that's what it's called, a Mind Warp, it immediately gets 2 amp just from the Gauntlets. You can't block. Like, you just die. You don't have Arcane Barrier. You don't have enough prevention.
Shoki knows the hard place that he's in at the moment. You guys, this is turn 1. Round 7 is looking crazy. Yoshiki Mitsutani is praying to the lightning gods. He wants this day 2 and this top 8 so bad, he's willing to consult deities in order to get his way into the X and 1 bracket for tomorrow. He's holding his breath. I think you got it here, Yoshiki. Maybe begging for
Counting
a source
for
of
shocks.
arcane
Counting
damage.
shocks. That's what you're looking for. There's one more consigned to Cosmos. Surely it's on top.
I'm freaking dying watching Yoshiki
So
in this
funny.
chair. Man, I can't imagine watching him during a game that's like actually a squeaker, you know?
I don't think this game is quite as over as people might think.
People being me?
Yeah, you're people.
Okay.
It depends. I can't see Shoki's hand very well. Draconic cards look the same to me. Takes it all. Oh, didn't die. Takes it all down to 1.
Down to
Says
1.
I'll die to a shock. You're just not gonna have it.
Let's
Has
take a
to
look
take
at the hand.
every card.
There's Calming Breeze,
Okay.
2 Blasts to Oblivions, and a Mind Warp.
That
Which is-
Calming Breeze could be huge. Blood Spattered Vest did not block, making me think that Shoki's plan is to use it to get the resource.
Okay, it's Rising Resentment here first. No real on hit, but it is a Draconic starter. Let's take a look at the hand for Shoki Imacho. Whoa. Hello.
wow.
Blaze Headlong and 2 Oaths, Marches of Loyalty.
March of Loyalty.
Do we have a fealty generator in Arsenal? That's the question. It's a Blaze Headlong in Arsenal, which means that Shoki
Wow.
has held back a 3 block,
You just go
despite the fact that he's not going to be able to. Oh, he does have Dragon Scalar
3,
Flight Path.
4, 4, 4. Mask trigger.
Okay.
Oh, this is interesting to not block with Blood Spattered Vest. Let's do some math here really quick. We have 4 4s. It's 16.
Plus 3.
17 life total.
19.
16
oh, I
left.
see.
Perhaps saying I need the 1 extra damage from a dagger attack to get through the arms block, but yeah, you got to take extra cards. You do know you're getting 1 more for Mask of Momentum, almost assuredly.
Calming
Calming Breeze
Breeze
ditched
comes out of
now.
the hand for Yoshiki Mizutani.
You could. I think you flick in response. I think you re-equip and flick in response to this.
It was before blocks because Aether Bindings
Okay.
of the 3rd
Yep.
Age now come out to play along with a Blast to Oblivion. So Yoshiki Mizutani sequencing correctly. Calming Breeze floats 3 damage prevention, but only on separate sources of 1 damage. So a perfect block here for Yoshiki Mizutani, waiting to for the perfect moment where he can stuff the Mask of Momentum trigger. Can't fault him for that.
I don't know if you're going to get Mask of Momentum here.
I don't think he is.
Oh, well, you don't want to lose the Mind Warp.
Here comes March of Loyalty. Shoki Imacho still has...
You're not blocking with Mind Warp.
You can't.
There's no way. So we are going to see a Mask of Momentum here. Calming Breeze will have 1 prevention left.
And Yoshiki will be able to pop Dragon Scalar Flight Path after the hit, be able to see the top card of his deck, but it's almost guaranteed that he's going to cash in those boots because what would you be waiting for at this point?
Die, I guess.
Yeah.
That's your other plan. This is a lot of 4s.
It's a lot of 4s. Yeah, hold on. Ninjas aren't just about head jabs.
I mean,
That's
Cindra
not
usually is.
all they do. Sometimes there's 1. Sometimes
Close
there's
the
4.
combat chain? End the turn?
Wait, hold on. What? But there was a mass trigger there, right?
A mass trigger? You had boots? What?
Okay.
Amp 2.
Well, there it is. Amping 2 is Yoshiki Mizutani. Aether Bindings of the Third Age. Cashed in for 2 amps. Sigils of Brilliance. Cashed in for 2 cards. What has he gotten for his troubles? Yoshiki, don't leave us hanging. It's Etchings of Arcana.
I
That's
think
all he
Yoshiki's
needs.
prayers might have been answered.
Yoshiki Mizutani, despite a really jaw-clenching. Let's go, Yoshiki. Come on, rep that sticker. Absolutely awesome. I think he's wearing the same sticker, as
on the other
Charlie,
side.
as Charlie was on the other side. So these two are absolutely friends. If not bound by a team, definitely bound by their champion choices for this meta. Both dark horse choices into a Florian rich, Gravy Bones rich, Cindra rich meta. And Yoshiki showing that if Draconic Ninjas can go fast, then a souped up construct of a microwave can go even faster.
I love watching Acilio.
I do too.
He's so fun.
I do too. Man, Majiin, we have closed this day out with 2 completely different games of Flesh and Blood.
Opposite sides of the spectrum.
And both were beyond enjoyable.
Yeah. Yep.
So, folks, it's not just the victors and the Acilios that have been duking it out. We do have a new updated standings list for us all to look at. There were a lot of dark horses. An undefeated Kayo remains, and Charlie holds strong, remains stalwart, undefeated on Victor Goldmane, Victor High and Mighty.
Wow. 3 Cindras in this first page.
You know, a colleague of yours, Majiin, I think his name is Pankaj Bajwani, was saying that he was expecting Cindra to be the best deck in the format based on his testing so far, and it's possible that he's right.
Yeah, it's definitely been doing the rounds for us in our testing group. It's pretty strong. I am, like I said, a bit of a Cindra doubter, but once she actually starts winning more tournaments, which I think is happening, I think is going to be happening, then I'll have to reassess.
I have just been handed a note in the booth that Charlie on Victor Goldmane took down another Florian in his last round. So
I hope in exactly the same manner.
It has to be, right? I mean, like, if that's not his game plan, I don't know what it is.
2 Kanos at 6-1. They both won their last round.
And honestly, looking at the rest of the standings, it's no surprise to me. At those top tables, in that winner's meta that you were talking about when we previously threw to the standings, so much earth. So much slow, grindy game plans, of course, despite with the exception of Cindra.
Yeah, what I've learned today about Kano is that actually the meta's pretty favorable for him, but you really, if you're going to bring Kano to a tournament, you really need to make sure that you dodge the 3 Oasis Dorinthea, who's been eating Kanos alive this tournament.
And also Riptides alike. And those are 2 very different decks.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Folks, calling Shizuoka has been nothing but a blast. It's thanks to the gentlemen that have been joining me in the booth, of course, our producer overseas, and all of the incredible players on the ground. But it is hardly the only thing on offer from LSS. There are many callings coming to a country near you. We are representing every single one of the regions that LSS services. First, of course, is World Tour Hamburg coming up October 3rd to 5th, 2025. That is the beginning of ProQuest season. So keep your eyes on that and hopefully get some more info on what you should be bringing to your ProQuest. Fabled event package is rife. World Tour Sydney has got itself a Light Up the Leaves mat. And also, of course, you got to keep your eyes out for the Reviled and Revered packs chosen at random. Are you looking for a bully tactic? Do you want to do some nasty intimidating? Or do you want to be the crowd favorite? Do you want to make them go wild and be the comeback kid? The choice is not yours. But nevertheless, it's still a lot of fun. Fabled event package at World Tour Valencia in Europe. It's going to be November 28th to the 30th. Same promos on offer, but an altogether different mat. That is a sinister Lyath if I have ever seen one, Majiin.
Oh, yeah, that is a reviled mat for sure. That guy does not have good intentions.
No, indeed. I don't know. Maybe he's a little misunderstood. Just like his dad. World Tour Seattle is going to be coming up as well at the end of the year, December 12th through 14th. The year is coming to a close, but the action at LSS, and Flesh and Blood is not. If you want to go fast and furious, get on out to World Tour Seattle. Find yourself with a Reviled or Revered pack and duke it out. Try out some Victor Goldmanes. Oh, and here we go.
What is that
to. Oh, dude. This is showcased at World Tour Shizuoka right now. The artist who drew that found it on display at the prize wall. Take two guys. It's an alternate art. See if you can guess what it is.
Fast and Furious. 0 to 60.
No.
That was a good guess, though. I think 0 to 60.
Come on, she's got two
Twin drive.
Thank you. Twin drive is on the mat. I had to spoon feed it to you, but you got there in the end. World Tour Hong
It's
Kong.
very late over here.
World Tour Hong Kong is going to be happening December 19th to the 21st. I believe that is the last calling of the year, and what a place to do it. It's going to be on coverage, and it's also going to have the alternate art twin drive on a beautiful playmat for the Fabled event package. And that about rounds out all of the upcoming callings for us at Flesh and Blood and LSS. We also have to talk about another newcomer to Flesh and Blood. And I'm not talking about a hero. I'm not talking about a player. I'm talking about an entirely new format. That's right. Silver Age is coming your way, folks. There's been a lot of questions as to what this is. There's been a lot of buzz, and also a lot of buzz about its predecessor, Project Blue. Majiin, break it down.
Okay, Silver Age follows in the footsteps of formats like Commoner, restricting some of the higher rarity cards, which really, I think, allows for a lot of innovation and deck building. It feels like a high power format and a low power format at the same time. I don't know if you've played. Have you played Commoner, Silver Age, Project Blue, anything like that?
I've played a lot of Project Blue. I never really dipped my toes into Commoner.
There are a lot of similarities. Incredibly fun.
Yeah.
Everyone I talk to who's played these formats loves them. I'm so excited to try this out.
And you can at World Tour stops Valencia, Seattle, and Hong Kong, all of which feature a classic constructed calling. Also will have Silver Age Battle Hardens on offer. So we're going to get a little bit of data, let people dip their toes into the brand new format, and you can play heroes in their young forms like the ones on screen for you. Benji, Oldham, Aurora, they're all back and they're all playable in Silver Age. Once again, it's a brand new fab format. You can only play commons and rares with a hefty amount of bans. Big shout out to all of the 0 for 4 defense reactions. Ain't playable in this format, so get on out and explore just what Silver Age has to offer.
Yeah, you want to get my attention about a format, just put a picture of Icelander on the slide. And I'm like, ooh.
So is that the first deck that you're going to gravitate towards?
I will try to play a wizard. I understand that Waning Moon is banned, and Icelander is Waning Moon. That's how you've always played Icelander. So I'm going to have to do some serious experimenting with the format, but they keep putting Icelander on the slide, so I'm going to try to play her.
Thoughts on Acilio without Lightning Greaves or Gone in a Flash?
Do you get Ball Lightning?
I don't think so. I think Ball Lightning's banned.
It should be banned.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So maybe not Acilio, but it's going to be a whole lot of fun. It's going to be a hoot. It's going to have a very low barrier to entry. So collect all of those commons that you have lying in your back closet, all of those rares that aren't really making it into the binder, sleeve them up into a deck and have a good old time. I know I have my eyes on Death Dealer Lightning Lexi. That was the first Blitz deck I ever played, and it is very spicy in Silver Age. So I can't wait to get my hands on it. Majiin can't wait to get his hands on it. And now we have to, unfortunately, say goodbye, but not for long, because we will be back with the Calling Day 2 coverage at Shizuoka and also the Top 8 cut. So don't go anywhere. There's going to be more Flesh and Blood coming at you in mere hours. My name is Bryce Platz. This is Majiin Bae. That's Sam O'Byrne. And we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood. See you later.